Okay. Okay. Chat. One, two. Why? It's not even. I was a minute early, and you said late. Decolonize yourself. Hasan crying. Okay. Yeah, well, it's pretty fucking sad out there, guys. There's not really that much news per se to look at. There's just the Gaza is surrounded. There's going to be a ground invasion after a few more airstrikes. So, not really too much new to report on. I guess we can look at older stuff. And we can watch commentary. And we have a panel. Fuck, we have a panel today. Holy shit. 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Don't alt. We need you to stay strong. I'm not staying strong, guys. It's a really grim situation. I don't know if you realize. And I think for some reason, you know what? I am radicalized. I think. Hang on. I think every time I see people, Americans, feeling like they have to come out of nowhere with fuck all knowledge about the conflict and just drop their solution on the table, like snap. I don't understand that. And now I'm like, you know what it is? It's a colonizer mindset. That's what it is. That's what it is. If you're out here like, oh yeah, I just learned about I learned the difference between Gaza and the West Bank. Here's my solution, page 1 of 30. And then you're like, oh what? Yeah, that's a colonizer mindset. Fuck. But you know, my own opinion, just an opinion. Um, I don't think there's any stopping Israel from fucking steamrolling through Gaza. Like the problem is that ground invasion is worse than airstrikes. Like ground invasion is going to be that's going to be the deadliest part, especially with all the fucking tunnels and shit and the density of Gaza. But I don't know. I think they're actually just not going to stop until Hamas are gone. They don't want a repeat of 2006. And I'm just imagining after that, what are they going to occupy? Transfer power to the PA? Netanyahu wouldn't do that. Are they going to fucking just kick everyone out? I don't know. I don't know. But Netanyahu's popularity is smashed. I think it's like 80 or 90% of Israelis blame him for what's happened. It's really, there was a poll done in Israel for how many people blame Netanyahu, and it's really, really high. They all say it's a failure of his government. Yeah. Which is 86, was it? 56% think he should resign at the end of the war. Is not stop till Hamas is gone a feasible goal? I think not stop until, I don't know. I don't know what their goal is. Can they have a vote with no confidence? I don't know, but I don't know who's going to go next. I don't know if they'll go further right because, like, there are no progressives in Israel anymore. Like, they're gone. They're not a thing. They weren't a thing really before last week, but now they're definitely not, right? They've all lost their shit. They're not going to elect the far right, though, because the far right are very, like, socially conservative as well, and Israelis don't really like that. There's a unity government right now. Yeah, I don't know. I think it will it be Bennett? I don't know, but fuck. Should we go watch Leftovers? Let's watch Leftovers. I might wait until more people come in though, right? Benny Gantz. It's not going to be anything good though. I'll maybe give you another update as well. We were all getting. Palestinian president Mahmoud Abbas has condemned violence against civilians. It's a bit different from his original statement, which was a lot more vague and weird, but yeah, condemns violence against civilians in the wake of a devastating attack by Hamas gunmen on Israel and the relentless bombardment of the Gaza Strip by Israeli jets that followed. The comments made during a visit to Jordan come ahead of a meeting with the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and mark a shift from Abbas's previous failure to condemn Saturday's attack, during which more than 1,000 Israelis were killed. We reject the practices of killing civilians or abusing them on both sides because they contravene morals, religion, and international law. He said the Palestinian Authority, which exercises limited governments in the occupied West Bank and which has long been opposed to Hamas, the Islamist movement, which controls Gaza, stood against violence and would pursue political action to achieve its goals. On Thursday, Blinken added his voice to international condemnation of the attack, but said he knew that Hamas did not represent the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations. The West Bank, which Palestinians want as the core of a future state, have seen a wave of violence for more than 18 months that has fueled fears of a repeat of the two Palestinian intifadas or uprisings of the 80s and 2000s. What else? 30 killed West Bank, Fatah. Called for a day of rage protest on Friday. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm really I don't think I've ever actually seen people react this bad to something before. I think if people had um I think if people had fucking Jesus, I don't know. I think if people had Twitter during 9/11, that would be pretty grim, right? But I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen the public respond so hatefully to this, especially because it's so much happening on either side. Like the amount of fucking like disgusting behavior from like Israeli often settlers on their social media accounts like TikToks mocking the people in Gaza and shit. And then the amount of like pro Hamas demonstrations and probably going to see like a rise of both anti Semitic and anti Muslim hate crimes across our parts of the world. Oh, it's just eek. Favorites with the 4.99. Thanks very much. Do you want any orgs that donate to Palestine? I think Red Cross is donating to both groups. It's donating to Red Cross has an appeal to Israel and Palestine right now, but I don't know what they can do for Gaza right now. I think they need, but I think I don't know if America is still trying to get humanitarian corridors open. I think they are, but I don't know if they're actually opened yet. Red Cross and Red Crescent, yeah. Are Red Crescent just part of Red Cross, or are they separate? Because Red Crescent is the Palestinian one, actually founded by Arafat's brother. Egypt is letting stuff in. I didn't know they were letting anything in or out. They work together. Egypt, aid through. I don't. Last I saw, there was no aid. Egypt discusses Gaza aid 24 hours ago. in talks over aid. That's all I'm seeing. Rejects corridors. Yeah, obviously they'll do that. But aid, I don't think, has aid started yet? I haven't seen anything newer. Turkey's president said they've started work. Yeah, this is what we read yesterday. Yeah. Egypt was keen to open the Rafah crossing to provide humanitarian aid, food, and medicine. Okay. The Guardian has live updates. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, wait. Guardian. Guardian updates are good. There's a few articles I want to read about all this as well. So the last I read was that they're going to run out of supplies soon. That's what I read. Gaza supplies will run out very soon, UN warns. UK to send Royal Navy ships and aircraft to support Israel. But I don't know about Egypt. Let's say. This is the most recent one I can find, 4 hours. The situation is devastating. UN warns food and water in Gaza will run out very soon. The UN's World Food Programme called the situation in the Gaza Strip dire and warned that crucial supplies were running dangerously low after Israel imposed a total blockade on the territory. The situation is devastating at the moment in Gaza. The WFP's Palestine country's director, Samir Abdel Jabbar, said in an interview on Tuesday. We're seeing shortages of fuel, of water, and electricity. We're seeing our shelters that are overcrowded. We don't have capacity. The bakeries are not going to be able to provide enough food for tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a very difficult situation for the people in the shelters and the people outside the shelters. These are all quotes. The International Committee of the Red Cross has said fuel for hospital generators in Gaza will run out shortly, adding that its stocks of aid and medicine within Gaza were stranded for want of safe passage. Israel's energy minister said earlier today that no power, water, or fuel would be allowed to enter Gaza until Israeli hostages are returned home. So it's a hostage thing. That's why they're holding the back on the fuel and water. Okay. All right, hang on. I think I need to turn my heating off. American citizens, 27 US citizens dead now. Quite a lot. Uh, yeah, no, I don't think the corridors have been opened yet. Where's people getting that from? World Food Program said the situation is dire. There's nothing new. Stop. US and Qatar agreed to deny access to Iran for a $6 billion fund. Okay. So Iran's in trouble. Shooting in Jerusalem, police officers injured. Where are you guys getting? Would someone show me this? Would someone show me this in stream chat? I can't see anything. Yeah. Right, hang on. I'm gonna get my heating off. I already turned it off. ADHD box, well done. Ooh. Stella, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Okay, what are we looking for? I'm looking for proof that someone said that the humanitarian aid corridor in Egypt is opened, but I don't think it's true. I think they've said they're willing to do it. They're willing to let aid through, not people. But I don't know. All right. Let's watch Ethan and Hasan, shall we? Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know why. Hang on. There you go.
Where we'll be reviewing Taylor Swift's new Eras tour. We both were able to catch that last night. VIP access, front row seats. Hasan, what were your thoughts on the show?
I think she's incredible.
She is.
What a generational talent.
Unbelievable.
And the best we got in America.
She is the best of us. In actuality, we're going to be discussing the conflict between Israel and Gaza that's happening right now. Obviously, there's been a lot of emotional, charged stuff going on. But we're going to discuss everything. But I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Instead, we're going to solve the conflict in its entirety. Let's go.
It's never going to happen.
That's what we're going to do.
People who are like,
good one.
It's just not happening. That's not the point of the show, which I like. And actually, it's becoming more so now, is that we can have, I sound so dumb and corny, but like we can have difficult conversations and not hate each other, which is important because
taboo topics.
Exactly. Just like, who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit.
Was it?
Guy.
No, it was Ab and Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hasan, which are basically so close to
yeah, shut the fuck up.
The same ideals, can't have a amicable conversation about it, then there's no hope for anybody.
I agree.
Thanks.
The hummus.
Where do you want to get started? Because one thing I do want to say, and this is not necessarily about this issue in particular, but in general, I feel like a lot of people do not have a way to contextualize news and information without adding a little bit of drama seasoning to it. Where like, it's not necessarily, here's what's going on, this is my opinion on it. It's always, there needs to be a secondary market, you know, of like, oh, well, Ethan said this, or Hasan said that. What do you think about this? Or, oh my God, they're gonna fall apart. Like I think that betrays the values that you are trying to show people. If you're saying like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously try to have discussions almost entirely around commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot. I feel like that is unproductive.
Right. And actually, people are doing that to both of us.
Yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one video that I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too. It's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas.
What is
I
this?
have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hasan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see it.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of it. It goes,
that's crazy, chat.
Debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host Hasan Piker he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Whoa.
And by the way, we got a community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to show you.
People are doing that too on
Looks like the French government has banned pro-Palestinian protests. Wow.
One thing that pisses me off.
Why the fuck is that based? You fucking retard. What are you doing in this?
There's people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly.
Did they actually ban protests, or did they ban like a single protest because of the tensions right now? Did they just like deny a permit, or what happened? Or they actually just banned it? Fuck.
Clearly cut.
French just don't. They don't like Muslims in France. That's their problem. They really don't like Muslims in France.
And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that. Okay, here's why they're doing that to you specifically. Because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die. You want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace in the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective, and
You don't
I've never.
believe it. It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally clear about that.
Yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate tightrope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position, then we can go forward.
Well, another thing to note, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they're fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd.
No, it's what I just described
I know,
earlier.
I
It's
know, but
drama.
it's like-
There's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing, right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is, one, usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut, you know what I mean? And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand, and I'm gonna go to battle.
Oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe down today.
Apparently, Hasan's chat was full of people saying like, "Why should I feel sympathy for settlers and shit like that?" Yeah.
Time to sit down and listen, right?
Sit
Dan?
down and listen.
So here, I won't interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen, I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, you know what, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across.
Yeah,
as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
yeah. Here's what I'll say, and I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it and many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting.
Should Netanyahu go to prison for war crime? The problem is with like legally defining war crimes is when the people who have attacked you are in a fucking are blending that well in with civilian targets. It's like it's a bit more complex how you determine what's a war crime. A war crime isn't just when civilians die. That's not actually what a war crime is. That's why there's like a huge there are all these, even if we just take the exact same kind of death, there's like you've got collateral from like a strategic interest when you've tried to keep collateral to a minimum. Then you've got maybe you overstepped to achieve a strategic goal, and then you've got you I don't know what else would be like you overstepped. Your strategic goal was an overstep anyway, and then the last one would be like you did it on purpose, right? These are all very different things. So that's why if someone says to you that when you talk about what happened on Saturday, Sunday with Hamas, and people are like, oh, this has been happening every day to the Palestinians. This happens every day in Palestine. That's not actually true. When you look at the severity of those crimes in southern Israel, like they are, of all the massacres I've read about, even going back to 48, even they don't seem to come like, even they're like, maybe not even as bad as what those Hamas people were doing in the south, right? Not that I know of. There were a lot of massacres in that, but I don't know every single one. I know, for example, like when you compare that kibbutz village where the babies were killed, where they had that picture of the baby that's been put out by the Israeli government now. Where that happened, if you compare that's like Deir Yassin, like infamous massacre in 48. Well, even in Deir Yassin, the kids were dropped off at the gates of Jerusalem, where they were just they were abandoned, and they just went to live in an orphanage. But again, that's still like pretty horrible thing to do. But the difference is still there. So I don't know. I think the last time something as crazy as this happened that involved like Israel or Palestine was probably Sabra Shatila, in terms of like brutality and just sheer on just like aimless, just aiming to kill civilians, right? That would probably be Sabra Shatila, and just the like the brutality of the killings. And that wasn't done by the IDF. It was the IDF like oversaw it. They weren't actually the ones who did the killing. But I think that's probably the last time between Israelis and Palestinians that something that crazy has happened. But it's gone that far. It's not to say that obviously more Palestinians die at the hands of Israelis, like by far more Palestinians die at the hands of Israelis than the other way around. But the nature of those killings are a bit different. So, yeah.
I've seen videos, you know, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead like 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that like, as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old. And he was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something. The feelings that you are demonstrating here, and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards Palestinians, is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas.
You know, it's kind of irritating. Like, you know what? This sounds so much similar to. It sounds quite similar to. Was it Ben Shapiro? I feel like Ben Shapiro was saying that the media isn't paying enough attention to Jewish suffering in the last 3 days. 4 days. I don't even know when it started now. It's all been like a bit of a blur. 6 days. It's almost a week. It's almost been a week. I feel like there's been quite a lot. Like, I don't know. It's just like his brain is just so partisan. Like, I don't know. I haven't done like a way up, but I feel like I've seen most of the horrific shit that I've seen of what's happening in Gaza has been from like Channel 4, Sky News, in The Independent, The Guardian. Anyway, that sounds annoying. Whatever.
The reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open-air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles.
Pasha Muhammad, it's quite shocking how much of a transformation Learnerbox Live has undergone since joining the Destiny orbit. Quite sad you would sell your ideals for clout. Which ideal have I sold? Do you want to come in and tell me what exactly I've sold, what ideal I've sold? Do you think I'm saying things that I don't believe? What have I said that you think I don't believe? If that's what I'm doing, if I'm selling it for clout, do you think I'm espousing opinions that are not mine? Yeah, if you want to come to Discord and explain that to me, you're more than welcome. I feel like I know me quite well, but if you have a counterfactual, am I saying something wrong that I used to be right about? What?
Miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood.
You realize my big introduction recently to the Destiny orbit was me disagreeing with Destiny, right? You understand that? You understand how he had a take? And I was like, hey, can I talk to you about this? Because I actually don't agree with it. How the fuck do you think that's me selling my ideas for clout, you fucking retard? Like, anyway, Jesus.
And aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered,
and that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
Like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets.
You were always very pro-Palestinian. I was a big fan of you. Now you're talking this anti-Hasan, anti-Pal. What have I said that's anti-Palestinian? I just don't like the way Hasan approaches like this thing rhetorically. because I don't like partisanship. That doesn't mean. Okay, I'm sorry. I like how you have just like confused my dislike of a creator for my dislike of a cause. And that's your problem, probably.
They're
I don't know.
all settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fucking dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you can't understand why, after Hamas murdered up to now probably close to 2,000 people, if you don't understand why Israel would want to retaliate, then you're not in favor of peace. You're not, because
Okay,
because
but
I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas exists and why Palestinians and Gazans want to fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people, not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks. You know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side that has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
I think
Like, how's there ever going to be peace? Like, genuinely, if there's not empathy to at least understand. Like, I'm not to agree with, but to at least understand.
look, I think Edward Said said it best, that it is not about, it's not even necessarily about designification of Israel. It's about maintaining peace so that everyone has a right to return and be able to live comfortably in their own homes. This area of historic Palestine did have Jews, Christians, and Muslims living side by side before the 1948 Nakba and before the British occupation. There was a time where there was peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, though, I think that the reason why a lot of people get really passionate about this, or the reason why I think the American media
See, the problem is like Ethan is kind of trying to engage on like a specific point, but Hasan is just going down this like very standard dialogue tree. Like he's not really engaging with what Ethan's saying, and that there was peaceful coexistence before 1948 is kind of completely false. That's even saying that there was peaceful coexistence before the Nakba. That's not even generous to that's actually being generous to Israelis as well, because they were really fucking violent before 1948. Which isn't even to mention the Ottoman or the Hebron massacre from the Arab side. Like, yeah, fuck. I don't know, man. I'm just fucking angry at everyone right now. We spoke about yesterday about how I've been losing so much fucking patience with Israelis and like pro-Zionists and all that, because now they're suddenly like, oh no, we just need to be more aggressive. We can't negotiate with these people. We can't negotiate with these people. We need to be more aggressive now. I'm like, mate, are you fucking serious? What have you guys been doing for the last 20 years? Who have you been voting for since I was a fucking nipper at like 10 years old? You've been voting for people who said, we need to be more aggressive. We need to be more aggressive. We can't negotiate with people. We need to be more aggressive. Like, okay. Oh, I wonder how that worked. How long have you spent voting for fucking psychos who said that Palestinians can't be negotiated with, you have to be more aggressive? And now this happens. And you're like, oh, we need to be, maybe, actually, you know what? We actually weren't aggressive enough. we can't negotiate with these people. Fucking hell. And that's not even to mention, we've spoken about how Hamas, no, vast majority of people in Gaza did not vote for Hamas. You understand that, right? Israelis vote all the fucking time. I don't know. And the way I hear these motherfuckers talk about Arabs and shit, like with this insane fucking lack of empathy, is like, it's just so, fuck. honestly, the way that it's so ironic because the way that people like fucking Netanyahu or Sharon or fucking Ehud Olmert, like the way that these guys talk, not to mention fucking Smotrich and like fucking Ben Gvir, the way these guys talk, they sound like they can't be negotiated with because they literally can't. Like we read this yesterday about how when the peace process was happening, when it was kicked off by Rabin, Netanyahu was leading fucking protests where people were marching behind him with fake coffins, calling for Rabin's death, and then it happened. Rabin got fucking shot by someone who thinks it's other people who can't be negotiated with. I'm so fucking mad at everyone. The three no's. What are you fucking doing? Yeah. And then what happened between the three no's in the 2000s? The leading faction of Palestinians opened themselves up to negotiations. And the public in Palestine supported it. They gave it a mandate. They gave a fucking massive mandate. I don't know. It's like there's just any excuse to say that the other side is fucking incorrigible. It's like so. And like I can get that people are emotional, okay? I understand that people are emotional. The problem is that it comes from people who are otherwise really reasonable. It's people who are otherwise quite fucking like empathetic and sensible and all that, but I'm just not. Ugh.
As a disservice to show the full breadth of the conflict or even the Israeli perspective by regularly running to the right.
Would you say Netanyahu is far right? The Israeli Overton window is fucked. Like, by my standards, the Israeli left is far. They're not far right, okay? But they're not like the Israeli left is not left by my standards. Like, it's because that part of the world is different, okay? Their Overton window is fucked. Is Netanyahu far right by Israeli standards? No, because he's not anywhere near as crazy. Even despite what he is not Smotrich. He is not fucking Ben Gvir, right? But yeah, he's pretty right wing. Yeah.
Of the Israeli government. That is, I think, by design. It is because we give a lot of money to Israel for its security and its defensive operations, as we call it. And I think a lot of that money has.
I'm just imagining that Mohammed dipshit in chat, like being really confused now about what my position is on Palestine because I just did the fucking screed on the other side. Now they're just struggling to like, wait, is he holding two thoughts at once? Or did I just make all that up to appease the fucking moron in chat who used to like me but didn't like me when I said like one or two things that was empathetic to Israelis?
Has to be justified to the eyes of the American population. That is, those are our weapons ultimately that are being used and being deployed. It's our training as well. And it is very beneficial for Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and many other defense contractors who saw.
Can someone briefly explain the three no's? 67 war. Israel gets into a war with three different countries, Egypt, Syria, Jordan. And then Israel occupies the West Bank, they occupy Gaza, they occupy the Sinai Desert, they occupy Golan Heights. There's a resolution passed that says Israel will give up territories occupied in the 67 war. They omitted the word the territories, so it's not the territories. So there was no guarantee which land they would give back. Like there was no guarantee they would give it all back. And then Israel offered what they called land for peace, although the land for peace included Sinai and Golan, but not West Bank and Gaza. And then the Arab League said the three no's. It was like no negotiation, no recognition, no peace or something. Yeah. So from the Israeli side, it's we got attacked and then we offered land for peace. And then the counter to that is like, really? What land? All the like, because they didn't offer Gaza or West Bank. Yeah.
Tremendous gains in their on their stocks immediately after.
In 2008, Israel offered Mahmoud Abbas again recognition of a Palestinian state in all of Gaza. Again, like, and what happened? And do you remember? And why do you think that fell apart? Ehud Olmert. Why did he not give Abbas a copy of the map with the land swaps? He didn't even let him take it away with him. He just showed it to him and said, you know, like maps need to be studied usually if you want to find out what land is getting swapped. So he had to draw it on a napkin. Abbas drew the map on a napkin, and he was like, I think it's this. What a fucking joke, man.
October 7. So to say that people do not have empathy for Israel, I don't necessarily agree with. I think your judgment is made on what you see on Twitter. You're like, there's an unimaginable amount of violence that took place in Israel, and then how can people immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action?
I think this was what the Palestinians were given to consider. Abbas was like, I'm pretty sure it looked like this. What do you guys think? And they were like, what? It just, oh God. There are a lot of memes in Israel-Palestine history. You know, you gotta stay positive about these things. Is it to scale? No, it's actually Palestine in 2008 is just going to be one man standing with his feet squeezed in on his tiptoes in this little block with us on the floor. The scale is 1-to-1.
And it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people
Just
were
to be clear.
Yeah. Immediately go to defend these actions in general. And it's because emotions are high in that moment. But I don't think that, I do not think that Western media across the board gives a similar perspective, one that you have on the Palestinian plight. I don't think that is represented in the media.
It's worth saying the Western media refuses to humanize Gaza. Okay, like that's the same thing.
It is by design.
And so, you know,
so
it's just people. I'd like people to have. Let me finish what I was saying, and then you can kind of clarify your spot.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the water and power and food being shut off. Like, that makes no fucking sense. What's the end goal there other than just to let people die? Like, hospitals don't have power. Respirators are turning off.
I don't even know how I would look this up. So I know that an Israeli would say they're doing it so that they can get hostages back, because we just read that. Is that legal, though? Is it just like legal as a siege or what? No. I need a source, though. I don't know international law. Especially not on war crimes.
Surgeries are being canceled.
Like, is it a war crime is what I want to know.
Crescent paramedics were bombed yesterday after being allowed into the area to take care of people that were stuck inside of the rubble. They died.
Mm-hmm.
9 UN officials have died so far. Multiple journalists have died so far. It's relentless, and it is chaotic. It is ethnic cleansing, and every single media operative in the United States and in the Western world, and the majority of our politicians have championed it.
I was watching the Israeli news with Ela this morning, and she was translating it for me. On the news, they were saying the strategy is to get in as much bombing as possible before the international community makes them stop.
Yeah.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah.
But they just openly said that, right, Ela?
It's like news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. It's not an official like.
It's an analysis.
Government or IDF telling their strategy. But they're all speculating, and they were saying how, like, in their opinion, we have a short time to respond before, you know, the humanitarian cause there is going to be so bad that everyone will tell Israel, you guys need to stop. So some of the citizens are actually upset because they want them to respond harsher.
Right. It's crazy. That's crazy. You know, I want to say this about settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal, fucking fundamental monsters. They are also, I would even say, you know, settlers, they're participating in this dangerous conflict. Okay? And they're putting themselves in this dangerous place. Now, I want to make it clear just while I'm on this point, the people who were murdered outside of Gaza were not settlers. Those were normal motherfucking people living normal lives, living on kibbutz and like communes, fucking communists, living like a peaceful life with their families.
I think the reason I looked into it, the reason those places are called settlements, those kibbutz areas in the south, is because a lot of them were built just after 1948. And they were mostly inhabited by North African and Middle Eastern refugees and migrants from the Jewish Exodus. So they were most of those communities were built between sort of 1948, some a little bit earlier, but mostly between 1948 and they're not called they were called settlements in like a couple of media pieces. But yeah, like those kibbutz are like that's why I was wondering why. Was it Al Jazeera that called them that? It might have been someone else. I was wondering why they were calling it that, but it was like, yeah, that's why. It's because they were kind of built like just after 48. But people are using that as like that's the justification, which again is so fucking stupid. But yeah, they were mostly inhabited by refugees and migrants from the Jewish Exodus, like people from Tunisia, Morocco. Yeah. Later on, Russians actually from the Soviet Union. Russian Jews or Soviet Jews.
They were not settlers. Settlers are involved in this war, I believe.
There used to be settlers in Gaza. The military had to forcibly remove them from Gaza so they could completely shut it off and begin sieges whenever they felt like mowing the lawn.
So, and anyway, the Israeli government enables the settlements. They encourage it with the express purpose of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here, important to acknowledge here. I think that
mowing the law. He's clueless. It's just whatever. It's like I told you. It's post-it notes. Anyway. Starvation as a method of warfare is prohibited. I guess there would be all kinds of sieges that cause starvation. The prohibition of starvation as a method of warfare does not prohibit siege warfare as long as the purpose is to achieve a military objective and not to starve a military population. Does that mean if the starving is incidental, then it's not a war crime? Or if this is releasing hostages a military objective? So I'm guessing what they're doing is, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be all kinds of like different precedents for this, but Box, I feel like aristocracy might think Israel shouldn't be obligated to continue supply Gaza with food and water. How do you feel about this? I'm not gonna, as much I like aristocracy, but I'm not gonna go to her for like reasonable positions right now. I'm sorry. I just, with all the respect, and whatever, but fuck. Like I don't even care about whether or not it's like moral or not. It's just like I want to not for now. I just want to know the legal implications, especially since America's there and they're giving all this rhetoric about Israel and shouldn't be violating laws on international laws. But yeah, because I know the right wingers are blaming Hamas for the water not getting through because they were turning pipes into tubes for firing rockets. But even that, I don't really get because that's like, I don't think that's the reason the water. I don't think they took every water pipe. Like there probably still is way to get water in. Yeah.
That what you just described, especially in the West Bank, which is settler terrorism, at least according to international law, and it's fully understood to be an illegal occupation, demands constant military support because you cannot, over the course of 75 years, build settlements and act like you are turning a blind eye to it, maybe sometimes halt it, maybe sometimes continue those operations of building said settlements, bulldoze homes, build roads that specifically partition off areas where Palestine.
She didn't say starve them out. No way. No, I don't think she did. But like, I'm just saying in general. Like, I think a lot of her tweets have been kind of not very rational. But yeah,
Palestinians are supposed to be living on their own land in the two-state solution that has been reaffirmed time and time again. You can't have that be your peaceful coexistence project and not recognize that of course Palestinians see that and think, okay, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up, 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that, while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land and all of the partitioned off lands that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from like 10% in 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity, which means that, like, if you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's house, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic Jewish activists have talked about this in far.
This is his response to people saying, yeah, like what he's saying in isolation is just like pretty like reasonable standard like left-wing perspective on Israel-Palestine. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, this is the fact that it was in a conversation about whether or not the people in the south of Israel were settlers or not. And he's just kind of gone completely in his own little filibuster. Damn.
Better terms than I have, but one that
it's like it's every Israel-Palestine pamphlet that I've ever been given at a protest. It's every leaflet that I've ever been passed to me by one of the like socialist worker people or whatever that he's doing right now.
The mind immediately is Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best.
Oh yeah.
He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former Israeli officials are considering is an apartheid, and it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence is going to, that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when...
Again, he's kind of doing the thing, which is that it's an argument you can make, but he's making it in such a black and white way, and that these are the conditions that push people into the arms of Hamas. But that's not even entirely there. You need to go a bit further than that, because you also need to remember that that first of all, Hamas, I think it's actually, I looked at this earlier on a little bit. I think it's actually consensus now that even when Hamas won 44% of the vote in 2006, even when they won that election, polling was done after the fact. And it seems to be the case that most people voted for Hamas for anti-corruption reasons. Not because of the charter, not because they wanted to kill all the Jews and all that shit, right? Like that was the main priority they had, because the PA were so corrupt, were so notoriously corrupt at that point. So yeah, Fatah, yeah, that's like, and then ever since then, they haven't had a chance to vote Hamas out. They have been, since Hamas threw out Fatah in 2007, in Gaza, they have had a complete like authoritarian clampdown on the area, to a point now where I think, yeah, the most recent poll before Saturday was from June, when it even said like half of the people in Gaza want Hamas to ditch the Israel's destruction fucking part of the they didn't to get rid of the Israel destruction part of the clause. They wanted them to accept a two-state solution instead. And then like 70% of them wanted the PA to come back and manage domestic affairs. And it's not even like Hamas. So people are like, I think there's this temptation to say that like, oh, Hamas are there. Well, it's because of Israel's brutality, and then that makes people like Hamas. That's not entire. That's like that's part of the story. But then the other part of the story is that when groups like Hamas take control and they fail to deliver, the only reason they stay is not because they stay popular. It's because they clamp down. It's because they suppress dissent. And this is like one story about it here from 2019. I think it's 2019. Yeah. When there were strikes in Gaza against Hamas raising taxes and unemployment. And you can see there were like videos going around of Hamas like firing shots into the air and beating up protesters. Like over a strike, just like a standard strike against economic conditions. Like Hamas are brutal. And like there were reports of people being abducted, people being tortured, people being arbitrarily detained. So yeah, I really wish that part of the story would come out more, about how Hamas are just they're not like, you can say they're popular, but they're not as popular as people think, and that's like a really important thing to. But I guess like there's this kind of same energy thing right now from the Israeli right and the extreme Palestinians, is that like Palestinian and Hamas is the same thing, right? That is actually like a literal horseshoe theory, is to treat Palestinians and Hamas as the same thing. Ugh.
An irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice. That has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas being able to seize more and more power after being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think, you know, having been listening...
they're American.
Actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah, they are the most...
Yeah.
They are... My friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where I was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief. He still is a contributing editor. We were talking about like the most reactionary, the most violent activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American Israeli who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a
Ethan pulled the second thought clip during the stream. Did he? Oh.
hero by the current minister of the current administrator of the entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Hey,
Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are incredibly far-right politicians that now control the Israeli government. The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him. And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting, the people that are there right now in power. And if I can add something about the settlers, that's another point of frustration for a lot of Israelis. They send the soldiers to protect them.
Yep.
Soldiers that have to put their life on hold because the IDF is mandatory. They're just 18-year-old, they're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is
insane.
yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
No,
I was going to say that the amount of people that don't know that I've seen that IDF is mandatory service is crazy. Hila is not serving the IDF ideologically because she wants to fucking kill Gazans or whatever bullshit people always say about her. It's mandatory conscription. It's mandatory. Every Israeli has to
That's why there's
serve.
organizations such as IDF Veterans Against the Occupation that are very that are organizations that I rely on when making assessments on what's going on the ground in Israel as well. And here's the thing. This is a relatively controversial perspective. It's just that the official government attitude has oftentimes, or at all, as a matter of fact, ever reflected any kind of attitude within the Israeli population, as it has either deliberately or in secret continued the settler expansion protocols since 1967 especially. So that's basically burning the candle on both ends. Okay? On the one hand,
does Israel have conscientious objection? I think it's just under half of them want the settlements to stop expanding. This is all pre last week, in the weekend. Netanyahu is very unpopular. I think two-state solution still has like 30-40% polling, maybe 30. So there is objection, yeah. They can't get any power.
You're telling Palestinians, hey, if you collaborate with us, we are still going to have these psychotic American settlers come to your uncle's house and take it away from you, bulldoze your house, partition your neighborhoods, okay, and set up a two-tier checkpoint system that B'Tselem calls, like I said, the permit regime, and constantly harass you. They can spit on you, and if they spit on you, the IDF's official protocol in that situation is to defend the settlers. They're not there to defend the Palestinians. Like they might in certain instances, but overwhelmingly, their job there is to specifically defend the settlers.
And again, like Ela was touching on, you're sending young men out in harm's way to protect these provocateur, fucking religious zealots, radicals. And again, like Elis, the irony being that they don't even need to serve the military. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
So I think that it's especially important for people to keep in mind that Israel is so far from a monolith. It's people need to understand that, and that people need to understand that we're not all guilty of the crimes of our government, because if that was the case, heaven would be empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, and if we're going to blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, and some people have been saying this, and I have clips that I want to watch later.
He really wants to talk about the killing civilians thing, doesn't he? What else can Hasan talk about to get the filibuster in? Weaponizing food. Scroll down for laws. There's just so much to read, and I don't even know if it's going to give me the right answer, because reading international laws is fucking AIDS.
Saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game and deserve to die, essentially. If you're willing to say that, then if like a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to do revenge for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered during that war.
Was what Hamas did at war. Yeah, of course it was. Like, if you would take so when Sabra Shatila happened, some people said that it was an act of genocide, because the only reason they were killing them was because they wanted to wipe out Palestinians. You could probably make the case that what Hamas did on the weekend was an act of genocide. Like, you would have to look through the statements and to get the intent, but it's like, it's got the hallmarks of it, even though not that many people died. But it doesn't need. No, it's not attempted. It's to destroy in whole or in part. The numbers don't matter really. Like, there have been recognized genocides before where like a few thousand people have died. So it's not just like the low numbers that make it. But again, I would have to look at the intent, or like if there was, because if it was to further some kind of like military objective, then it wouldn't be just, it would just be psycho. Yeah, it's crime against you. I think people in the news media are calling it a crime against humanity. Did anyone face legal consequences for Sabra and Shatila? As far as I know, no. I don't think so. Sharon had to resign, but I don't think... Yeah, I think he had to resign, but I don't think he was actually like done for or put on for war crimes. What is this? Oh no. Shit. I think at the very least it would be crime against humanity. Like, because that's what I've seen it being called in the media, like what Hamas did on the weekend.
You're telling me you would have no problem with these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
so,
well, how would you feel?
I want to let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
Oh, he wants to go.
I don't disagree with you on civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a...
Okay, wait. Before we get into that, this bit it's not that long, okay? Food as a military objective. Distinction is, in the words of the International Court of Justice, a cardinal principle of IHL. A customary rule of law, see here and here, codified in Article 48 of Additional Protocol 1 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions. It requires parties to a conflict to distinguish between military objectives and combatants on one hand, and civilian objectives and civilian objects and civilians on the other. Distinction is operationalized by, inter alia, rules forbidding attacks on civilians or civilian objects. It would seem axiomatic that food and its associated infrastructure, including agricultural products and infrastructure, qualify as civilian objects protected from attack. So it would seem that food and associated infrastructure would qualify as civilian objects, okay? In 1971, the Department of Defense General Counsel made precisely this point in testimony before Congress. An attack by any means against crops intended solely for the consumption by non-combatants not contributing to the enemy's war effort would be unlawful, for such would not be an attack upon a legitimate military objective. Is this because they're going to say that all the food and water and electricity that gets into Gaza can be used by Hamas? Is that the idea? They want to starve out Hamas, even though Hamas probably has priority on stockpiles and all that shit, and Gazans are going to be the ones to... Is that the idea? Yeah. So that's how you commit... That's how you commit an atrocity without committing a war crime. Yet, there are circumstances in which it is permissible to attack food and associated infrastructure, a point Russia may raise to justify its actions. To refute any such justification, it is necessary to understand when that is so. Isn't it a war crime to fire rockets from civilian areas? Probably. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me. A treaty to which both Ukraine and Russia are party defines civilian objectives as those objectives that are not military objectives. Military objectives are defined in Article 52. Insofar as objects are concerned, military objectives are limited to those objects which their nature, location, purpose, or use make an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, or neutralization, in the circumstances ruling at the time, offers a definite military advantage. Okay. Applying this universally accepted definition, food and associated infrastructure may qualify as a military objective if used, at least in part, for military purposes. The so-called dual-use target. Okay. At least in part. And this is why, this is what's so bad about Gaza. This is what's so bad about... This is what's so bad about the fact that everything Hamas does is intertwined with civilian infrastructure. Like, everything. Oh, God. Man, I fucking... We've spoken about how much I hate Netanyahu, but I fucking hate Hamas so much. Oh my God. They're just such a disgusting organization. Ugh. Okay. Do you think Hamas would get elected into power if if there was an election today? I really don't know. They wouldn't have last week. I don't know if Gazans are blaming Hamas for what's happening to them. I actually don't know. I don't know how that works. Israelis are blaming Netanyahu for what's happened to them. Like, Hamas have been on the decline for a while. That's a part of the reason why they did what they did on the weekend.
How many people did he murder?
Like, I couldn't believe that poll that said like 70% said they would prefer if the PA came back and took over domestic affairs. That's crazy. Like, but anyway, where is at least in part? Even food itself may qualify on this basis. This possibility is acknowledged in Additional Protocol, which prohibits attacks on objects indispensable to the civilian population. It contains an exception for indispensable objects, such as foodstuffs, used as sustenance solely for the members of the enemy's armed forces. In such a case, the food has acquired status as a military objective and is targetable, subject to the other IHL rules governing attacks. Wait, what's this here? Oh, Do you think their popularity was their lack of popularity was reason for the attack? Potentially. They had many reasons though. Like the Saudi thing was really big. Yeah. So but this one up here though is saying that at least in part. But this is like I guess the crossing would be the associated infrastructure. Whereas I think this would just be food itself, would be them like what, bombing food crates. Or like, would that be it? Or spoiling food crates? Yeah, okay. Like I've only heard this from one international law student, right? I've only heard this from one international law student, but the way international laws work and the way that Hamas operates, it does seem to be the case that like the IDF doesn't really commit war crimes all that often. But I've only heard that from one person, and I just find that kind of hard to believe. So I don't know. I think it's more likely that they just get away with stuff because they're like friends with the big honcho. They were celebrating and handing out candy after the Hamas attacks. It didn't seem like they were upset about it. My Shelley, I'm really sorry, but unfortunately for you, we are a data-driven stream. Generally, if I want to gauge public opinion, I don't look at a fucking video of some people in the street. I just wondered, did that video of people celebrating attacks in the street, did you see, did that video give you a perspective of all the people in their houses who opposed the attacks, of the people who were keeping their heads down, of the people who disapproved, of the people who were maybe trying to escape? Did you see any of that? No, of course you fucking didn't, because you watched a video. You did not get a poll. You didn't conduct fucking research. You watched a video. Fuck you. Do you know how many videos I've seen of fucking settlers who are just like fucking like who are coming buckets right now at the thought of just like Arab kids dying? Is that representative of the average Israeli opinion? Oh, well, I don't know, because every video I've seen, like, do you understand how that works? Like how bias and fucking big brain, your problems of the brain, where are those videos? Are you... Would you have your mind changed right now by a video of a settler celebrating the attacks on Gaza? Like the fact that civilians are suffering in Gaza? Are you really that fucking dense? It was around one... Oh, God. I never said they weren't suffering. Are you... Okay, whoa. Listen to what the fuck I'm saying. My Shelley, okay, that's a yes or no question, okay? Do you think that video footage on twitter.cock, do you think video footage is an accurate representation of a population of 2.5 million people? Do you think a video of people in a street will tell you what the majority of the 2.5 million people in that enclave think? Yes or no? You know, in the Scottish independence referendum, there were two sides. There was the yes independence and the no independence. And you know, in every city in Scotland, the yes rallies were bigger than the no rallies. You know why? Because the yes voters were young and they were excitable. The no voters were old and they were less passionate. And no won the referendum because a video showing you a large number of people is not actually a good representation of a population. That's not how data works. Fuck. You have no idea what you're talking about, and honestly, that's understandable. Sheer, all you've done is talking fucking platitudes. Okay, I'm gonna open my Discord. Okay, Discord. I can't. I need to start banning people. If I don't ban these people, I'm gonna become anti-Semitic. Holy shit. Fuck. I would never do that because I don't let my perspectives get fucking clouded by the behavior of a couple of crackpots on the internet. Shit. All right, let's hear you present your case. Oh, God. Fuck me. I'm dying here, guys. Why are people so insane? Where is that video? Let me find. Oh, this guy. Look at this piece of shit. Look at this disgusting, fucking psychotic, subhuman fuck. Israeli settlers mocking Palestinians who are currently cut off from all the water and electricity. Did you know that all Israelis are like this? I'm just doing an impression of the, whoever the fuck it is. Oh, God. I just... Bro. Yeah, people need... Yeah. Oh. Can Palestinians be negotiated with? Yeah, I think so. I think polling data suggests that there is at least some will for it. And I think that will would be massively bolstered if it were shown to them ever at any point that negotiations can make their lives better. Most of them have grown up in a world where they don't know that. Most of them have grown up in a world where negotiations don't actually yield any results. So I don't know. It is even possible that food and associated infrastructure could amount to... It's possible that food... Oh, yeah. Similarly, an agricultural area may qualify as a military objective by location. As an example, agricultural land adjacent to a road that is intentionally flooded to force the enemy vehicles to remain in the road, thereby rendering them susceptible to attack, is a military objective. Food and associated infrastructure also may qualify by purpose, future use. For instance, a bridge over which agricultural or food products are being transported but not military equipment or personnel is nevertheless a military objective by purpose if the enemy will inevitably use it later as a military line of communication. You would have to have the intelligence to show that, wouldn't you? It is even possible that food and associated infrastructure could amount to a military objective by nature. Examples would include rations, specially designed for the armed forces, such as the American Meals Ready to Eat, and purpose-built facilities in which rations are transported or stored, like military transport vehicles or a warehouse on a military base. Some of these situations may apply in Ukraine, particularly for attacks against dual-use military objectives like lines of communications. Yet, it cannot be the case that qualification as a military objective would justify more than a fraction of the Russian operations generating outrage. After all, it would be difficult for lawful attacks on food-related targets to cause the scale of hunger about which European officials are warning. And even with respect to attacks on food-related military objectives, it must be remembered that the rule of proportionality and the requirement to take precautions in attack apply if they would foreseeably result in civilian physical suffering or death due to denial of food. In some cases, the operation of those rules alone could bar attack. Okay. It's West Point lawyers. Oh, yeah.
A moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree. And I think that plenty of Americans at least kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal at least is to get people to not champion it and the same goes for Israeli action, the Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American government's action. Because at the end of the day, what I want and what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda and the consequences of that propaganda being, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
Oh no, it's the 99% rule of comparing Israelis to Nazis. Oh no. What do we think? Do we think retarded, or do we think trying to get under the skin of Jews, and here's what he's doing?
I think that Israelis, and again, I hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas.
I feel like Ethan has brought this point up like 5 times now. What's the song going to talk about next?
Like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers, or or saying shit like, listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever of all of these qualifiers, basically, that people want to make. The Israelis see that and they say, oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these scumbags.
I don't think that the people that vote for those scumbags are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like, "This is a revolution."
It's a human. It's a feeling that people get. It's not a random tweet.
Yeah. So
hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this. Everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming over.
I was afraid to go on a bus as a child.
And again,
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not, and it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having empathy for the Israeli experience.
Okay.
And how, and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective. And knowing that when you have these super, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hasan. It's all the shit.
Wasn't one of I don't know if this quote's real, but wasn't one of Hamas's quotes about encouraging the rest of the world to join in, like all over the world? What did he say? Tomorrow, yeah. Where's the actual quote, though? He said Arab world. Oh, is it this? Just looking for the... Well, this is your guy, leader of Hamas. He told Arab countries that Israel cannot provide them with any protection despite recent diplomatic rapprochements. This is about normalization. The Zionist entity. Oh yeah, that whole thing, that whole meme. I guess is this call to arms from Qatar. Muslims are across the world to take to the streets in a global day of protest against Israel on Friday. Head to the squares and streets of the Arab and Islamic world on Friday. Oh, so they want just like Arab world protests. Okay. Oh, fuck, who knows? Who knows what we're going to see tomorrow? Shit. Douglas Murray. Oh, he's a dumb cunt anyway.
People see over the years all the time.
I think
and it causes them to act irrationally.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia. The reason...
What's this? r/destiny comments. What? Former Hamas leader Khalid Mashal calls for a day of jihad on Friday the 13th and tells Muslims to take to the streets in protests against Israel. Okay, well, that's exactly what we just read. Well, thank you. Ugh. Hasan is going to go down in history for his coverage of politics. I'm so appreciative that the left has somebody that is so eloquent and articulate in getting their point across while making the information digestible. Very thankful for him. Hasan was the reason why I got into politics in 2016. He broke down everything in a way that helped me finally understand things, and it genuinely changed my life. Mike from PA. He's not a debate bro. He's a persuader, a leader, and a mentor. Great representative of the left. That's why so many people are loyal to him, because he is loyal to us and what is right. Bro. The fucking glaze. Oof. The extreme levels of glaze. Holy shit. Buckets. Buckets.
Why? Well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to get into like the history of why Jewish people would be understandably paranoid and worried, considering how they have historically been singled out as villains every single fucking time, from blood libels and pogroms all the way to the Holocaust. So,
and so you would understand it's hard for some people to distinguish. No, I know you do, but 100%. I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard for some people to distinguish.
Oh no, I was gonna do it, but I guess I've been beaten. Oh shit! I knew someone else had to do it. Dustin is going to go down in history for his coverage of politics. I'm so appreciative that the left has somebody that is so eloquent and articulate in getting their point across while making the information digestible. Very thankful for it as the mic response in here. Wait, I think someone needs to drop in the mic response, all right? Where is it? Where is it? Go on. Wait, hey. Boners, assemble. Is this brigading? Is this targeted harassment? There's the template. Or maybe just type it out. Oh yeah, like the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you anything. I give you the copy paste. Fuck, I thought that would leave a gap. All right, hang on. All right, wait. Okay, there's your fucking ammunition. There's your box Bulla rocket. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go.
Anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on that front. Here's what I will even dive into further, and this is something I talked about on my stream as well. The paranoia now that manifests inside of Israel, as far as I understand, I don't live in Israel. I've never been to Israel. Is, at least from everything that I have read on not just
Michelle, thanks for the £5. This is how you like the stream, right? I believe so.
Israel, but also apartheid South Africa and the Algerian anti-colonial action against the French and numerous other formations of occupation and the emancipatory struggle there. The paranoia manifests and becomes a part of your identity because of the violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid. Because it's, of course, it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as like
was under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this shit
people.
happened. I mean,
What's up?
From the moment as Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean,
I
don't know if we agree on that.
Really?
I will say that I think
why don't you agree? Even before that, you can say that. I mean, like, he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know how to debate the fucking Nakba. Like, oh my god, he doesn't know. And I think he just thinks out of fucking nowhere, like Randy Orton, the Jews ended up there, RKO'd Palestinians, and built a state. I think that's actually the beginning and end of his knowledge. Fuck.
Nakba was an unjustifiable act of violence that was the formation of the state. Now, you can say every state is formed through an act of violence. All enclosures are defended through acts of violence, certainly. But I think that there was, this extends, like what you say to West Bank, what you say about West Bank settlers was the original position of the Israeli state's formation. And this does not, in current day, justify like random Israeli children that are born inside of Israel proper to be considered enemy combatants. I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving. That is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that like Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly, sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Here, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the problem is you guys are fragmented. Some people are replying to this, which I think is right, but other people have replied to this. So this is about as fucking organized as Hamas and the IDF were on the weekend. Jesus. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I linked the top tweet. Well, you guys didn't take any initiative then. Fucking.
1973, every bordering Arab state wanted to just coalesce to destroy Israel. Okay? Like, this is ingrained in
Is that what Yom Kippur was about? Were they trying to destroy Israel, or were they trying to reclaim their territory? Were they trying to reclaim Sinai and Golan? Because I know Hafez al-Assad didn't want troops to cross into the Israeli border because he was afraid of getting nuked. Yeah.
Israeli psyche, this kinds of shit. And even back then in 1970, people were just born there. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm saying it's important to empathize with the Israeli experience if you ever want to achieve peace. Because otherwise, the only other option is one side kills the other side completely.
Yes.
That's the only end to this. Otherwise,
and the side that's going to kill the other side completely is not going to be the Palestinian side. That's the point. Like that's never. I don't think that is ever going to happen. I don't even believe that is legitimately what every single Palestinian wants either. Just like I don't believe that's what Israelis want across the board.
I'm not saying anybody wants that. I'm saying that's what the peace that they're working towards when they don't have the ability to empathize with the enemy. You don't see them as human beings. They're never going to fucking see you as human beings either.
I know, but
you're never going to meet in the middle. And they'll
you
never
recognize
be,
that the same goes for, like,
I'm talking about both sides, man.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you that dehumanization.
Helpless for the €5. Thank you very much. In this video, I drop an N-bomb. Big one. Hard R. I did this to show my interlocutors that their language doesn't impress me, that their slurs do. Okay.
Dehumanization does occur, but I also believe that one side does still hold all of the power. And that is the side that is...
Speaking of, what's he watching now? I haven't actually watched much of Vosh's coverage on this, to be honest.
The state that has been backed by the entirety of the Western world, that gets that has an incredible security apparatus that for the first time ever in 50 years was actually shattered, which is why I think there's like a lot of fear internally inside of Israel and a lot of anger towards the security candidate, Benjamin Netanyahu specifically. But overall, it is certainly Israel's conflict to end. You know what I mean?
Hila, you were trying to say something.
Can I add that my generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start a country for Jewish people because they were, we all know the Holocaust. They were all, butchered. And what happened this time is a really scary reminder to all of us Jewish people. And that's how I feel, at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust wasn't that long ago, and every year on Holocaust Day, the thing they tell you is never forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust. And it's always like something taken for granted for me. You just grow up and you're like, yeah, Holocaust Day, it happened.
It's not mandatory anymore, is it, for Israeli students to go to Auschwitz and Treblinka and whatever the fuck? I know they used to, but I know this is like a very popular narrative within Israel, definitely right now. It seems to be what a lot of them are saying, is that the whole point, they kind of say that the whole point of Israel was to like have a place where there couldn't be another Holocaust. And now they're all saying that like because of what happened on Saturday is like it's failed, and now they're like, what's the point, I think a lot of people have considered like leaving the country already because like the whole point in Israel was to stop a Holocaust, and it's just like it kind of like hasn't. So but again, it just makes me think like their leaders don't want peace, and it's a really difficult situation to be in when you keep fucking electing people. That was not the point of Israel. What the fuck? This is just what I fucking hear from Israelis, and they're saying this is what like some Israelis are saying about what the point is. Okay, like to what it means to them. Fuck. But something needs to change. Like that government needs to go. It's just they're such a fucking scourge on like democracy, on human rights. Yeah, they just, oh God. And I don't think anything can, people say that nothing can go forward unless Hamas is gone. I say the exact same thing about Netanyahu and his guys. Does their PM still get elected? Yeah. Have you talked with that Israeli streamer you talked to before that he said he would leave if apartheid ended? I don't think he's watching the stream anymore for a while. He lives near Gaza, that guy, or he did. He said that on stream. I'm not doxing or anything. And he's not in a very good mood right now. So. And I don't really want. I've had like one Palestinian on, one Lebanese person. No, one Lebanese person, like 3 Israelis. So I'm not. I don't need to take more Israelis on stream. We've heard that perspective. All right, we know it, and it's kind of annoying me. I'm trying to be empathetic and shit, but. What else was someone saying up there? Was someone annoyed about me fact-checking Hasan? Whatever.
We all get it. But what happened this time is really scary, and it really does bring up this topic. And
see, I don't think that you can even say something like that without starting a debate, and I don't think that's right.
I think the reason why people would react to it, or even myself, as a matter of fact, will react to that is because while you're absolutely correct and your feelings are totally valid, what is happening currently is a ongoing, at least 75-year campaign of ethnic displacement upon people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. And that is, and
dude, we're just talking about the Israeli psyche. I
understand.
So what is it you're saying though? Like we all know that, but we have to be real about how we interpret everybody's suffering. Everybody is like, bro, you don't know how crazy it was. Like we were listening to the news on the day it happened live, and families are calling in whispering.
Hearing Israelis' point of view makes it hard to empathize. Sometimes, yeah, because I can understand that they feel very scared right now and very shocked by what's happened. And then the result of that is that you become very defensive and by extension aggressive. And now every Israeli is suddenly taking the line of like, there's no negotiating with Palestinians ever. We just need to be stronger. It's a war, and my side needs to win, and we need to win now by any means. It's like, okay, I'm like, whoa, like I can empathize with that for whatever, because I understand human beings, but I'm just like, what am I supposed to make of that? You know. Just put you in a corner and you can scream at the fucking wall. Like, I don't know. Just leave it. Like, I'm not really getting anything of value with that kind of perspective. You know, it's just like, oh yeah, wow, people are affected by this emotionally. Yeah, wow. Most Israelis do not think like that. I'm only going by Israelis that I know, and they're telling me that everyone they know in Israel who used to be progressive is now talking like a right winger. Okay, now they are talking like a full blown fucking IDF. Take no prisoners, fucking military madness. That's what I'm hearing. But Palestinians can't be negotiated with. There's no difference between them and Hamas. Like, that's what I'm hearing. So I don't know. Like, maybe. Eek. But I'm not gonna like essentialize someone's character based on how they react to like fucking trauma and shit. So it's like, but it's just I don't want to have it on my stream. It's really annoying.
The terrorists are killing.
Yeah, they're basically all Howard Stern from 9/11 right now. Okay, that's what they are. Yeah.
Their children in front of them, burning people alive in safe houses. Shit, you know what I mean? Shooting babies with AK-47s. And so, I'm just saying, like, it's important to empathize with how a Jewish person, or specifically an Israeli, might feel hearing these phone calls.
There are kids that survived because they were laying under their dead parents' bodies, and they laid there for hours, the whole day, and that's how they survived. And the last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust.
And I'm not saying it's not about right or wrong. It's just about like having the empathy to understand your quote enemy, to understand the perspective. And I'm not asking Gazans necessarily even to be like, oh, well, I appreciate what they're going through. I'm talking about like people who want to fucking debated all day long. And, you know, this stuff does influence people. The demonstrations you see out there that happened like immediately afterwards, these people have an effect on attitudes around the world.
I don't think that they have any say or any effect on the Western world's united defense of Israel.
It affects anti-Semitism, and it affects how people treat Jews, and it normalizes, by the way, treating Israelis like animals.
I don't believe that we should treat Israelis like animals. And one thing that you have, I think, that many people do not, is the experiences that you mention as far as children hiding under their parents' bodies is in this very fucked up way.
There we go. I wonder if she's confused by it. Damn. We're a toxic community now. Holy shit.
Identical to the existence of people living in Gaza every single day under brutal fire from a much more superior military force. The reality is that most of the Western world, not only does not see that, but also immediately rushes to equate people saying "Free Palestine" across the board in an unflinching way to a defense of Hamas or Hamas operations and whatnot. Are there people who do defend Hamas? Certainly. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of activists that I know, the Haaretz editorial board, and the perspective of like Shin Bet officials that say that Israel's actions in the West Bank is becoming a security risk because it is radicalizing Palestinians into taking an incredibly anti-Israel posture. Former Mossad members, former Shin Bet officials united in saying the same exact thing.
And you know, these terror attacks do the same. They radicalize Israelis.
Of course, I understand that violence begets violence. That is a constant, no matter what.
Soy.
So what we have to remember is who holds the power to scale it back. Who holds the power to stop the violence?
I think a lot of people do know that and remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that this is this violence that occurred in Israel proper is directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian people.
That's a fine statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
that is not what I'm saying.
There are Gazan
Just
people.
To be totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza that are not Hamas at all, or there are Palestinian Authority people that have been going and doing the rounds in Western media. And the question always is, do you condemn these actions? Do you condemn these actions? Of course they condemn the actions, but the reality is that after condemning the actions 1,000 times over, it feels like the goal there, if you want to understand and empathize with the Muslim side of this conversation, it feels like the goal there is to derail, to stop talking about Gaza, stop talking about Palestinian people, just condemn the actions and shut the fuck up. And even if you do, as I have time and time again, people still go, well, your name is Hasan, you're Muslim, you're a supporter of terrorism. And this happened in the immediate aftermath of 2001 and 9/11. And ironically, as far as I have seen, at least in the Israeli left, the position is significantly more tempered than the American liberals were at that point, where George W. Bush's approval rating shot up to 91% after 9/11, where America's comfortable security blanket was penetrated, and our collective consciousness changed in that very moment to say, oh my God, we can actually experience this violence in our own homes. And the same goes for Israel as well, where, you've mentioned rocket fire. Over the course of the past multiple decades, since 2000 onward, before the October 7 operation, that the casualties were, of course, asymmetrical. Rocket fire still ended up killing people in Israel proper.
Again, it's like
but
you can look at the numbers, but like, of course, because Israel has it's still the provocation, it's still the attempt. You know what I mean? Just because they have the technology to shoot it out of the sky doesn't mean that the people in Israel are not going to be affected by it.
No, I understand that, but there's
also I want to say I need to make something.
The only mirror is Leonard seem to approve everything Hasan is saying. Hasan is like being quite careful here because he just has like he does have like the pre-prepared fucking lefty script on Israel-Palestine that's been the same ever since I was like 18. You know, this is what you always hear. You go to a Free Palestine demo, someone gives a talk, they say what Hasan's saying right now. The people handing around pamphlets, the pamphlets will say what Hasan's saying right now. So it's like he'll probably bring up fucking Shireen, the journalist. Yeah, it's very predictable. It's not wrong. It's just there's no analysis. You know, there's nothing to. And he's being quite safe, I think. Apart from the fact that he can't stop answering questions about civilians by talking about Israel, about the Israeli civilians by talking about fucking Israeli crimes. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Thing clear that you touched on. I don't think people who say I support Palestine are pro-Hamas. That's fucking insane.
Okay.
It's like the opposite of everything I've ever said. Okay. There is something I noticed that rubbed me wrong, which was that as the news was breaking, as people were still calling in saying, I'm in my safe house, I hear the terrorists outside killing my neighbors. People are on Twitter or whatever, or activists, whoever, saying, let's go Palestine. Go Palestine. So how am I? It's the timing, Hasan. It's important. Like, we got to make this huge distinction. When people are
because you're like you're only cheering on as a result of the news, and that's what I saw from people as well. Like this is well deserved. This is like chickens coming home to roost and all that. Yeah, fuck.
Saying go Palestine as
even if you don't mean that, that's how you come across. And if you're a communicator, that how you come across kind of matters. Yeah.
Terrorists killing people, that to me, I don't know who else they're cheering on other than Hamas.
Okay.
Now, if you wait, like, you know, it's the timing, dude. It does matter.
Even if you said it now, I think if you said Free Palestine now, as Gaza is being fucking attacked, that makes sense. I think that would be fine. But it was saying it as Hamas was like holding on to villages and territories and running through people's houses with impunity and just shooting people in the fucking face and shit. Yeah.
There's an asymmetry to the violence, but there's also an asymmetry to the coverage as well. What do I mean by this? Mia Khalifa is a good example. You and I were talking about this on the phone earlier. Mia Khalifa said things that I find to be distasteful and wrong. Okay?
Worse than that.
Is this not tone policing? Tone matters. If you disagree, whatever. Like, well done, trying to win people. Good luck trying to win people over to your cause. Like, I'm sorry. Why do you think like the greatest freedom fighters we know were all like excellent public speakers, right? Because they knew that tone mattered. Yeah.
I think it was distasteful and wrong.
This isn't a fucking safe space. Like, tone policing is like a safe space thing to say. And again, safe spaces are fine. They are justified. But like there's a good reason to have them. But no, it's not time and place. Yeah.
It was callous. The indifference to violence that civilians are subjected to on the Israeli side as well is callous. However, the reaction to Mia Khalifa has never ever occurred on the other side.
You're right.
When Israel is engaging in bombing campaigns.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And like you said, the horrific images that you saw that draw so much emotion out of you, of like, you know, Palestinian fathers holding their daughters in this open air prison. There is no equivalence. I think a lot of people who have been advocates for Palestinians for many, many years, especially if they're Muslim, know this reality, that you have to be incredibly careful all the time with your rhetoric and that even in an emotional moment, you can never actually you can never say something that will be misconstrued. And Mia Khalifa said something that was inappropriate and unacceptable.
Hold
okay?
on.
What did she say?
She showed a picture of terrorists roaming in a pickup truck murdering civilians. She described that as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah.
And she went further and said, "Will the Palestinian freedom fighters please flip their phone
I know.
vertically?" I mean, that's worse than unacceptable.
So
it's evil.
So you're correct on that.
Okay.
So let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
When Lindsey Graham goes on and says this is a religious war and we must ethnically cleanse, we must wipe our enemies,
should get the same coverage.
No, I know, but it doesn't, Ethan. That's the point. Like
I
Marco
understand.
Rubio, Marco Rubio's call for ethnic cleansing. These are people in positions of power. These are people who are literally facilitating in the bloodshed. These are people who actually are engaging in the continuation. These are not former porn stars who were Christian Lebanese who now
whatever, dude. She was getting a lot of attention. People were liking it. It wasn't like, but here's the problem.
That doesn't.
Here's
but
the
that's
problem.
meaningless, is
Bro,
what I'm
let me
saying
talk.
in the grand scheme of things, because that doesn't.
Hasan, let me make my point.
No, go ahead.
When you say like the timing is fucked up, or like why does Mia Khalifa get all this shit? And it's like always a whataboutism. It's always like you can never just say yes, and also can we fucking hold Lindsey Graham accountable? Which I agree, and it's crazy the shit they say, and they should get more attention for it. But it's like there's a refusal to acknowledge, like it's always about like, well, what about us? Which I understand, but it's like you have to say yes, you have this thing, and we also have this thing, and not like in the same breath say but yes, but like it just doesn't feel. It feels fucked up.
I think the former Palestinian Authority member that went on like BBC and did the rounds in the UK said it best.
Oh, I need to watch
where
that.
It was every single time you bring me on here when Palestinians have done anything, you demand condemnation from me. Okay, we have done this. We have done this so many times. I am not Hamas. My family members were killed by Israel. Six-year-olds, like 6 of my family members were killed by the Israeli occupying force. I have condemned it every single time. I've condemned Hamas every single time. But the reality is that no such condemnation is demanded from the media when Israeli officials are brought on to talk about like genuinely genocidal terms in which they're wiping out Gaza. And that is a constant, and that has never, ever been anything, like there has never been any equivalence whatsoever. And I think that people who are passionate, or people who say, people who are callously indifferent to the wanton violence of retaliation that is reactionary to apartheid are thinking that they can get away with saying these sorts of things because they've seen people who are defenders of Israel say infinitely worse things as more bombing campaigns have continued. More than 1,200, almost 2,000 Israelis died. Israelis are terrified of a violent retaliation, right? Israelis now understand better than ever before the feeling that people in Gaza experience on a daily basis, the fear that they live with on a daily basis. That is going to breed more hostility, and that is going to play Palestinians directly into the hands of the most radical, the most fundamentalist forces that were directly propped up by the Israeli government, by Mossad. Hamas was seen as a counterweight, a counterbalance to secular forces and Marxist and socialist forces who also were violently, who participated in violent acts as well. However, the fundamentalist, the fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout was directly logistically supported by the Israeli government and has been propped up specifically by even Netanyahu and every other Israeli
Well, he
government.
is right about that. He's right now that Netanyahu did want to allow funding to move to Hamas to counterweight the PA. He did actually do that this time. Damn. I don't like it when people say Israel created Hamas. Like, that's like not good, but because it's not completely accurate. But that does seem to be the case, and it seems like more people are talking about it now. Well,
as the only
not knowingly. Well, knowingly in terms of they thought it would go to. They didn't think it would go to fucking. They thought that it could go to political stuff, like no, not the charity. No, I mean like more recently. They did allow funding to go to Hamas, but they didn't think it would go to arms, even though some of it did. And I think they had to change their policy at some point. Yeah. They thought it would go to, but they thought it would prop them up, like in a sense that it would like keep them strong as well. Like this is it. Like whoever is against the Palestinian state should be for transferring of the funds to Gaza, because maintaining a separation between the PA and the West Bank and Hamas and Gaza helps prevent the establishment. What was it? I think he even says this was our strategy. It was allowing Qatari funds to go into Gaza as part of a broader strategy. But I don't think they were able to guarantee 100% that the funds didn't go towards weapons and terrorism. This is what someone said in 2019. We Gaza border residents are paying the price for the lack of policy and the arrogance in facing terror. They're referring to Netanyahu. Did you guys not know this? This is in my new video on the main channel. Regular allowing of Qatari funds to be transferred into Gaza, broader strategy. Israel served as the pipeline to ensure funds didn't go to terrorism. We're supervising humanitarian causes. But he also said that it maintains a separation. Because the reason this works is because Hamas because Hamas needs this to stay popular as well, to keep support. Because they're not that popular. Yeah, fuck. This is your main channel now.
Only force to take seriously for Palestinians. It's impossible to ignore this when talking about the violent retaliation. I think that
I agree, dude.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I think equally it's important for Israelis to understand why there is, if the Israelis cannot empathize with the idea that why people want to do violent retaliation, why people support Hamas, then we're also never going to have peace.
Yes. And
everybody needs to empathize.
And I think it's more important than ever to ensure that people recognize that both in the Western world that props up the far-right Israeli regime, that turns a blind eye to the violence, and it's important for our brothers and sisters that are living in Israel proper, that are anti-Zionists, that are also fighting that very same battle every day, to make sure that people understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards...
It's all this, like always invoking the Nazi terminology to two fucking Jewish people. Oh, God.
Developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal representation.
Right. At the end of the day, all I'm asking is for people to be able to say that, you know, terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception. Without subtext. No, listen. Without a fucking asterisk that's like, yeah, but, you know, I mean, what the fuck, man?
But no, that's you guys.
I understand where you're
That's
coming
you
from
guys.
with that.
But
I think,
and I'm not saying you do it, by
Giannis
the way. I'm expressing
Giannis Varoufakis
frustration.
talked about this.
oh god,
where he
Giannis's
said there was a
tweet
practice in the
horseshit.
ANC
Wait, hang on.
in apartheid South Africa that was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was. It was brutal. The
ANC did not like necklacing, by the way. They distanced themselves from people who did necklacing.
Originally under leadership of Nelson Mandela, demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal. They had this concept called a pencil test, you know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were, how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed to go into certain places.
The Sharpeville massacre I was talking about.
All of that was violent. The maintenance of that was violent. When all was said and done, Nelson Mandela realized that violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground.
He's not going to suggest necklacing was one of Nelson's strategies, is he? That was Winnie who did fucking necklacing. I don't think it was Nelson who was in charge of that. No way.
Demanded from the emancipatory forces, demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries. He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence.
Like here, oh, he's so slimy. He said that, he prefaced that by talking about necklacing. The ANC did not condone necklacing. Most of the victims of necklacing were other black people, by the way, who were considered traitors. It's not like Mandela. It's not like Mandela was a fucking proponent of necklacing. Winnie was a Winnie was a bit wacky. Oh god, but now he's going on to like
violence. He said, how can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put
why necklacing? Why did you start it with necklacing? You fuck.
Talking
point my god.
As a way to get me to denounce violence.
Mandela was not like Hamas, Hasan. Mandela was not like Hamas. He was actually very fucking different. Mandela wanted peace, reconciliation, and nation building, not evictions, expulsions, and executions, okay? Bro.
We've made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated, that you have... what
do you mean, Mandela didn't want to behead babies? Mandela, I don't think any babies have been beheaded. I think 40 babies is a not confirmed by anyone. We know that babies died, okay, but 40 and beheaded, that's not... That was like one journalist was told that by an IDF guy. It's not... that's all I've heard about that. Zach with $5. It's just depressing watching Hasan waffle like this while Ethan refuses to take off the kid gloves. Oh shit. I just wish people knew about the fucking neck. Oh god. He started with necklacing. And now everyone in his chat is thinking that Mandela was when Mandela didn't condemn violence. Did Varoufakis... Fuck.
You have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions. At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great.
This is why when people don't elaborate and specify what they mean by violence, it just justifies anything. Now, why would you condemn Hamas if you believe this though? If you think necklacing was what Mandela endorsed, then that's not too different from what Hamas did.
Was more significant than the violence that that the horrifying violence, even those that, of course, civilians were subjected to. Because if I were to ask you today, what's worse, the violence towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa or the violence of the apartheid regime, you would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but in Algeria, no, they.
Oh, now we're on to Algeria.
Brutal stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid. So
Yes.
hold up. How many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking
No,
matters.
but like, yeah,
God, he
exactly.
needs to-
But
no,
the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this, and and if you don't make any concessions, if you treat the secular Palestinian Authority like they're garbage and then use them as a part of your security, your surveillance state, and have them be seen as
Algeria and South Africa are completely different fucking situations as well. Yeah.
collaborators with the Israeli government that is currently imprisoning.
If you guys want to know what necklacing is, it's when you take a tire, because for some reason there were loads of tires lying around in South Africa. It's like a thing. You soak it in gasoline, squeeze it around their shoulders and arms, and then set it on fire. That's necklacing. If you want to have a look for yourself, you can actually look at what a necklacing survivor looks like if you want. If you're that kind of weirdo. But yeah.
And defending the settlers, like you said, the fundamentalist religious freaks in the West Bank, then of course Palestinians that are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Well, this is our two-state solution. This is our peaceful coexistence. That like,
why does he?
We're losing our homes. We're getting bullied in our own neighborhoods. We have dudes from Brooklyn and Long Island coming in and being like, this is my house now. Like, if you see that as your peaceful coexistence as a pathway forward, you are inevitably radicalizing people to react to that in more and more violent ways. And
that Long Island guy was such a piece of shit. Oh, God. Z, thanks for the $50. Hope you're taking care of yourself. I'm trying. I just feel so... I don't know why I'm doing this. Like, I think it was entertaining for a bit to cover the Hasan stupidity, but it's also just really, it's frustrating. Like, he's not even being that bad, to be honest. He's being silly. And he's behaving like someone who shouldn't be the biggest political streamer on Twitch ever, but it's, I feel like there's bigger fish to fry right now. I wanted to cover the Ben Shapiro thing because, oh God, I'm going to get so triggered. Ben Shapiro is the most triggering motherfucker on this topic, but like, I guess Hasan saying we condemn violence, but also there was necklacing in South Africa and Mandela was violent. And when they asked him to condemn violence, he said, no, I won't. And it's like, why would you start that with necklacing? Why would you lead in with fucking necklacing? The thing that Mandela actually was against. God damn it. Oh. Ben Shapiro is awful in Israel-Palestine. He is a liar. He's racist. Like, people say he's racist against Black Americans. I don't know how
many people did he murder?
much I've seen of that. I've seen a bit of indication. But for Arabs, Ben Shapiro is just a full-on fucking racist. Like, he thinks they're subhuman. That's the only explanation for the way he talks about Israel-Palestine.
How many people did he murder?
And we have covered a lot of
taking care of yourself.
And I'm also maybe a little bit disappointed with the fact that like the kind of like left-leaning people are doing a very good job, I think, at calling out the left-wing Hamas supporters. But I feel like the anti-Arab sentiment is not really being kind of let off the hook almost. And that's maybe a problem. Like, it's either just being ignored or it's being like, I don't know if if anyone's supporting it who I would expect not to, but yeah, fuck. By who? Oh, it's just people aren't talking about it, are they? I haven't watched much of Destiny streams recently, but I don't think I've seen any, like, I've seen lots and lots and lots of concern about the anti-Semitic violence that's like on the way up, or the rhetoric and all that. I don't think he's talked much about the anti-Arab stuff. Vosh, has he spoken about it? The others like Dylan, I don't know, but I just feel like I'm just going through Twitter and I'm not seeing that much of it. You should watch more Destiny streams. Okay. I'm busy. President Sunday has. Yeah, but I want someone I don't want it's okay, it's good that he's doing it. But I want more than President Sunday doing it. Fuck. Anyway. Oh, we have to go to Wick panel, guys. We gotta go Wick panel. Dustin reacted to Ben today. He called him stupid. Well, thanks for the $2, Lithix. I really appreciate that. Well, maybe we'll do the same. Destiny's too spiteful to take the anti-Arab side. I don't think he's going to take the anti-Arab side. It's just, I feel like there hasn't been as much commentary in my immediate view, like in social media and like in my circle, of the anti-Arab response from Israeli sympathizer. Yeah. Just haven't seen enough of that yet, I don't think. Anyway, I'm going to take a bathroom break. What do you think about Sunday soying out on Twitter? It was dumb. Yeah. I don't even know what you're referring to, but if he was soying out on Twitter, it was probably dumb. I think I might need a bathroom break before we start. I think I do. I've seen multiple people saying to glass Gaza. Yeah, erase Gaza. There was a lot of that. There was some of that, I think, in Destiny's Kick Chat, I think. But yeah, not too good. Not too good either. Okay. I'll leave this for later, though. But for now, I will put on someone else's video. No. I think the stream is a bit too big now to be stealing content, to be, just feels maybe a bit unethical. 1,700 viewers we had. That's insane, chat. What the fuck? All right, I'll be back in a minute. Hello. Fuckers.
Highlander bucks. Speak of the devil, there's one of them. Just waiting on the rest. Wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah. It would be in my wallet by the front.
You're muted on your end, Mr. Lunner. Mr. Box or Mr. Lunner? Which do you prefer?
I'm setting myself up. Don't worry. Relax. Don't be too excited, okay?
I'm full of energy, okay? I have youthful exuberance. Don't shame me for that.
Okay.
Wick was a Julius Caesar in another life.
Okay. We'll give him another minute, then we'll go live. I'll start the intros and stuff. Oh, there he is. Okay. We're just waiting on 2 more now, but I think I'm probably going to go live now and they can there one. And Stardust can get here when she gets here. We say we're gonna start at 6. I like to start as close to 6 as possible. So that's what we're gonna do. I'll say hi to my guests, I'll introduce the topic, and then we'll get into it, gang. I know this is probably going to get passionate. It's probably going to be a lot of back and forth.
Thanks for the
but
$1,
I
Lucy.
just try to give each other room. Try to at least be respectful. This is kind of a serious topic. And any questions before we go live?
No, am I good or are we good?
You're good. Dylan, can you say something so I make sure we can actually hear you?
1, 2, 3.
Boom.
How do I move?
Beautiful. Okay.
Can I move myself?
With
I don't
that,
know if I can
let's get
I?
this show on the road.
If anyone knows, tell me the command, please.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues serious and silly, cultural and political. Today, we are going to be talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. On October 7th was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Hamas broke in to Israel and killed over 1,200 civilians, massacring them. We're going to talk about the path forward, Israel's response, Netanyahu, and the failure of intelligence. We're going to talk about the responses to this conflict, both from the Israeli and Palestinian side, as well as the international side. And we're going to talk about like the origins and maybe a path forward. There's a lot to get in here. There's a lot of it's a heavy topic. So I just asked the people in my chat to try to be a little respectful of people who disagree with you. We're going to be a little heavier handed on the moderation than we normally are. But yeah. Okay, and with that, I'm going to let my guests introduce themselves, give a brief, concise opening statement on their thoughts here, and we'll just go from there. And we're going to start with Ali. Go ahead, please. Who are you? What do you think, etc.?
Yeah, so I'm just here to offer maybe a slightly different perspective. Something I have family that are overseas that are currently dealing with the situation. I've dealt with the situation a little bit personally. I am an American. I just want to be able to show that you can condemn like civilian violence while also still showing your support for Palestine. And just that showing support for one doesn't show support for the other. But this is a serious topic. We should be able to discuss it, calmly. Don't want to make too many jokes and memes about it, but it's going to happen. But other than that, I'm just here for the discussion.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to come on and share your thoughts and stories and experiences. I'm very curious to see what you have to say. Counterpoints, what you got?
Yeah, so my name's Connor. I'm pretty centrist. I have pretty heavy sympathies on the right. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K and Counterfire. I do political commentary. And what I would say is I probably land somewhere in there, but I think we can understand that through occupation and settlement, Israel is creating the conditions through which like Palestinians are, revolting. But I also don't think that we should ever condone or cheer on the events that have happened in the past like 72 hours. I also think that Hamas's goals are not going to be fulfilled unless their desire was suicide, because I think that the international community is basically going to support Israel effectively annexing Gaza, keeping it under military control for the next 20 or 30 years, if not deport everybody to the West Bank. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Dylan, what's your thoughts?
So I really feel like, especially on this platform, not especially on this platform, but on a lot of platforms on social media, but here as well, just seeing the initial statements come out, a lot of people showed their ass. A lot of people showed, I think, either some inner problems in their head or underlying bigotries that they're now revealing to the world. That is really disgusting. The first thing I want to say is, of course, no matter which side it is, you never deliberately target civilians. In trying to paint civilians as criminals, or trying to paint civilians as combatants, or trying to tie them in some way to the state that allows you to target them and kill them, is the tactics of some of the most brutal regimes in history, and is not a tactic you want to see repeated either by the Israeli government or by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Syrian Social National Party, or Hezbollah. Any of these parties, the IDF, Mossad, none of them can do that. And anybody tolerating that, in my opinion, sympathize with terrorist acts. And I think they should be either laughed out of the platform, laughed off the platforms that display that type of dialogue, and completely boxed out of society. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Netanyahu's whole argument for being prime minister was just shattered. He, for the last decade, has made his case that he can manage the occupation. He can allow it to exist in perpetuity, and by making this the iron wall, quote unquote, that's what Benny Gantz called it, in the Gaza Strip, and upping the technology, they can make this conflict and the occupation able to be manageable forever. That is obviously not the case. The Israeli Mossad had a massive intelligence failure, and now, as we talked about, we have the deadliest day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. You should not want to manage this situation in perpetuity. You want to find a solution to the situation, one that allows everyone to live in coexistence in a general form of peace. No one has to love each other. No one needs to necessarily love everybody across the border, but people need to not kill each other. Kill everybody. You don't want to go. You want to have Hamas wanting to cross the border, or if they do try to cross the border and the occupation is over, the support amongst Palestinians is going to drastically go down. We saw with the ISW reporting, I think a few months before the Hamas crossed the border and did this operation, they were saying that 65% of Palestinians did not support breaking the ceasefire with Israel. There is not general support amongst the majority of Palestinians for the actions of Hamas, but the more slaughtering that continues within Gaza, the more you will push people to that solution. Just as the more terrorist attacks that are done in Israeli society, the same thing, contrary. But there needs to be a long-term solution to the issue, and I only see the end of the West Bank's occupation as that solution, and a long-term end to the blockade, as well as Iran stopping the funding of Hezbollah and Hamas.
We'll talk about if that's a realistic solution now as we go. Yeah, we'll get into it. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
One last thing, I am also pretty sick, so if I'm more quiet today, that's why. I just wanted to.
I understand. All good. Loner.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox, video essayist and part-time streamer. I think this is probably the worst I've ever seen the internet. I had really hoped that people on the left, at least, like the lower information ones, would maybe change their tune a bit now that they actually realize what Hamas is. And the result was the complete opposite. There are people supporting it. There are people simping for it. There are people trying to say that there are no Israeli civilians. So that's kind of gross. I'm also seeing a lot of otherwise fairly decent and liberal people trying to suddenly flipping over to the idea of glassing Gaza, of ethnically cleansing the population because they are, I guess, just too ungovernable. I think a lot of the polling data is maybe quite revealing. It seems to be the case that the overwhelming majority of Israelis are blaming Netanyahu for what happened. He is not a security leader anymore. He will never get that reputation again. He expanded the settlements. He stretched the IDF thin. His judicial reforms led to a lot of dissent within Israel, and that led to the IDF being kind of short on staff. I think he admitted in 2019 that he was okay with allowing Qatari funds to enter Gaza, knowing that it would go to Hamas because Hamas would counterweight the PLO, the PA. He wanted that because he has never wanted peace. He has never supported a Palestinian state. He has actually led protests against it since the 90s, very vicious protests. And obviously Hamas are the same. They don't want peace. They want to obliterate Israel and free Palestine of all the Jews. So I think these guys need to go. What happens after this with this siege on Gaza and following, I have no idea. But I would maybe advise people that maybe just because you don't have a solution immediately, I'm hearing a lot of like ethical ethnic cleansing proposals or ethical apartheid proposals, usually at the expense of Palestinians. I feel like if you don't know, you should just say you don't know. It's okay. But yeah, we'll see where it goes.
We will see where it goes. Thank you for being here, Loner. I really appreciate you, and yeah, we'll see what goes on going forward. Omar, what do you got?
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar. I'm from the Third Rail. I'm an Arab American, and I live in New York. My view is different. How does a people who are under oppression, under occupation for 75 years and 56 years, their land is sealed? How do you fight? Who's a terrorist and who's a freedom fighter? If the Jewish underground from 1938 to 1948 blew up hotels, blew up the King David Hotel, blew up civilian facilities to get the British out of then Palestine, were they freedom fighters or were they terrorists? Now, what you have here in Palestine is there is only 22% left. What's the original Palestine? The Israelis are not sure what they want from the Palestinian. They don't want the two-state solution because they're building settlements on Palestinian land, almost 700,000 since the peace process started. And they don't want the two-state solution, and they don't want the one-state solution because they fear they're going to be a minority in a Jewish state. So, what is the objective of Israel? What does Israel want? Forget about what Hamas wants. We want to know, what does the Jewish state wants? Do you want the one-state solution, live under one state, under constitution and democracy, or do you want the two-state solution that was supposed to happen from the peace process? But you're building settlements every day. You have people who come from Brooklyn, from Canada, from New York. They read something in the Torah or whatever. They said they have to go and live in the land of Moses, and they kick the Palestinians out, and they are colonializing the land, kicking them off their land, have settlement. If you go to the West Bank, forget about Gaza. You have these Jewish settlements that are caved in by walls. They have their own roads. They have 80% of the water sources. They have everything, while the Palestinians are living in ghettos, which is a remnants what the Jewish went through in Poland when they were living in ghettos in Europe. What happened to the Jews in Europe, they put it into practice toward the Palestinian. Now, why did Hamas react why did Hamas pick the October day of 7? Give me some time, guys. 50 years ago.
Briefly, we do have
okay,
to get
I'm sorry. Okay, 50 years ago, on October 6th, Egypt declared war on Israel on the Yom Kippur War. Why did Egypt do it? Because Egypt, Sinai was under occupation. Nobody was negotiating with the Egyptian. So the Egyptians said, if we hurt the Israeli army and show them that we're still here, they'll be able to negotiate. That was the only thing. That was a cry for help. When they came out the border, okay, the Jewish state is making peace with all the Arab countries, but they're not making peace with the people they have issue with, the Palestinian, their neighbors. This is the problem. And everybody knows that Netanyahu is a war criminal. He helped fund Hamas. Hamas is funded by the Israeli government. Go look it up. I'm not saying, you have to just Google it. It was funded and strengthened in order to...
last
okay.
statement, because we got to get it.
All right, we're going to go, when we're going through the show, we're going to go through that. We're going to show you how Hamas was funded and strengthened by Netanyahu, and we have Netanyahu on record saying that the only way to thwart Palestinian state is to string Hamas against the Palestinian Authority. Go ahead.
Okay, Stardust, welcome. Brief, concise opening statement. Then I want to get to the actual meat of this. I want to get to the discussion. So go ahead.
Okay. Just to, I guess, give my perspective on this, I am pro-Palestine, but I'm very middle ground. I don't think that it is fair to expect people after 70 years of this conflict who live in Israel to just move away because all they know is Israel is their home. I don't think that what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza or really the West Bank is particularly fair or nice. Obviously, very bad conditions. However, the attacks by Hamas have been completely unjustified and completely atrocious, to be quite frank. And I'm not quite sure what the solution is in this situation. I used to be like pro two state. I'm not sure if that's even possible. I think even if they had maybe started Israel, and I know this is not what the Israelis wanted initially, but if they had made Israel like initially like maybe a secular nation founded upon Jewish values, and maybe like integrated Palestinians, I don't know if that would be something that they could do. It's definitely not something they can do today, because it would just result in massive bloodshed. Um, yeah, that's kind of like my stance on this whole thing. So yeah.
We'll get into it. I guess my first question, because I've heard this a couple times, right? Lonerbox mentioned it. Like the only way to end this is to end the occupation of Gaza. After the Hamas attacks, do we think that's a reasonable thing anymore? I mean, how do we convince the Israeli people to let the people of Gaza out when they saw what happens when you let the people of Gaza out, right? Like,
Is that a
Was
question to
that
everybody
really
or?
what
to
They
everyone,
didn't let
or
them
this
out.
is
They forced
open, like
themselves out,
open
right?
discussion, right?
was that
I,
was that really letting them out so much as Hamas really taking it upon themselves to break in and commit horrible crimes? I don't know if that's really letting them out, right? Again, the Palestinians are in between a rock and a hard place, right? You've got Hamas on one side, who is also tied in with a lot of infrastructure in Palestine, and then you've got Israel on the other side, who, frankly, for good reason, probably doesn't want like much to do with that because Hamas is involved, right? And even if you look at surrounding Middle Eastern countries, they in general have a pretty low um, uh, a low opinion of Hamas as well. So yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying, no one's seriously expecting Israel to just lift the blockade on Gaza anytime soon. What people might be expecting is that if they go in there and actually do weaken Hamas to the point that they can't govern anymore, you can look at polls again. Even there was a poll done in July this year that the majority of Gazans were not happy with Hamas. Hamas were losing popularity. That's actually one of the reasons they might have done this, was to gain support. It seems that 70% of them actually wanted the PA to send officials and security to administrate back there again. So if it's possible to, one potential future could be that, like, if Hamas are out of the way and PA can come back to Gaza, then there can actually be room for a negotiating party across the West Bank and Gaza, because that split has been what's hurt the Palestinian cause for so long. And then it would also mean someone more reasonable has to lead Israel as well. But I don't, unless anyone's saying that Israel should just go in there and lift the wall on the blockade like tomorrow.
what
Mas,
what confuses me a little bit about this is the government on the ground in the West Bank, at least for the areas that are not occupied, is Fatah controlled territory. It's not controlled by Hamas. And so, talking about ending the occupation in the West Bank, if that deal was made between Fatah and Israel, or they were able to come to some compromise, or some other party besides Hamas was able to come to some compromise, whether it be the PLO or whatever it would be, I feel like that would be something that could really undercut Hamas's argument that the Jews need to be basically pushed into the sea for there to ever be peace, for Palestinians to ever live in peace, for them to ever have a thriving society. But I also don't think the Israeli government is going to be willing to make those compromises, because the Israeli government is dominated by far-right lunatics like Benjamin Netanyahu, who's got fascists like Ben Gvir whispering in his ear.
okay. The whole idea is the question is not whether Israel will give the Gaza the right to a free state. It's the only choice they have. Dylan here, he talked about FET, who control the West Bank. You know that the Israeli government hasn't spoke to them since 2014. The reason they strengthened Hamas was so they could weaken Fatah. So they wanted to create the idea of the divide and conquer. Hamas was just a social organization. They used to give food and medication to people. Then it became a political movement. And then was deliberately strengthened by Israel, and Israel let it grow. You think Israel would let a movement like that grow to this point if they didn't benefit from them as being to divide the Palestinians? Israel has a dilemma. They want the land, but there's a problem. There's people living on that land. These are not native Indians who are running around chasing buffalo. These are people with a modern state. What do you do with 7 million Palestinians? You can't get rid of them. Even when Netanyahu said, well, you guys should leave Gaza before we come in. His whole idea was that they could leave to Egypt and become refugees in Egypt and never come back. It's all about ethnic cleansing. The state of Israel has been ethnically cleansing the Palestinians for 75 years. There's no other choice about it. The only solution is not complex. It's not complicated. There's a problem. Just give the Palestinian their state under the 1967 borders. Case closed. And you could build a wall from all the way to the sky, and you could close the Palestinians off in their own country. Then if they violate that wall, then we're all going to be against the Palestinians. But to seal Gaza and deprive them even of construction materials for 16 years, the people who are fighting today with Hamas were not even born yet when Gaza was sealed. Gaza is an open-air prison, according to the United Nations, according to Israeli ex-intelligence chief, according to Beit Salam, a Jewish organization, according to Amnesty International, according to Human Rights Watch. Israel is an apartheid state. It is moving toward an apartheid state. They're making new laws. Even inside Israel, they're making laws to make Israel a Jewish state and to compromise the 20% of Israeli Arabs who are citizens of Israel and recognize Israel as their state. It's a problem. It's a dilemma. What do you want? One state solution? Two-state solution? Or do you want a Holocaust of the Palestinians?
What do we do with the people, even if we did that, right? Even if we went back to the 1967 borders, what do you do with the people who were born, the Israelis who were born on the land that compromises those borders?
I mean,
right?
the same thing you've been doing to the Palestinians that were born on the land, move them out and put them back in the place that is theirs, right?
Is that what you want to happen?
No,
personally, I would love for like a one-state solution under Palestine. That's not going to happen. I have to live in a world of reality, right? So the only reality I see forward is a two-state solution, to which case, yes, the Israelis would have their own land and the Palestinians would have their own land. They'd have to live in peace. But then that would mean that the Israelis would have to go back to the land that is deemed theirs, and the Palestinians can have their land back. Yeah.
You want to remove 500,000 settlers from? You're saying you want to move 500,000 settlers from the West Bank?
I mean, didn't they move the people, the original people, out of there? So, like, yeah.
But I'm asking you if two roads. Well, the people in West Bank didn't do that, right? Their ancestors did that. So.
What are you talking about? It's only 30 years since the last 30 years these settlers came. Most of these settlers are not even Israeli citizens. They're American citizens, Canadian citizens. They're not even Israelis. They're Jewish fanatics who came from all over the world to settle the promised land.
So
they're not even Israeli citizens.
My understanding of when it comes to arrangements with settlements, I don't think any serious actor is saying that 500,000 settlers can be cleared out of the West Bank. I think what tends to happen in these peace talks is that they negotiate a land swap, right?
Well, listen, the
Am I wrong about
started,
that? Like,
no, hold on. The peace process started in 1989. That's almost 40 years ago. It hasn't gotten the Palestinians anything. And you're wondering why they're fighting back, why they're becoming violent, what do you want them to do?
There's nothing to do with what I asked you. I thought that serious actors, when it comes to negotiating a two-state solution, tend to talk about land swaps rather than trying to force out 500,000 people. Because Israel never agrees to removing 500,000 people from the West Bank, right?
I have an idea. These Jews could live under a Palestinian state. That's it.
I'm not sure Palestinians want them. I'm not sure Israelis want them there. Yeah.
No, they're gonna want it. No problem. We have no issue. We live. With
I don't even think.
Hold on. We live with the Jews for thousands of years. Arabia was the place that saved the Jewish people from the Inquisition, from the European program. We lived together in perfect harmony, neighbors in Yemen, in Egypt,
Nothing ever
and every place.
happened that was
Yeah,
bad
but then
to
they
the
were all
Jewish people.
expelled in the early 20th
They
century.
were not expelled. They were called to the promised land. I'm from Yemen.
No, a lot of them were
I'm from
expelled.
Yemen. We had the largest Jewish people living in our country. We lived in peace, no problem. We still have land there.
Why do
Nobody
you
even
think
touches
they all?
it
Why do you
today.
think the Jews all chose to leave Yemen?
Because they wanted to create a. If you had the Jews
All
had
of
a
them at
dilemma.
the same time.
They had
all
a land.
agreed.
They had a land, but they had no people to fill it. Half the Yemeni kids were kidnapped when they went to Israel. I want people to Google Yemeni children kidnapped by the Israeli authorities. They stole the kids. The Yemeni kids were Jewish because they don't look like the European. What are you talking about? We lived in perfect harmony. There's no issue with the Jewish people. There will never be. We believe in the same thing. We believe most of our religion comes from.
Do you not think it's a bit of a? Do you think it's a bit of a coincidence that the Yemeni population got out of Yemen in 1950, like a year after a blood libel case?
I don't know what you're talking about. It was called Operation Magic Carpet.
But yeah, but a year before Operation Magic Carpet, there was a blood libel case. It's not a surprise that Jewish people would probably want to leave and go somewhere. It's not like it's not like the average person gets offered to go to a different state where their ethnic group is just for a change of scenery, and they all say yes. They had the option to stay. They chose not to because there was a lot of anti-Semitism. They were not living in peace and harmony. There were pogroms in Aden in the 40s. Yeah, of course.
Where program? Where the program? You lost your head or what?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, I'm from Yemen. There's still Jews in Yemen.
After the partition vote, there was a pogrom where 82 Jewish people died.
That's in Europe. That's a European thing. Your European.
Do you think pogroms didn't happen in the Middle East, in Iraq, Algeria,
Never.
Yemen?
They lived in perfect harmony.
Okay, so you're not engaging. Wick, this guy's gone. This guy's a denier.
The biggest merchant in the Islamic Empire of the Ottoman Empire were all Jews.
It's okay. You've lost us. Yeah, okay, you've lost us. It's fine.
Let's let Dylan, if you want to try, you may, and if counterpoints.
Dylan is half asleep today. Go ahead, Dylan.
I mean, this is kind of bizarre. How is it that all these different Arab nations invaded Israel multiple times, attacked Israel multiple times, putting aside the morality or the geopolitics behind these wars? Do you think during that period, if you were a Jew living in those countries, you'd be able to live in that country peacefully with your compatriots and that there would be no violence directed towards you? Or if like Jews would be able to like freely move to like Bathist, Iraq?
Can I answer that, please, quick and fast?
Sure.
The Jewish population in Egypt, Mossad used to bomb movie theaters where Jews used to go in order to scare them to go back to Israel. Look it up. I'm not making this stuff up.
Completely avoided my question entirely.
No, I'm telling you because they never left.
Do you think that the Israel just scared all the Jews into coming to Israel and there was no like anti-Semitism in the region whatsoever?
Let's talk about the wars. You said the Arabs attacked Israel. In 1956, Israel attacked Egypt.
I'm not asking about the geopolitics. I'm asking about the environment for Jews, for human
made
beings
a claim
living in these countries.
Hold on. Let's address the claim of the war. You said these Arab
they did invade Israel, or they tried to invade Israel. They failed.
Let me tell you that the 1956 France and England attacked Egypt. Israel joined in. 1967, Israel did a surprise attack on Egypt. The only war that was started by the Arabs was in 1973. 1948, you can't count them. Most of the Arab armies were under British generals. They were under the colonial rule. There was no Arab country. The only Arab country was Egypt. That was probably.
I mean, the problem is that you're denying Arab attacks on Jews. Like you're denying pogroms in
Yemen
was no
attack.
And in Iraq. Do you think was the Hebron massacre real? 1929.
Yeah, 1920, of course, it was instigated by the British. Yeah, of course.
That's so the Hebron massacre, that was real, right? The killing of Jews, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the whole.
Why do you think that's real, but you don't think the pogroms in Yemen are real?
Because they were right instigated by the British.
They were right after the UN partition, so you can just say it was a reaction, but it did happen.
Okay, did the Jewish and Palestinians fought together against the British? Didn't they fight together?
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the pogroms in Yemen.
You want to avoid it. There is no program in Yemen. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're looping.
What are you talking about? Can you give us some?
Let's reset a little bit.
Give us some proof.
Yeah, sure.
No, let them give us some proof. No, they make things up as they go. 40 children were beheaded. 40 babies. It was all a lie.
I've never said 40 children were beheaded, but I'll get you.
I'm lying. You are liars. I'm from Yemen.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
Nobody brought up the babies. You're rambling at no one.
Yeah, and
Because
we
this is the
didn't bring up the babies at
propagandist.
all.
He's saying there's a
Loner
program.
Box has not said anything about dead
Can you give
babies.
me-
Anyway,
You're the one
sorry,
bringing up dead babies.
coming back to the
man.
original point about borders, I feel like the outposts probably need to go. They're small enough that they can go. There are settlements that are small enough to go. But I think generally, I don't think there's ever been like a major, like the big sticking point when it comes to peace negotiations in the past has not generally been the borders. It's usually been like Jerusalem or right of return or security, right? I don't think you need to like advocate for deporting 500,000 settlers because that's
Do you
kind
think
of difficult, right?
Palestinians should Palestine have the right to return to their homes?
I think it should be recognized. Its implementation will have to be negotiated. Yeah.
On what terms? On what terms?
I don't think there should be any lid on it. I don't believe in symbolic right of return. I believe that it'll probably be easier for people to move to West Bank and Gaza, to a Palestinian state, because that's probably where they'll want to go. As for ones in Israel, I think Israel is obligated to allow them to return. But I also think I would go with Arafat's proposal from Camp David, where he was willing to acknowledge Israel's demographic concerns because they would never have it otherwise. And there can be reparations and repatriation in exchange instead for
Can you
those ones.
vision a one state solution? I think that's the best solution, honestly.
From now,
with the demographic
I
concerns
feel
that he just
so.
said.
I tend not to. So I tend to not
This
to
is the
go
problem.
with. So I mean, ideologically, the idea of a binational one state is that's what I'd prefer. But I'm also going to acknowledge that there has to be like a million different things that would have to happen between now and then. I can't even, in a world where there's not been a peace process for 20 years, if we're saying one state solution, the amount of things that happen in between then, that's already unpredictable. So even like, I think bickering over 1 and 2 state solution is kind of like ridiculous. I think right now it's like policies, settlements and stuff like that.
We're getting into the weeds. We're getting into the weeds, and I want to kind of reset this. I guess I'll start by asking some simple questions, right? Does anyone think that what Israel, Netanyahu, is doing now to Gaza in retaliation for these attacks is justified? And if not, what would you have them do instead? Nothing? How does Hamas need to go? Yes or no?
Yeah,
it's not justified. It's not justified, but it seems to be that this is like how the rules of engagement happen over there. We keep trying to claim like one side is terrorists and the other side is non-terrorists or defenders, when that's just simply not the case. People on the ground that are Palestinians, Arab, whatever you want to see Israel, the Israeli government and the IDF as terrorists just as much as the Israelis see Hamas as terrorism. So, like, can they not retaliate? No, they're going to retaliate. Is it justified? I mean, at this point, I honestly don't like the argument of whether or not like terrorism is justified. That's just what happens over there. So you just pick a side at this point.
Yeah, so there's this quote, just so I can jump in for a minute. We keep talking about like just or moral or correct or right versus what's going to happen. And so basically like there's this quote from like the Athenians or whatever. It's like the weak tolerate what they must and the strong do as they will. And that's basically what's going to happen. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that you said 1,100 dead Israeli civilians. I think that this is going to be their miniature 9/11. I think they're going to be saying never forget, the same way that Americans said never forget about 9/11. I think this will justify the next like 2 to 3 decades of policy. I think at minimum, you're looking at a military occupation of Gaza. I think you're seeing the prohibition of Hamas. I think you're seeing anybody who associates with Hamas being hunted and killed. I think you're probably seeing the military occupation for the next 20 or 30 years, and how much they decide to do nation building, where they actually build up infrastructure and a civilian government and all that kind of stuff, is going to be dependent on the relationships that are born of that conflict. And then finally, like I said, like I wouldn't be surprised if they straight up ethnically cleansed it. And that's kind of like, it's weird because the empowered man and I, we almost agree that the goal is like Israel tried to back the Palestinians into an impossible corner, so they would lash out in a certain way, so they would have a moral pretext to do what they want. And that, I mean, you can describe it that way, but now Israel has the pretext. So what you want kind of doesn't matter.
I also don't like the framing of the question like how can Israel not retaliate? Because when people say that the Palestinians are retaliating for the years of oppression that happened, everyone goes, well, that was the past. This is something that happened now, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But then when we talk about Israeli retaliation, it's all willy-nilly. So I just don't like that idea.
Can I suggest a more meaningful question, Wick?
And I'll ask the question. What's
look,
the ratio? Hold on,
Omar,
one
stop,
second.
please.
Okay,
Stop.
I just want to ask the
Stop.
question. Okay.
I understand, but this idea that this question is meaningless. I don't think it's I don't think that's true, and I want to push back on that for a moment.
You don't know what I'm going to suggest, though.
I don't know what you're going to suggest.
So I don't have to.
You can. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm going to say that as far as what we want with that, I feel like it's inevitable that there's going to be a ground invasion, that they're probably not going to stop until Hamas is gone because they don't want a repeat of 2006 in Lebanon. It's what happens after that. And what I think happens after that and what is needed to happen for a really long fucking time is that Israel cannot do this by themselves. They can't just have progressives like holding their hands and expecting them to someday vote in like a leader who actually is committed to peace, like a new Rabin or something like that. They're not going to do it. I think if Israel occupies the West Bank, which they most likely will, I think it's on the rest of the world, like the rest of Israel's allies, to start
UN?
saying.
Are we talking NATO? Are
UN,
we talking America?
Mostly United States, European partners as well, to say that like what the way you've done things has not worked. What we need is for you to actually like to have a serious commitment to peace, or we're fucking you off. Like I think it has to come from the rest of the world. It can't just come from Israel. Like we can't expect them to do that.
I actually really agree with that. I think America needs to like really step up and make that a requirement.
So by requirement, just so I can get some clarity here, when you say that they're going to fuck off, what do you mean by that?
I'll give you a more practical one. Like, so say every time there's a UN vote on settlements, you've got like 190 countries condemning, and then Israel and America abstain or vote no, right? I think America can probably turn its back on Israel on those votes, right?
Why? Why would this happen? You keep saying should, but why would this happen now?
Because look what
times?
Israel has done with settlements. They've stretched their military thin. They're causing more problems for themselves. Israel is literally like digging its own grave by expanding those settlements into the West Bank. Like you realize that, right?
Washington is
no.
You don't think Israel's digging its own grave by expanding settlements?
Omar, hold on. I want to hear from Counterpoints and Lunderbox for a minute.
Okay.
No, I don't. They activated 300,000 troops. I don't think there's a competent military in the Middle East that could take on the Israeli military technologically. And even if they tried, the United States would back Israel, not their opponents. So
I don't think you know what my question is.
Well, no, I kind of. You can re-explain it to me, and I'll be happy to listen again.
Okay.
Again, this is falling under should versus what's going to, and like I'm okay with listening to moral arguments. As a matter of fact, I'll listen to them all fucking night if we need to. But like what I heard is there's probably going to be I think it's guaranteed at minimum there's a military occupation of Gaza. I think we're all probably on the same page with that. You're saying that it's possible that there's going to be a military occupation of the West Bank, where they're going to use this as a pretext to say, we can't let Palestinians manage their own affairs because when they do, they're going to create shit and then eventually they're going to come kill us. They'll use it as a pretext for the West Bank. And you're saying the international community needs to come together and say, whatever you're doing is not working, so we need to have some political influence on this project. I am saying that the United States and Israeli political momentum is never going to allow the international community to like coherently govern the West Bank.
First of all,
that's okay. I didn't say Israel was going to military occupy the whole of the West Bank, nor did I say that the international community should take it over themselves. I said that there should be a bit more, because right now, when it comes to something like settlements, I think it's a really obvious one, is Israel expands settlements into the West Bank. Half of Israelis don't want them to do that. No Palestinian wants them to do that. The American government wags their finger and says, this is a huge obstacle to peace, and then they just do it and they vote with them in the UN. I think at least withdrawing that support in the UN votes on settlements, that's a start. That's a really obvious thing that America should be doing that they're not.
What do you think the chances of that happening are?
I feel like
of the United States doing what you suggested.
Okay, so just for that one thing, there's been some indication before now that Biden has been a lot less vocally supportive of Israel than previous presidents. That seems to have been the case, and Netanyahu's been quite frustrated by that. That's changed now, but and that the reason for that is because for the last 2 years, more Democrat voters have been supportive of Palestinians than Israelis. That's never happened before. I don't think we're that far away from seeing like a shift in narrative that just at least condemns settlements in the UN. That's just like one really obvious thing.
Wait, after this,
this is
that trajectory is going to continue.
No, but it depends on what happens to Gaza, right? Like, because I don't know what the fuck Israel's going to do to Gaza that might like set their popularity back. And again, Netanyahu
True.
is taking the blame for this, and he is the settlements guy, right? So
First of all, I think Washington is under occupation by Israel. That's the first thing. Once we free Washington from the
Oh
occupation,
God.
hold on. It is under occupation by APEC and the lobbyists and money. We
Based.
got your back. Instead of sending diplomat to stop the war, to stop the violence, they send a carrier to fight people on gliders. I don't send the. First, we need to free Washington from the occupation, from the Israeli lobbyist occupation. Once we free the legislative branch, then we go to the executive branch and we free them. Then they could act within the creed that America was made, that the right for people to live and pursue happiness. Right now, Washington is acting like a gang. We got your back. What kind of conversation? What kind of we got your back? You got your back so they could go kill the Palestinian women and children. Hamas is not Gaza. Hamas is just an organization that you built, that you gave money to, and you go Google it, and you that in order.
Omar, does Hamas need to be removed?
Of course, they need. There won't be no Hamas if there was a free country. There would not be Hamas. What resistant organization? They're not born out of thin air because they hate people. They are born out of necessity, like anything else. Like if you go to the 1930s,
Gaza, Hamas would go away. Is your position?
Well, they be part of the government. They be about they go and they get elected like every other government. They don't have no reason to be unarmed against Israel. If Israel is already within its borders, then it'll be an act of war if they are to attack Israel after Israel withdraws from the Palestinian territory. Right now, Hamas is part of the resistance. You want to call it a terrorist? You can call it. Washington lists anybody that they don't like as a terrorist organization just to please the lobbyists in Israel.
Do you think it's fair to call Hamas a terrorist organization after what they did?
I don't think it's fair. They already killed 2,300 from last night. 6 days, Israel has killed 2,300 Palestinians. I got the numbers right here: 463 children and 300 women. So, who's the terrorist here?
Do you think the
Come on?
do you think the nature of those attacks are the same?
That is state terrorism. Israel has been committing crime against the Palestinians for 75 years. In 2014, they killed 2,100 Palestinians, 561 children, and 300 women. Nobody even batted an eye. Because you know why? Because those are Arabs, they're worthless, they're Palestinians, they don't worth nothing. But a Jew, okay, hold on. Let's do the ratio. How much is one Palestinian worth to one killed Israeli? Can we give you 100 to 1? Okay, we'll kill 100 Palestinians. Okay, we'll kill no, just to please the media and have you guys.
I'm saying if you look at the casualty stats,
every Israeli, hold on, let me finish. For every Israeli is killed, we're gonna
briefly. Then we got to get counterpoints.
No, hold on. I'm gonna go to Gaza. For every Israeli that was killed, I'm gonna kill 100 Palestinians just to make it even. What's the ratio here? I mean, certain lives are worth more than others. Are we the children of God, all of us?
Okay.
Come on, people. I want to either give them liberty or give them death. That's it. Give them their freedom, man.
Counterpoints. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to describe this because basically, I don't like that I have to handhold people through like military Western morality or whatever, but I guess we have to do it. Okay. So what I would say is, up until the early 20th century, civilians were considered a part of the normal targets for war. So if you had like a civilian center that was supporting a nation during conflict, you were allowed to target them. So we did carpet bombing. That was very normal up until the 1940s. Also, it was very normal to have the sacking of cities after conflicts where people would get raped and murdered and executed and thrown in mass graves and all that kind of stuff. Since the 1940s, we have developed technologies like in the 1950s during the Korean War in the although that's actually an example of us using the old system where we effectively killed a third of North Korea using strategic bombing. Okay. Yeah. So we just killed the fuck out of everybody, right? In the 1970s, the United States and most Western powers developed precision bombing, and they also developed a moral system in which they didn't want to consider civilians as legitimate targets anymore. So since that point, what's happened is the Western world and the developed world have said that the only combat that should be taking effect is between combatants, people who are armed and actively participating in combat. So and this is also something that like came out of World War II because the desolation of, Europe was so bad that we decided that it was immoral to just target civilians for fun. So right now what you have is you're telling me that an airstrike in, let's use an apartment building as an example, There's a Hamas base in an apartment building. They do the knock on the roof. They set off an explosive. They say, escape the building or whatever. They airstrike it, and then that kills like 30 people or whatever, right? You're saying that's the same as Hamas taking armed riflemen, going door to door and shooting people in the face. For Western...
You have no
I
proof
mean,
of
No,
that.
counterpoint, finish your thoughts, and then
I saw the
Yeah.
videos, I saw the videos in Arabic. I'm gonna explain to you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, to finish the point,
Yeah.
shooting children and women in the face intentionally as a part of your policy is different than airstriking a military target and there being collateral damage. At least in the Western world, it is. And here's the thing: before you present your evidence, I'll be happy to listen to it, but frankly, I get a little frustrated with your perspectives. If I see civilian houses with 5 body bags and blood inside the room, I'm assuming the people inside the house got executed. So that's the evidence that I'm looking at. And then here's another thing. Hold on, because you've brought up this argument multiple times, so I want to preempt it. Every single time that an Arab has killed somebody, you have said that's because of the British mandate, or that's because of Israel, or that's because of the United States, or that's because of the geopolitics. Well, when do Arabs actually have responsibility for the guns that they're shooting into other people? As an example, in Iraq, was it the United States' fault that the Shiite and Sunni militias were killing the shit out of each other?
Yeah.
Or was it Shiite and Sunni militias that were killing the shit out of each other?
Yeah. It's the United States' fault because we
Oh,
destroyed
okay. So when Arabs kill each other, it's not their responsibility. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm going to tell you why, because I hate when people compare 600,000 Iraqi babies. No, but Saddam Hussein killed 5,000. Hold on, because we went in Iraq, we destroyed the infrastructure of Iraq. We got rid of the army, rid of the police, and created mayhem. There was no killing before you guys came there for the American.
That's fucking insane.
That's
Okay,
no.
can I-
Shias and Sunnis
Iraq
have
was
been-
under
Dylan,
Saddam
go for it,
Hussein.
They have
Dylan.
been fighting
Dylan, then
for.
start
That's
us.
a fucking
Okay, so
insane
I've
statement.
got
Dylan, then
I got
start
a
us.
few things I got to say. So the first thing is, Hamas 100% was murdering civilians in southern Israel. It's not up for debate. It's an unquestionable truth that they were doing that, and it's
Well,
not that surprising. Article 7 of Hamas's charter states, the day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." These aren't the fucking Boy Scout troop. They said what they were going to do, then they go into southern Israel and kill them. If the Russians said, "Hey, we're going to go kill civilians," and they go out and kill civilians, no one would be surprised. Hamas does it, no one should be surprised. That's the first thing. Omar, you talk a lot. It's my time to talk.
I would love
You
to.
just say
Second
all
thing
this.
is, Saddam Hussein killed hundreds of thousands of his own people, started a fruitless invasion of Iran that was bound to fail, killed hundreds of thousands of more people, genocided the Kurds, invaded Iraq, causing an international oil crisis, because he wanted to loot the country and execute the locals. He was a rat bastard, and I'm happy he's dead.
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's your opinion. Let's hold on first of all. Dylan, do you believe that Ukraine should be able to defend itself?
Absolutely.
Why can't the Palestinians do that?
They can attack his IDF tanks anytime they want. They have a right to.
Why aren't you
They're combatants. They're allowed to fight combatants. That's war.
Why don't you give them weapons to fight the Israeli occupation like you give in Ukraine?
Because Hamas will use the weapons to target civilians. The Ukrainian army has not shown that they do that
That's
systematically.
not an excuse. Why don't you?
Why is that not an excuse?
Support the
How is that not? I don't want to give guns to
excuse.
someone who's saying, "I'm going to go kill all the Jews." Like, I don't want to do that.
Nobody's
That's not
saying
my
kill all the
prerogative.
Jews. Nobody's saying kill all the Jews.
They said, let me read it again. The Jews will hide behind the rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him."
Okay, we don't have an Islamic state right now. Take it easy. I don't know where you learned
That's
that
what he
hadith
said.
from. All
I'm
right,
sorry,
take it
that's
easy.
what that's
Why do you cry?
Why
Why do you cry every
the
day?
reason why
Why do
Israel
you cry?
wanted
Why do you cry?
Hamas allowed Hamas's original the charity group it sprouted from to operate, because they wanted to work as a counterbalance against
how about
Fatah.
withdrawing
They
from their
knew that it was
country?
more radical and could help delegitimize the Palestinian cause. Why are we surprised that it's horrifically radical?
Why have they been sealed for 16 years without being able to breathe in an open air prison?
What the? You're not responding to anything I'm saying. You just said they're
Well,
not a
you're not
terrorist
making no
organization,
fucking
but they
sense. You're
engage in
talking about a
terrorism. That's
hadith.
all I'm
There's
saying.
a Jew behind a
I
rock.
want the
I don't give-
occupation to
But
end.
there's no
But don't
Jews
pretend
behind a rock.
Hamas are like great,
Well,
fantastic
okay,
guys. They're gonna go
well,
into southern Israel and hunt the babies.
Well, according to the Christian scripture, when Jesus comes, he's going to kill all the Jews. Should we match the death by death? You want to use scriptures here?
What the fuck are you talking? What?
Do we have
Okay,
Christian
okay.
That's what it
terrorists?
says.
Do we
That's
have
what it
terrorists
says.
You're just
running-
Oh
rambling.
well, I mean, the Christian says. Let's
Stardust
put all
and
the.
Ali.
Hold on,
Okay,
one more,
okay.
What the fuck
Do
one
we
more
have
thing.
Christian
The
terrorists
Christians are
running
saying put a.
into Israel and executing people the way that we have Hamas doing it?
Hamas was the
We
creation of
shouldn't be
Netanyahu. People, you
not
Talking about
you
Lebanon.
Wait,
you
People talking
so are they
created
good? Wait,
Hamas.
one
You
minute.
created them.
1 minute you're saying Hamas they have a right to defend themselves against the open air prison. The other hand, they're a creation of Israel. So are they a good thing or a bad thing?
Go read it out, man. I'm not lying
I'm
to you. They
asking
gave
you
them
then. Are
money.
they're either they're a
Which one
creation
is
of
it?
Israel, which would probably be bad, or they're defending themselves, which would be
every
good.
human being has every human being has the right to self-determination. Did they kill innocent people? Yeah, they're wrong. But did they kill soldiers? Yes. Was it a matter of trying to get attention for their cause? Yes, because nobody's talking to them. You're making
That's
peace
called
with all.
terrorism.
Hold on.
Do you think it was a good strategy?
Well, if you withdraw all your people from their land and you build a wall, whatever you want, and if they come into Israeli territories after that, I'd be the first one to they're piece of shit, they're
Okay.
terrorists. Okay.
Stardust, Ali, counterpoints. Go ahead.
Okay. One, I don't understand the citing of Christian scripture because we don't have a Christian version of Hamas running into Israel, committing atrocious war crimes. Secondly, if you are a pro-Palestine supporter, I feel like you shouldn't be justifying Hamas no matter what. Yes, Palestine has a right to self-determination. That doesn't mean they have the right to back up
It's a shame because I want to fight with
terrorist
hawks. Where are the
organization
hawks?
to
I
go
thought
and
Counterpoints was
rape
going to say crazy
people
shit.
and slaughter families. It makes the rest makes
They're not-
Palestine look like terrorists. If you
They don't
like,
rape.
do
They don't
you
rape.
want Palestinians to be like associated with terrorism? Are all
No.
Palestinians terrorists? No, they're not. We know that they're not.
I agree with you 100%. Nobody's saying that. Well, we're saying that it was a pressure cooker, Gaza. It was
It
bound to
doesn't
explode.
excuse it.
Oh,
Going
Omar.
after
but it was bound
civilians
to
is
it was bound to
inexcusable, and raping women, killing
By the way,
families, killing young children and families. There's no excuse. That is actually un-Islamic. Like, it's ridiculous. You know, they are making things worse for Palestinians.
You're not supposed to kill innocent people. According to Islam, you cannot kill a woman, a child, not even cut a tree. And according to Christian scripture, like you say, what do you think the Christian Zionists are trying to put all the Jews in Israel at one time? Because they want to bring about the rapture so they could say, okay, you're going to come Christian, we're going to kill you. If you want to use scriptures here,
Okay.
I don't think we should go there. Everybody know what's going on. Why are we lying to each other?
Let people in. We do got to let people in. Ali's
Okay,
been
let
waiting.
him in. I'm going to drink a cup of water and
Yeah,
relax.
Ali's been waiting.
But I
We're
just
gonna
want
let
you
Ali
how
go,
much
and then
how
we'll
much
let
is worth a
counterpoints.
Palestinian life? Somebody
I'm
answer me
sure
that.
you'll get your chance to respond, Omar. I promise.
So
Ali.
yeah, just like once again, we keep talking Palestinians, Hamas, terrorism, blah blah blah. Dylan brought up the Hamas charter, whatever. We do realize that Israel wants to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from their land as well. So once again, Stardust, Dylan, the whole thing. I understand Hamas is considered as terrorists, but that's the problem is that's all we paint them as, and that's the only people that get painted as that. When we say that Palestinians are retaliating, what are they retaliating to? The terrorism that is imposed on them. So if you guys want to keep using words like terrorism and you guys want to keep virtue signaling the deaths of the civilians in the whole spiel, I'm with it. But you have to give both sides. You have to give both sides the same argument. You have to say the same thing for both sides because understand that it's not a one.
Ali, you just did
virtue signaling. Okay, let me explain why I was saying that. Omar was saying that they aren't engaged in terrorism and that there wasn't evidence that Israelis were being massacred. That's what he said, and so
Thanks
that's
for the
what I was
$5
challenging.
skeptical
And
ninja.
the idea that it's ridiculous when Hamas's charter
Where did
says
Wick find
go
a
kill the
pro-Hamas
Jews.
version of
That's what I
CTV?
was challenging. I believe Israel needs to end the occupation of Palestinian land in the West Bank, and that's the only way you will end the pressure cooker that is the Gaza Strip and undermine Hamas's support. That's what I believe. I believe that Netanyahu is engaged in a revenge campaign, and you can see the leader of the Blue and White Party saying on TV, who's now started this unity government, when asked, what about the civilian casualties? Over half the population is under the age of 14. How dare you ask me about civilian casualty? That's insane. If the leader of Hamas said that, that'd be like posted on every major news channel in the West. I agree with you, but if he denies terrorism, you have to challenge him on that, or it's going to look like people just don't want to see what's right in front of them.
I agree with you 100%.
No, you gotta let Ali respond. Stop.
Yeah, it just
Omar,
seems
you
as
gotta
though
let
right
Ali
now,
respond. Ali was addressed.
the
Ali
rhetoric around the
respond.
world, the rhetoric around the world is very simple. If you stand with Palestine, you're
How
siding
many
with
people did he
Hamas,
murder?
which is siding with terrorism, which isn't true. That's just not the case. Same thing on the other side. People are standing with Israel, right? And right now there's the glassing of Gaza that's being proposed. They're not standing with terrorism. These are people that have their own self-interest, and then that's the people they're siding with. So yes, Palestinians are going to see Hamas attack as a resistance to the occupation that's happening. You have to see it in that way. We don't get like we're privileged enough as Americans to sit here and look at the terrorism and the civilians. It's like it's happening on both sides.
But that's the
If
problem
I
is like
can,
in one half we'll say that Hamas doesn't represent Palestinians, but then you were saying that Hamas, that this is Palestinians rising up. Like which one is it? It seems to be the case that
I'm saying it's both. I'm saying it's both. Hamas does represent the Palestinians. Unfortunately, right now in the way that it happens, attacks on civilians are just the way of the land. Like it's not even not that it should be, but that's what's happening on both sides. So when we sit here and we want to condemn one side while not condemning the other equally, it makes no sense.
I think it's been quite a while since an attack like
yeah.
that happened in those lands. Like
Okay, so
that
yeah,
nature
yeah,
of attack
specifically-
is not very common, even in those
the
lands.
attack
When I say Israel Palestine,
Stardust, then Loner, then Counter. Go.
Come on, I didn't get to go from the last round.
Counter's been waiting, man.
Oh, Counter's been going. Okay, sorry.
Star. I need to address some things before they slip away. Okay. Listen, I think we need to deal with each other honestly, and I think part of the problem is a lack of honesty here. So if it seems like I'm being prescriptive where I'm saying like, oh, the Jews can just ethnically cleanse Gaza and who gives a shit? Like, no, I'm not trying to say that that's good. I'm saying that that's what's happening. So basically what's happening is Israel left Gaza in a purposeful state of neglect and festered, according to Empowered Man, we've heard it a couple of times, and I think this has been confirmed, Bibi Netanyahu let funding get back to Hamas so they would be politically empowered against more moderate political factions. So they let it fester on purpose so that bad things would happen, so that they would have the pretext to ethnically cleanse. Now, they probably didn't expect it to be as bad as it happened. They probably didn't expect an entire kibbutz to be basically wiped out. But at the same time, they probably knew that a few Israelis were going to die, and then that would give them pretext to do what they want to do. But I do.
Wait,
I also
Connor,
feel.
Can you repeat that? I just want to know that I understand your point clearly. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. I think that they knew that when they were letting money get back to Hamas, they were outcompeting the more moderate factions in the Gaza Strip, and they knew that eventually Israelis would be killed, but they probably did not expect it to be on the scale that happened in the past 72 hours. Guys, this is like the prelude to my points. This isn't even my point.
I don't even I don't necessarily even agree with that, because when
that's fine.
It is true that they allowed extremism to fester in the Gaza Strip, and in some ways they promoted it and allowed that to happen because they wanted it to be a counterbalance to the moderates. But when these organizations, like the charity that Hamas descend from, started to store guns, they started raiding the storehouses. So once they started to see that started to become like a physical threat, it does seem they changed. They did change their stance on the organization.
Okay. Then that's fine. Hold on. I'm not even close to my next points. Okay. So let me just lay them out real quick. I'll try to be brief. Okay. The reason why I feel like Empowered Man, you're being a little bit disingenuous, is because I know where, oh, Muslim, the Jew is behind the rock behind me and they're going to cry out. You mentioned the fact that there's revelations, that there's like end time scripture in the Bible that talks about like, the Messiah and the coming back and the end of days and the Armageddon and all that kind of stuff. You and I both know that that's in the fucking Quran. So we know that Hamas is using the Quran in order to justify ethnically cleansing Jews. So we know that they're terrorists and that they're extremists. And we shouldn't be playing this game of like, oh, maybe they're not, maybe they are, maybe they're not, maybe it's justified, maybe it's not. Because basically at that point, I feel like you're being dishonest. Now, sorry, let me move to my last point and then we'll call it a day. So basically, Ali, I believe, is the person that we were talking to. So I'm just going to explain it from a Western perspective. When I know what you're saying, with like there's dead civilians, men and women on the side of the Israelis, they got blood on their hands, they're not clean, so as a result, why would you expect this? This is just the way things are. But what I would say is, from a Western moral perspective, like Israel has the military capacity to just kill everyone in the Gaza Strip. They could do it in the next 24 hours. They could just carpet bomb the entire area, murder everyone, and then as a result, ethnically cleanse it. They could just do that. But what they're doing instead, allegedly, obviously, I think that there's a little bit of bad faith here, is they're targeting military contract or they're targeting military targets, and then there happens to be collateral damage, and then they do that. Now, final concession before I let it go. I think that the Israelis are dealing in bad faith. And what I mean by that is they're targeting these civilian things. They're doing super heavy airstrikes. They know the collateral damage is going to happen. They know the Palestinians are going to be pissed off. And they know when the ground forces go in, there's going to be a more bloody resistance to Israelis. And as a result, the Israelis are going to be double down and clamp down harder. I'll leave it there for now.
Stardust.
Yeah, so I want to address some of Ollie's points. I don't think anyone on this panel is going to deny that there were crimes committed by Israel, that there were unjustified deaths, that there were unjustified killings because of Israel. I don't think anyone is denying that turning Palestine into a not Palestine, turning Gaza into a parking lot would be terrible. But it's not like we are saying that Israel is completely blameless in this. What we are saying is what we are doing is responding to what Omar was saying, which was denying in some sense that Hamas was a terrorist organization. Hamas is a terrorist organization organizing terrorist attacks, and the attack from Hamas recently on Israel resulted in more deaths in that one attack than all of the other attacks Hamas has launched on Israel combined. And also, it's one of the biggest killings of Jewish people since the Holocaust. It's nothing near it, but it's still huge. It's still a huge amount of people. We can't deny that. We can't, just condemn Netanyahu for his actions on Israel, on the Palestinian people. We have to acknowledge the reality that Hamas is doing these actions, and they are making it harder for Palestinian people, and they are operating out of areas that create civilian casualties and utilize civilians as human shields.
Can I ask, if I may, before we respond and things like that, because I keep seeing this brought up like they're both bad. True, but we can draw a distinction, right? A difference. There is a difference between callous, not caring, neglect leading to child's death, carpet bombing leading to children's death, and a difference between that, which is morally wrong, and the only targeting military targets so you can get to the ooey gooey center of the civilians that you want to kill, right? Which is what Hamas did. They did target military targets during their strike too, but it was only to pave the way so that they could get to those settlements, right? And execute men, women, and children en masse, right? That was the stated goal and the stated purpose. So we can draw a distinction, right? It bothers me that we say they're both bad. True, but one is much worse.
You can claim to draw a distinction, but it's optics, right? So one group of people went in with guns and did that, and then the other group of people is just doing it with bombs. And you can claim that the IDF is trying to attack specifically Hamas, but it's the fact of the matter is that that's not how it happens. The people that are in these buildings are not all Hamas members. There are children that are in the areas as well. And when they're carpet bombing or when they're doing the little warning bomb, they give you 30 minutes to get your entire shit out of your house, leave. You're displacing those people. They don't have a place to live. There's no water, electricity, or food being transferred. It's the optics of it is different. One has military, a military budget that's huge and the other doesn't. So the optics are different, sure, but I'm not going to say that one is any worse than the other.
But the thing is, it's not optics. It's not about. It's not about. Optics. I thought I was going.
Optics are.
Loner than Omar.
Our names sound the same.
Okay.
It's not optics, it's about intent. No one would ever say that 30,000 Jews getting killed by a death squad in Eastern Europe is the same as 30,000 German civilians getting killed in a Allied airstrike, because one of them actually had a military objective and the other one was just about killing innocent people. They are very different in intent. I don't know if there's evidence of the IDF actually saying, is there Hamas people in this building? Don't care, blow them up anyway. If that came out, that would be very comparable. But I think from what we've seen now is, imagine if Hamas had the IDF's power. All the Jews would die, right? That's the difference.
Oh, they would be
not
peace.
So the only difference.
No.
75-year
You know what?
occupation. They would
You know
all
what?
die.
They would be.
Let's let her finish.
Can I
Let's
finish
let
a
her
fucking
finish.
statement?
Stop.
Holy shit. Okay. Also, I don't really like this tendency of people to conflate defending yourself or armed resistance with what Hamas did. Armed resistance and it's an occupation. Armed resistance is justified. Intifadas are justified. Barghouti, what he advocates for, is justified. Not targeting civilians. What Hamas did is none of that. And you don't even need to It's so clear that you can say that Hamas are representative and they have had popularity. They're not as popular as people think. There hasn't been an election since 2006. Vast majority of people living in Gaza. Vast majority of people living in Gaza never vote. Vast majority of people living in Gaza never voted for Hamas. I'm just going to keep talking. Yeah, they never voted for Hamas. It actually seems to be the case that more of them want the PA back in. Hamas suppresses opposition. They don't care about Palestinians living within Gaza half the time. They have this veneer of anti-corruption, but then when people go on strike, they get arrested, fucking tortured, the shit beaten out of them. They arrest political dissidents. So I think that's a really important distinction to make. Like Hamas are a death cult. They're nothing to do with and even I buy the pressure cooker argument, but in liberation struggles of the past, this is never how you had people who did necklacing in South Africa, but the ANC condemned it, right? They chose sabotage, they chose military targets. And that's a really important distinction to make because one of those actually can lead to liberation, the other one can't.
So it seems that the distinction that you're making is that Hamas openly admits to what they're doing versus the IDF and the Israeli government, which just kind of doesn't say what they're doing. We do understand
Ali,
that
Ali, we don't.
You need to address something I said. You need to address something that was said. You need to address something that I said and something that Lonerbox said, which was that if Israel wanted to, they could kill all the civilians in Gaza tonight.
I'm about to address that. The only reason they don't do that is because their wartime atrocities are already most of the world already doesn't agree with how Israel's operating, right? And then America's the only person that supports them. If Israel were to bomb Gaza overnight, the world would there would be a world war and everyone would be against Israel. That's why they don't do it. That's why they do it slowly.
So you think Israel? Wait.
One group of people wants it immediately, and the other group of people is doing it slowly with the support of one of the strongest nations in the world.
Let me address the optics.
I don't know about that. So what I would say is that if you look at any other country that has to deal with a group of people that are militantly against them and committing terrorist acts, I think Israel has been actually has had a better record than most other countries when it comes to civilian casualties. If you look at any other country that is not even involved in their own backyard, right? Going into other countries and dealing with terrorist organizations, there are way more civilian deaths. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's justified. I'm not saying
does
it's
that
good,
apply to the two that we're talking about?
Can I get? You see, the Palestinians in Gaza or in the occupied territories are looking at the government in Ramallah that recognized Israel, that made peace with Israel, that went to the Oslo agreements, and they are nothing but collaborators. They have no strength. They have no power. They don't even talk to them. The last time the Israeli government had to sit down with those people is 2014. They have no respect for them. So what are you going to do? You're going to opt out. Okay, Hamas is only one resistant. Okay, we're with them. You have to have some form of resistance.
Why should Israel meet with Hamas when Hamas hasn't allowed
elections
for
forget about Hamas.
He's saying they're not meeting with the moderates either.
They're not even meeting. The last time they met with the Abbas.
Who rejected the Olmer offer in 2008?
Hold on.
Wait, you're not going to do that one. The napkin accords.
They're not talking to the group of Palestinians in Ramallah who's supposed to be the president, who recognize Israel as a state to exist, who have no army, have nothing, but they turned them into watchdogs for the Israeli government. Like sheriffs. They don't even talk to them. The last time they talked to that government, the moderate government, the government that made peace, was in 2014. So when the Palestinians look at that, so who's going to fight for me? I'm going to make a deal with the devil if I have to get my freedom and to freedom. Anybody will do that. Any human beings.
Wait,
huh?
Can I ask Stardust a question? Stardust, you said that Israel, in comparison to other countries, deals with terrorists with less civilian casualties, and
I think in comparison to countries for example, America goes into other countries. I'm pretty sure I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure America going into Afghanistan, right? Comparison in that sense. So yeah.
Okay, but how?
Well, okay, so what I would say is that, if you had like a terrorist organization like right at your border, essentially, that was like, trying to fuck with you, I think most countries would probably have a lot more bloodshed. I'm not saying that there isn't any. Obviously, there's tons, but I think that
Yeah,
in
Dylan,
general, Israel.
if I can
Yeah.
back her up real quick, or at least steel
Yeah.
manner, like if you look at Mexico, the counter narco cartel stuff, there's shitloads of civilian deaths, like tens of thousands. Obviously, this is like inter-gang warfare. It's not always the government executing people, but there's still shitloads of deaths. When you look at Afghanistan, same thing, shitloads of deaths. And if you look at Iraq, same thing, shitloads of deaths. So I guess
my question,
Sure.
my thing isn't that Israel or that nation states aren't brutal in dealing with terrorist organizations, but this idea that Israel is like the highest standard of dealing with like they
I mean, I
respect
don't know if it's
civilians
the
more, because
highest,
that's
but
what
they do better than
sounded
most other
like. You were saying
countries,
you
I
said
would
it was better
say.
than most. You
Yeah, it's
said
better than
why
most,
better than the
yeah.
United States then, for example? Like what standards of like combat engagement have been set
I
that
don't,
makes it better than the
to be
United
honest with
States?
you, I don't know a whole lot about combat engagement. I'm just looking
So
at like
where does this claim
numbers
come from then?
specifically. Just looking at
Counterterrorism
numbers
stats from the past
specifically.
20 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
Counterterror.
numbers that,
What numbers?
I would say raw. Okay, if I'm steel manning her perspective, because I think you could
yeah.
like. Okay, I get where you're Okay, so hold on. I get where both of y'all are
I'm just
going.
curious where it came from, because it just, it's
Mhm.
right now I think Israel's dropped over 6,000 to 8,000 bombs in the Gaza Strip. We have UN doctors getting killed, Malaysian doctors getting killed,
Mhm.
In the past
journalists.
72
I mean,
hours or before that?
no, I believe it's the last 72
Yeah.
to like 92 hours. It's been over like
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
6,000 bombs that have been
I
dropped.
would.
The
And
last
so
72 hours is
compare.
and the
different
Israeli
than,
government is openly saying, when asked to care about civilian casualties, like, how dare you even ask us that question? That's
yeah.
their
I
open
wouldn't.
stance from the
Sure.
unity government. So how is that the standard for dealing with terrorist
Sure.
organizations?
No. I think
I-
within the last 72 hours, it significantly has changed. But if you look at like in comparison over the last 70 years, prior to this most recent Hamas attack, I think you would see the numbers generally are less with Israel.
Globally.
Well, let me ask
Or
Dylan
per
then.
capita.
What do you think that they would have told that America, President Bush after 9/11 would have said when they asked what about the civilian casualties? What do you think our response would have been under those?
You
I
stand with us or you
remember
stand with
George
terrorism.
Bush
That was literally
walking into and this in my opinion shows that George Bush was, in my opinion, a monster. The invasion of Iraq was built on lies. He was terrible at managing the economy, but that's a separate question. But the Iraq War was built on lies. He did not get solid intelligence to do it. What he told Colin Powell to say at the UN was disgusting. But putting all of that aside, the immediate aftermath of 9/11, I remember him going to a mosque and saying in front of like everybody, like, remember everyone, Muslim Americans are our friends. He would go on to monitor Muslim Americans and go on to engage
Muslim
in behavior that was
Americans,
so
yes,
terrible.
but what about the
But
Muslims
we
in
don't even
Iraq
see an
or
attempt
that
to
was
show
good.
that image from the Israeli government. Not even an attempt.
He specifically said some pretty. I'm pretty sure he said some pretty bad things about Muslims and other countries.
Of course, he
though,
said
right?
bad
Didn't
things
he?
about Muslims. But
think,
my point is, the Israeli
George-
government is openly like, we do not care if we kill
George,
civilians. That is the
Yes,
the open stance of the Israeli
within the
government.
last within the last 72 hours, I would 100% agree with you. But I still think, like, given the history, even setting rhetoric aside, if you look at the history of the last 70 years in comparison to other countries involved in conflicts for less time, I think you will find, like, generally
there's about
the
There's about
numbers
se-
will.
there's
but
there's
like,
about
so what though?
there's about 70 massacres in 1948. There's a whole village called Dar Yassin. They wiped out the whole village, men, women, and children, to ethnically cleanse them. You have to Google people. It's very easy these days. You don't need somebody like me or a professor teaching in college. Just Google 1948 Israeli massacres against Palestinians. They killed women and children because they wanted to
Yeah,
scare them so,
I'm
I
not
think,
so they could
denying
leave
that
the
there
land.
are.
not to be
I'm
that,
not
not to
denying
be,
that there are
sorry,
massacres.
not to be that guy, but like fuck, even Dar Yassin, as horrible as that was, they took the kids and dropped them at the gates of Jerusalem, where they went to live in an orphanage. They didn't kill the kids. I mean, still a horrible thing
So
to
they
do.
killed their
But
parents. So they killed their parents.
I'm
This is the
just
problem.
comparing it to the Hamas attacks. I'm just Hamas
The,
killed the
problem
kids.
is the problem is
hours
that
ago.
Palestinian don't matter. Their lives don't matter. People, they just like I just ate a Kit Kat candy. That's the same thing.
Okay, if
Hold
you
on,
have to
let's talk about-
choose,
Do
if
we
you have to
really
choose
think-
between killing the kids or not killing the kids, what do you think is
kill
less
anybody.
immoral?
That's isn't that terrorism?
Okay.
We
Yeah, I didn't say say it wasn't terrorism. I'm just saying, like, what happened in the last what happened in the last 72 hours? I think the only comparable thing that Israel was involved in to what happened in the last 72 hours was probably Beirut, right? Sabra Shatila. But that was, but again, Sharon lost his job for that. I mean, he didn't get the war crime thing, but like, but even then, the IDF didn't. They surrounded the camps. They weren't the ones who did the killing. That was the Christians who did that. But yeah,
But
like that's probably a more comparable one.
Okay, let me hold on. Let's talk about the optics. Our brother there, counterpoint said, because they were shooting people in the face. It's like here, I live in Brooklyn, New York. If a black guy mugs a woman at the subway and he makes it 6 o'clock in the news, we all go crazy. Oh, those blacks, they're going crazy in the neighborhood. Go get him. But if a white guy steals $60 million from Wall Street, nobody talks about it. So in other words, if you get killed by a plane, it's okay because you didn't see their faces. But if you shot him in the face, it's different. This is the same scenario.
Weighing up war crimes, guys.
All humans should have the same value. All humans should have the same value.
Pick your more immoral war crime.
I want to address this directly. So the reason why it's particularly barbaric from I keep saying like an American or Western perspective. I see Ali like cringe every time I say it because I'm sure he's lived here for a while, all that kind of stuff. The reason why it's exactly. So it's the reason why it's particularly barbaric. So let's say let's use Afghanistan, the drone strikes as an example, right? You have half a dozen jihadist telecommunications that you track over 6 months. These people are planning suicide vest attacks, et cetera, et cetera. They all congregate in a single location. You hit it with a Hellfire missile. You kill six jihadist terrorists that were planning suicide bombing attacks. Oops, turns out that it was a wedding from one of their nephews or nieces. You actually killed 30 civilians, okay? Yeah. That's like a scenario that has happened. We know it's happened, okay? The moral difference between the two is that the intention was to kill the planners of mass murder and mayhem who wanted to cause chaos, and largely, by the way, was going to kill Muslims. They weren't largely going to kill Westerners or Americans. They were going to kill more Muslims and Arabs and Tajiks and Pashtuns and all them, right? So, okay, so that is an attempt that is still evil. It's still bad. It's still killing innocent life. Life matters, right? But at the same time, if American special forces go to that same wedding, they see the 6 bad guys, they shoot them in the face with rifles, and then they look at the wedding party and they're like, well, these are probably all terrorist sympathizers anyways. And they start machine gunning the wedding party to death, even though it's men, women, kids, and all that kind of shit. That would be seen as more evil because there's a level of intentionality where you're taking innocent life that is innocent.
Australian troops did that.
I feel like you're removing the intentionality from the bombers, but
okay,
that's fine.
Wait, no, hold on, Ali.
What's the solution?
You saying that the IDF, is this your claim, that the IDF and Israel as a whole, as a system, that their goal is just to kill Palestinians?
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. To kill the Palestinians, remove them from the land, ethnically cleanse them, 1000%.
Okay, so Ali, there's one thing that I think like you and I disagree on, okay? Because I'm trying to be descriptive and I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. I don't think that the Israelis give a shit whether or not the Palestinians live or die. They just want them off the land. So, like, if they could have all of the Palestinians move to Jordan or move to Egypt or move to Turkey or move to whatever, they would do that instead of killing.
And then they continue to make their borders bigger. They tried to capture
well,
other
hold
lands.
on.
What would happen?
Well, hold on. So hold on. Do you? So this is my question because, like, I think that if every Israeli, if every Jew was a strict Orthodox believer in Judaism and they believed in the project of Greater Israel, that Israel was going to like rule from the Nile to the Euphrates or whatever, I would think you were correct. But seriously, like I know a shitload of Jews and I would say like, I don't know, 70%, 80% of them are like secular atheists. They're not literalists. They don't actually believe in Greater Israel.
I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm talking about the government, right? The government of Israel would want to expand its land and would continue to take other territories. I'm not talking about Jews have nothing here. The Jews are just the people.
So are you talking about Israeli Zionists or
the government of Israel would want to expand it? Okay, so let's just say all the Palestinians leave. Israel isn't just going to keep its borders. It's going to want to expand its borders and take over more land. That's just what's going to happen.
Okay, so hold on. I just want to understand this real quick before we move on. So, is your claim that because I've heard this claimed earlier today that the Netanyahu is sympathetic to extreme right-wing giga Orthodox Jews who probably do want Greater Israel or whatever. Honest, is your perspective that if they had their way, they would just continue expansion to the greater Israel project? They would just have kids endlessly until they could fulfill that vision?
While taking over territories and claiming them as theirs, yes.
Okay.
Listen,
All right. I
Do you
don't.
like
disagree?
you
Do you
said,
think it would just
counterpoint.
stop? Do you think it would just stop if the Palestinians left and Israel had that land? Do you think it would just stop there?
Do you think they would just go on
Counterpoint.
It's
forever?
Counterpoint.
so for instance, yeah. So I think there's logistical things here. For instance, like if I don't know the percentages of the amount of the extreme right wing or the ultra orthodox right wing that would want to continue the greater Israel project, and then also they're surrounded by other secular Israelis and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think they have the population. I don't think they have the political momentum. I don't think they have the political support.
Counterpoint.
So
We're
while
not,
I think
They've had the momentum to
we're
expand
not
the way they
Kyle
can.
Rittenhouse has denounced
saying all Jews think like
anti-Semitism.
that. I mean, it's a pretty
and
small
Nick Fuentes
territory.
visiting
Jews,
the
Jews
Texas
are
gun rights
pretty,
organization.
Glenn, and they started off pretty small and expanded pretty largely.
Jewish are pretty liberal.
I would say that's because of the Jewish
we made a
diaspora.
strong investment.
I live in New York.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is they would want to continue to expand.
We're
Why wouldn't
cashing in on the Kyle Rittenhouse
If a country
investment.
can
Rittenhouse
go in,
stocks.
claim a land, and then make their land bigger and have a higher population, and why wouldn't they?
I mean, okay, there's also a question of whether they legitimately can do that. I mean, there's right now a question, and I think, honestly, I think the room has somewhat kind of accepted the idea that Israel's going to move in and crush Hamas for like the next 20, 30 years, and there's no way that they could not fail in that. The Mossad had a massive intelligence failure when it comes to the start of this war in the first place. Hamas is not going to be the only force fighting. It's also going to be Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Hamas has what? Let's just say 30,000. If we're not talking about more like serious estimates and not their own numbers, 30,000 fighters and tunnels that they've dug in over 30 years. Add Palestinian Islamic Jihad to that. Add Hezbollah, which has tons and tons and tons of financiers and funding from Iran all across the Middle East. You've got certain Syrian parties that are talking about intervening, and who knows what other terrorist groups or Palestinian liberation organizations are going to get involved. I don't know if the Israeli military, which has its own problems right now and struggle with the government, there's been like a 10% reduction. And I think like funding for the actual ground forces of Israel, they've been talking mostly investing into like high tech border security. I don't know if they can last a 15, 20, 25, 30-year occupation. That's what they thought they could do in southern Lebanon, and they failed to do that. And I think even if they could, would Israelis on year 10, 11, 12, 13, after having all these IDF guys get killed in caves that are 20 to 30 feet under the ground that they're going to have to crawl in, have no idea what those caves are like, going to be bunkers all across the Gaza Strip, and then they're going to have to be shot from windows and bombing attacks and car bombings.
Yeah.
It would make sense for Israelis to question that and say maybe it isn't worth it. And I think that should be the argument that many people make.
I think
I want to ask a question.
If I can steal man Ali real quick. Yeah, just real quick. So I didn't take Ali's point as like an actual like logistical Lebensraum Nazi Germany like achievable goal, more like a moral statement of the way that they view their expansion into territory, where it's similar to say that they're looking for Lebensraum. So if the people leave, they leave, and if they don't leave, then fuck them. And we're going to put them in a position where they bite the hand that feeds, and then we're going to fuck them over. Which, by the way, like, I don't want to be like too pessimistic about it, but when I see the map of Israel slowly consuming Palestine, when I see Israelis talking about stopping settlements at XYZ ABC, but then I see the settlements continue to expand and then get annexed into the IDF, for me, it's not what you say, it's what you're doing.
Counterpoint. 2 months ago,
that was my point with like you guys just saying like they're Hamas is declaring that they're doing it. The IDF is just kind of secretly doing it, so it's like who has a face to it.
A month ago, Netanyahu, when he was in the UN Assembly, when they do the yearly thing, he showed a map. He showed a map of Israel that encompassed the West Bank, the Gaza, and the Golan Heights as one state. The whole idea, even Egypt has warned the Palestinians not to leave. They're going to block them because they say that if you leave, you're not going to come back. Jordan said the same thing. You got to stay on your land and die on your land. Anyway, who benefits from this crisis? You know, Netanyahu has been under a lot of pressure. Israel was a lot of protesting, a lot of demonstration. This is like a gift that came to Netanyahu to save his government and to unite
do you think
it's
Netanyahu's
absolutely not a
government
gift?
survives this?
No, but I'm thinking.
I
What I'm saying that the
mm,
Israeli population has been. You see, the Israeli pop, especially the secularists of that portion, they were against him trying to change the laws for this, trying to make the Supreme Court into a kangaroo court. And there was every day demonstration. The Israeli public was split in half. A matter of fact, some people say civil war, whatever. Who benefited from this? The first one is Netanyahu. He benefited a lot.
That is
You're just
no, there's
wrong. No,
no,
Netanyahu, like
not in any way.
it's
There's
at like
already been polling
80%.
done, I think,
Yeah.
by the Jerusalem Times, showing that the majority of Israelis want Netanyahu to resign right now, and 92% of them believe that his government is at fault for the attacks in southern Israel because of security failures.
It's not even. We have
Well,
president.
And that's his
We have.
argument, and I said this at
They
the
said
start.
it took 8
Netanyahu's
hours.
argument to the people for the last 12 years has been, I can manage the conflict, I'll keep you safe, I'm not the best with economics, I'm not the best with maybe the courts, I may be a little corrupt, but I'll keep you safe for the Palestinians. And he failed.
We also have.
It took 8 hours to get help. Why? Israel is only like 3 hours from one side to another.
They moved a lot of troops into the West Bank because they were expecting settler violence.
Hold on. Again, I think you can
help.
steelman what he's. Yeah, I think you can steelman what Empowered Man is saying. And by the way, I wouldn't take either one of your perspectives until 6 months or a year from now. Because here's the thing: is like wartime presidents, wartime generals, they tend to be popular if they're able to coalesce people, organize them, and prosecute a war effectively. And then also, even if the war isn't prosecuted effectively, if they're losing casualties and all that kind of stuff, they can still use that as a propagandistic tool for their reelection, where they can say, I'm prosecuting the war, we're fighting the good fight, we're in the trenches right now, I've been doing it the whole time, I've been here since day one, et cetera, et cetera. I could practically write Bibi Netanyahu's like reelection speech for him right now. And it's the same thing with Bush. I don't even think Bush was that popular prior to 9/11. And then during the 9/11 attacks, people were still like, oh shit, like what the fuck is going on? But within the next 6 months, they just handed him shitloads of power and let him do what he wanted to do. And even though he was wildly unpopular.
Do we have anything that is comparable to the tearing of the asshole of Netanyahu that is going on right now in Israeli media and that happened in American media after 9/11? And did we also have the same type of polling that's coming out that showed that the majority of Americans wanted George Bush to resign after the 9/11 attacks?
Okay. No, I don't think it's a 1-to-1, but I think that if you went into the 2004 election, you would have thought that George Bush was going to lose, because every single mainstream media site said, you know, he bungled the war, he abused his power, he was an asshole, most people don't like him,
They said he
we're
knew about
losing
the attack
tens of
before it
thousands of
happened.
people. He knew about the attack before it happened, all that kind of stuff. You would have assumed that Bush was on his way out, and then I saw it's like Bush wins, and I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? I thought that this guy was like universally hated. I thought he was the new Hitler. So all I'm saying is like, you guys could be right. Maybe Jewish politics is different. Maybe they fold easier. But I'm just saying that like wartime politicians can.
But the
maybe
problem
they are.
is the problem is
when 9/11
within
happened, George Bush was in office for 1 year. When this happened, Netanyahu has been in office for
Dylan's
12 years,
bulldozing me, man.
building and changing
gonna
the
have to
security
fucking-
apparatus of Israel.
we're gonna have to
It is his
hype up.
security apparatus, which him and his party designed, which failed Israelis. George Bush was only in office for a year. He couldn't have designed the security apparatus that failed by the time 9/11 happened.
Yeah,
How
that's why
many
everyone's
years longer-
focusing
wait,
on
how much
now.
longer is Netanyahu's
Just real
term?
quick, if you remember, Clinton, not Clinton, Bush blamed Clinton. They were able to blame the previous administration for a lot of the failures here, right? A lot of they basically said that previous administration was weak. It weakened us at home and abroad, and that's what led this. Now, that wasn't true, but they were able to leverage that in the elections, leverage that in order to push
they
on to
took
victory.
Is there
carry.
no parallel that he can do?
Stop. In Netanyahu's case, he's been in office for far longer, and as Dylan wisely pointed out, he's been building this. Again, Netanyahu, if he survives politically, I don't know what to tell you. I would be shocked, but
Depends on the
bigger things have
outcome.
happened.
Depends on the outcome.
I know Loner's been wanting to get in here, so I want to toss it to Loner, then we'll go to Counterbox.
Like, it's not like it's an unusual thing, even in Israeli history. Golda Meir resigned after the Yom Kippur War, which is 50 years ago, like almost to the day. I think the George Bush comparison isn't perfect because it's It's quite far off, actually, because so many of the failures are directly traceable to Netanyahu. The people in the IDF who weren't turning up to their posts all the way throughout the protests, and Hezbollah literally saying a few months ago, the IDF is weak, the time is now. They're weaker than ever, the time
They
is
are
now.
weak. They are
Yeah,
weak.
they were saying that. And then there's also the fact that they were stretched too thin across the West Bank because of the settler violence. That's also Netanyahu because he's the settler guy. There's also the fact that he even said, if Bush had said 3 years before 9/11 that it's actually based to support fucking Al Qaeda to weaken the moderate opposition. Nah, he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, listen.
When is he up for re-election?
I actually don't
There's
know.
no election there. It's like snap election. It's parliamentary. It's not like our
Yeah, they've
our
had
system in the United
5
States.
elections in 4 years or some
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, it depends on the parliament if it doesn't have a majority. Listen, the Israeli army is not an invisible army. In 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, they collapsed within 72 hours. The United States did a bridge from Berlin all the way to Israel of weapons to the battlefield. Kissinger called Sadat and told him, "Listen, if you go to Jerusalem, we're gonna wreck Cairo." In 2006, fucking Hezbollah they were cowards. They ran away from the battle. Even the Israeli report said that our soldiers were cowards. They left and they ran away with their tails behind their back. They couldn't fight man to man. So Israel, what does Israel do? This is the Israeli strategy. We're gonna hit your infrastructure. We're gonna destroy everything. We're gonna make it so expensive for you to. So next time you don't want to fight. What did they do? They destroyed the capital of Lebanon instead of fighting Hezbollah at the border. Cowardly act. So don't take this IDF. This is the invisible army. All of a sudden, if this army was so invisible, why are we sending all these ships closer to Israel? Why are we already sending weapons? They even haven't fought.
Listen, hold up.
Hold on. It's been 24 hours, and everybody said we need a package for Israel. A package for what? They even haven't shot one bullet yet. Why they need a package already? We gotta send out money. That $4 billion is not enough. We gave them every year. This is all bullshit.
No, hold on.
The outcome, Netanyahu's political life is the outcome what happens in Gaza. If he succeeded, he's okay. If not, I don't think they're going to succeed. They're going to go into a war zone, into buildings, snipers. The Israeli soldier is going to be in harm's way because he's not opening in an open battlefield. You're not fighting an army. You're fighting. You understand?
I do. Not only do I understand, but I also think that this cuts both ways. And here's the thing. No offense to my Arab Mujahideen brothers, okay, but y'all can't fight for shit, okay? And what I mean by that is literally like you just watch Mujahideen footage and they're basically walking into the street, standing in the middle of the street, blasting an AK down the street, and then they don't hit shit, and then you wonder why the fucking neighborhood looks like ass. Whereas modern trained military, what they do is they actually aim and shoot. They get into stacks, they throw grenades, they throw flashbangs into rooms before they go into them, then they kill everybody inside the room. So to act like a modern military is not going to fucking absolutely annihilate like jihadi militias. You're
defeated.
Connor, no, wait, Connor, you're not quite.
Hold on.
Stop.
Just one thing. We defeated the Soviet Union for you. We did it for you. We're the one who freed you from the Cold War.
Yeah, with like a 1 to 10 KD ratio.
No, we're the one who bled to death.
Slaughtered.
Our people bled death in the mountains of Afghanistan so you can live free from the Cold War. You never fought. You're cowards. 50 years, you never shot a fucking. You never shot anything at the Russians.
What are you talking about?
We destroyed the Soviet Union in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989. We bled them to death. We destroyed them and destroyed the Soviet Union that
you also bled yourselves to death too.
But we defeated the power that kept every time your children had to run under chairs because they're scared of a nuclear holocaust. We did that. Don't put us down. We're great fighters. Look at our history. We defeated 3 empires in 2 decades: the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Persian Empire. And we only had slippers. We didn't even have shoes. Imagine if we had shoes. We probably wouldn't. What are you talking about? Don't put us down, my friend. We are not cowards.
You're right. You're not. You're right that you're not cowards. You definitely are not cowards.
Yeah.
You nailed that.
It's
Yeah.
not just about
not
the
cowards.
military
Hey, Loner,
supremacy,
go
though.
ahead.
It's not just about the military supremacy, though. It's more that like
Thank
it's
you.
whether or not Israel can actually achieve their goals. So in 2006, they definitely had military supremacy, but their goal was to get rid of Hezbollah and consolidate the Lebanese army, and that
They
was a
ran away
total
though.
failure. It was sluggish. There were booby traps. They couldn't handle the fucking tunnel networks, and Hamas have a very sophisticated tunnel network in Gaza. Gaza, I'm not very good at military stuff, but I'd imagine one of the most densely populated areas on Earth is going to be one of the
And
hardest
it's the
places to
size of
launch a ground.
Detroit.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the hardest places to do a successful ground invasion, right? Like with the
Okay,
density
hold
and
on.
the.
Hold on. I just want to tell you, and I kind of want to prepare the audience for what's going to happen over the next 6 months to a year. Okay. I think that there's going to be Israeli ground forces that go into Gaza. I just think it has to happen in order for them to eradicate Hamas. I think that when they take a single bullet from an apartment building, they're not going to fire back at the single window that they think it is. They're going to fire machine gun rounds into every single window that's around them. And then they're going to call in an airstrike onto the building. So this cuts both ways. You can say that urban fighting is difficult. Nobody is going to disagree with you. You can say the tunnel complexes are complex. Nobody's going to disagree with you. But what I'm telling you is the average Israeli soldier is not going to individually clear these areas with grenades and flashbangs. What they're going to do is they're going to do what the United States did, by the way, which is jihadists get into under 200 yards. They get into a firefight. It gets a little hot. They call in airstrikes, and then the jihadists fuck off. And if there's dead civilians, there's dead civilians.
Yeah, I'm just saying though.
How
I'm
do
just
you
saying
clear
though.
out
that
the
in-
tunnel without entering the tunnel?
Hold on.
No.
One second,
You hold
1
on.
minute.
Omar, stop. Loner.
Yeah, I'm
Go
just
on.
saying though,
Go
like
on.
again, I'm not going to be like try to say they're one to one, but what happened in Lebanon again was Hezbollah lost a lot more than Israel did in terms of military equipment and lives and all that. But the problem was that the goal was to just eradicate them, and Nasrallah's goal was just to not die. And
They ran away.
and
Is
also
Hamas going to be
and
able
also
to replenish
They ran
their
away.
and
It's
forces?
also,
like
I'm sorry, I
cowards.
just
They're
want to try to
cowards.
finish a fucking sentence. Okay. But also just the fact that they were able to weaponize what Israel was doing in Lebanon, i.e., killing a lot of civilians, and then that was part of the Hezbollah's propaganda campaign to gain more support. So they gained support from the Christians, they gained support from the fucking Druze, and even like Sunnis. So yeah, like that's and I worry that maybe. If they can't wipe out Hamas completely, because their leadership's not even in Gaza, they're in Qatar, that they might radicalize more people in the fucking West Bank and other civilians in Gaza. I don't know.
I hear you. Hold on. I hear you. And I think the West Bank and everything that you said is perfectly accurate, perfectly legitimate, et cetera, et cetera. What I would say is geographically different about this, or at least what I think is geographically different, is if Egypt keeps the border closed, and if this is the largest open air prison, I've heard that repeated dozens of times over the past, month, then at this point, where are reinforcements coming from? If there's an enforced border, where is the fuel coming from? Where are the bullets coming from? Where's the food coming from? Where's the water
Mostly
coming
tunnels.
from? But for tunnels to where? Egypt, the place that's trying to maintain the blockade,
There are
or
currently
Israel, the
tunnels.
place that's
That's
doing
how
it?
Iran smuggles weapons into Gaza. It's through tunnel systems. A lot of them extremely
Okay.
long range.
Okay,
They buy
so
buy
they're
weapons
just
from
gonna
Israelis. With
They're
the Israeli
reinforced with
mafia.
Rybar. Probably have steel doors at the
At the point.
entrances.
It's
You'd have to
also
go clear that with
IDF.
troops.
IDF last went into Gaza 2014. Like the amount of time they've had to booby trap the place. It's going to be fucking insane. Shit, I'm actually quite
The
worried.
Israelis, the Israeli
I'm not
mafia sells
disagreeing there.
weapons. The Israeli mafia sells weapons to the Palestinians, believe it or not. Criminals, they have this idea. They have no loyalty to nation. What I was going to say, oh my gosh, what I was going to say. I lost my thoughts. Just go ahead, guys. I don't know, man.
I was just going to say, I think if the United States is backing Israel the way they're backing Ukraine, if they give them billions of dollars, if they give them high explosives, if they give them bunker busters, if they give them all that kind of stuff, then I think Gaza is
Oh.
fucked.
Do you really think that Israel will? Do you really think that Israel will need that though? Because Israel did defeat.
Depends on how hard they fight back.
Yeah, well, they did defeat several countries around them, within 7 days, right, or 6 days. So I don't know. I feel
Because
like
of
they
technological
might.
supremacy.
Yeah,
No,
they
the
may
United
if they can
States.
do that, with other countries around them, then why wouldn't they be able to just do that with Gaza?
So Star, this is what Lonerbox is saying and Dylan is saying, and I want to give plenty of space for what they're saying because I think it's true that counterinsurgency warfare versus national level warfare are two different things. What happens is national level forces engage with each other, they inflict incredible damage to each other, and then eventually one party says, I'm tired of sending my young people into the meat grinder. I've had enough. I'm done. When it comes to counterinsurgency, basically what you're talking about is not being able to identify who the enemy is, logistics and spy networks and, basically like militia networks that can operate for decades. Part of the reason why I'm taking what Loner and Dylan's are saying into account is because I think the geography and the small amount of territory is going to play to Israel's favor. But Loner and Dylan actually have historical examples like, Afghanistan, like Iraq, like Lebanon, like
That's true.
yeah.
I
Well,
will agree.
but Fallujah
Afghanistan
isn't
is
a
one
great
of those
example because that was one where. Sorry, Fallujah isn't a great example because that's where a national level military went in and killed everybody. So I actually think it's going to be more like Fallujah than it is going to be like Lebanon or
You had to give
Iraq or
out money
Afghanistan.
in Fallujah.
Well, the rebels in Fallujah had like a few months to build up defenses. I mean, I don't even know how long. We're talking about 30 years of defenses and tunnel networks that they didn't have Fallujah. In Fallujah, they like busted in the walls between the buildings, but they don't have the tunnel networks they have in Gaza.
Dylan, they give out
And also,
money. They give out money to
I just
stop
want
them
to
from
quickly
fighting.
say that I feel like part of the reason that this happened in southern Israel in the first place is because the Mossad in Netanyahu's government, to a small extent, kind of underestimated Hamas, and Hamas tricked them in their intelligence network. Up until a few weeks ago, the consensus was that Hamas didn't want another war. They weren't planning to do anything like this, and now the intelligence officials believe that the communications that they heard to believe that was actually fake and done by Hamas specifically to trick the Israelis. And the training operations where they made kibbutzes on the border that they raid, like fake Israeli villages where Hamas was training and raiding, where they were practicing on paragliders. There's no way the Mossad didn't know about it. But they underestimated Hamas, and now we have the most deadly day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. And the last thing I want to do is underestimate. If it's not like Hamas didn't anticipate the day that Israel would walk in if they were actually able to pull this off successfully. And they're not the only party involved here. Iran is going to have a field day with this. It is Iran's national security priority of the mullahs to push Israel into the sea. Now, whether they mean that they're going to do that literally any day, I doubt they'll ever will. But their national security priority is to undermine Israel. That's one of their main priorities. And they're going to do everything they can to do it.
Just real quick before anyone else goes, that is the next question I had, and what I wanted to bring up next to talk about is the responsibility that the other countries that have funded Hezbollah, and some would say funded and supplied Hamas, such as Iran. What responsibility do we have? Does Iran gain from this, and how? And what should, if any, be the international response? I know Stardust wanted to go, and then Omar wanted to go. So we're gonna go in, and then we'll.
I go.
You
Stardust
can go.
and Omar.
Okay.
No, let Omar go. Yeah.
Okay, Omar first.
Well, Iran is the one who's giving them the weapons and sponsoring them, because all the Sunni countries have made peace with Israel. So, but how does Iran benefit? Iran's benefit by keeping Israel busy with other problems while they could build those nuclear weapons or keep the eye off it. The reason they don't attack Iran, because Iran has ballistic missiles. Remember, they attacked Iraq because Iraq had nothing. They didn't have no fucking nuclear weapons. Imagine they were looking for weapons of mass destruction inside the palace. What, he had them under the bed? That's the reason. Iran is a very the Persians have 1,000-year history. They're not some starters or in the Middle East. They know. They've been isolated for 50 years, but they have a missile capability. They could hit Tel Aviv anytime they want to. So Iran is safe. Nobody's going to hit Iran. And Iran, the only reason Iran is doing this is Iran has created a lot of problems in Yemen. In my country, they have a militia in Syria, in Lebanon, and now Hamas. Every country they have destabilized, even my native country, because they want to negotiate to get out of the isolation they're in. We're going to cause all this headache. We're going to make the neighborhood bad. We're going to write graffiti all over the place until you come, we sit down, and you take the sanction away from our country, and we could live as a normal nation. That's what Iran's objectives are in the Middle East. They don't care about these.
$100 in chat from Lex Friedman. Thanks for hosting debates on this topic, Wick. Great work. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Big Wick.
Yeah.
The real Lex?
The real Lex?
From other people. I'm pretty sure it's a real Lex. But...
It looks like it. $100. That's
Okay,
good, man.
Yeah, thank you. But I know the rest of you. I'm curious to hear from you. Iran.
Yeah.
How does how does it benefit? Do we think that it was involved in the planning of this
Nah.
attack? You
Yeah, so
don't
I mean,
think so?
like, obviously they funded, right? That's fine. It just depends on who you are and like where you're coming from, what perception. It's split pretty 50-50. If you're Arab, Muslim, or pro-Palestine, chances are this benefited Iran in your eyes, and the other side just they end up getting hatred from the other side. That's really all it is, just a 50-50 split.
I think
Yeah.
the idea of one of the big reasons Hamas might have done, and Hezbollah said this, was that they were really annoyed about Saudi Arabia pursuing normalization talks with Israel. And one of the conditions that Saudi Arabia put on Israel was that they wanted some kind of like move forward with Palestinians. And now that's set that back completely. So it's going to put a wedge in between those relations. The Middle East is a bit different from how they were in the 60s, though. I think the US and Qatar have already blocked like $6 billion in funding
They never
from
got
Iran.
it.
So
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
All,
And
all the
Iran's
all
got
the
so many
conservatives.
internal issues as well, right? With all the women's rights shit. So yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Do we think? Oh, counterpoints, please.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just trying to. I used to work in logistics, so I'm just trying to think of it from a logistics perspective. And when I'm looking around this, okay, I understand Iran can fund people. Okay, you can send money electronically, you can send cash. It's something that you can smuggle, et cetera, et cetera. But when I'm looking at the map of the Gaza Strip, it's on the western side. It's in the Mediterranean. Its largest neighbor is Israel. Its second largest neighbor is Egypt. You would have to talk about looking at this. We're talking about you'd have to have an 80-mile tunnel system out to Jordan and Saudi Arabia. And correct me if I'm wrong, like these tunnel systems aren't exactly like, Jordan and Saudi Arabia, last I checked, aren't particularly sympathetic to Iran. So I'm not saying that you can't get contraband. I'm not saying that you're not going to be coming back to me in 6 months and saying, hey, Connor, you're an idiot. Here's some, Iranian militias. Here's some IRGC sneaking in weapons into Gaza. But again, I'm just landing back on the geography. I think Gaza is fucked. Then when it comes to like Iran's responsibility, it is hard. I think what the empowered man just said is one of the problems. Is Iran was one of the major players up until the 70s. We relied on the twin pillar diplomatic system up until the 1970s, where we were reliant on Iran for geopolitical security. So having them be an enemy or an opponent is a massive thorn in Israel's side and our side. So how far they go with it, I don't know though, because it's you're talking about an existential dice roll to the point that they could start World War III.
Here's a question. Do you think Egypt will help Israel enforce the blockade when it comes to the smuggling routes between Egypt and Israel? Because there's a lot of the smuggling routes are from Egypt and Israel.
Yeah.
I mean,
Legally,
Egypt and the Gaza Strip.
legally, yes, but
Honestly,
underground.
it looks like it's 50-50. And I think if the Israelis control Gaza, they could effectively threaten the Egyptians, where they say, like, if you keep letting weapons into Gaza, we are going to open the border and let tens of thousands of Palestinians into your territory. So yeah, I think Israel has some leverage to get Egyptians to cooperate.
Could Israel just let all the Palestinians into Egypt and Egypt couldn't stop them?
No, the Egyptian president just spoke earlier. I was watching the Arabic news, Al Jazeera, and he warned. He said the Palestinian people, don't move from your homes. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse you because you're not going to come back. And the king of Jordan said the same thing. You stay on your land, and they're not going to let him go because everybody
Why
knows.
Why do we think that Jordan and Egypt wouldn't want the people of Gaza?
I would assume that
they're not going to
Jordan
come back.
got fear from the Black September War and certain like history there. But I mean, Egypt probably has some of the same. They're I think mostly feared about like fearful of Hamas infiltration and probably having to support the refugees.
No,
The Egyptian government is unbelievably brutal.
They can't come back. Israel will not let them come back no more. This is
empowered man. You keep saying that like it's a humanitarian
let's not
concern.
pretend
Like
the Egyptian government, through the kindness of their heart, are not letting people flee into Egypt.
They don't.
Yeah, it's
they
not.
don't
It's
want
not humanitarian.
It beats the purpose. That's the whole objective of the war.
Shouldn't we allow? Wait. Shouldn't it be up to individual Palestinians whether they choose to leave or go and choose a safer option? No, so they have to be forced to stay in Gaza.
Shoot them in the head.
Anybody
leave, shoot them in the head.
That is no. It's just a national suicide pact.
What? Wait, hold up. Stop.
Anybody
Omar,
leaves,
what did you just say? Hold on. Stop.
Anybody leaves toward Egypt, shoot him in the head. That's a traitor. Don't give up your land. You've already been running
You
for
are
70.
like, are you
Hold
fucking
on,
like
hold on,
terrorist? This
hold
is
on,
like
hold on, hold
terrorist,
on.
like
Hold on,
crazy
hold
shit.
on, hold
This is like
on.
terrorism
Hold
shit.
on,
Like,
hold
what
on,
the
hold
fuck
on,
are you
hold on.
saying?
Let me finish. They've been running over for 75 years. They've been running from place to place.
Can we even platform this?
I
Actually,
actually,
no. I think like no.
Omar,
This
There's
is
no
we can't
place.
platform this on Twitch. Actually,
Stay on
Omar,
your
I'm
land
sorry,
to the
but
Palestinian. If you hear me,
you're saying to shoot Palestinians and then
okay,
saying the
I,
Israelis
I
are
don't,
For their
I
own
don't
good,
mean it.
right?
can't
I
let
don't
I
mean
can't let
it.
you do this.
I don't mean it literally.
I'm sorry.
What a fucking
I just
psycho,
had I
man.
couldn't believe what he just said.
That's the
I didn't
Hamas
mean to
opinion,
get that
by the
out
way.
of them.
Oh my
Sorry.
god.
That's
that
the
was
radical Hamas
well,
opinion, by the
well,
way. They think that Palestinians who live in Israel and don't rise up are like traitors, right? They think
Yeah.
Lebanese refugees who try to get citizenship or try to buy a house are traitors. Yeah.
So hold up. So Ali, this is like this has kind of been my beef, right? So on one hand, I'm willing to concede like descriptive reality to you, like all day, like just Israel's doing like a slow rolling move in order to gain more and more territory, kick Palestinians off their land. If they could do it without killing them, they probably would, but ultimately they don't care. Their political goal is to expand their territory, et cetera, et cetera. Like you can look at the rhetoric versus looking at the actual geopolitical change over the past 100 years, and it's pretty obvious what's going on. But then you have somebody like the empowered man who says that if refugees are fleeing their own territories, then they should be killed as traitors. And I'm like, and I hate to say it because obviously it's bigoted or racist or whatever, but like fuck that and
Yeah.
fuck people who think like that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, like I don't think you're actually sympathetic to the humanitarian needs of the people on the ground. I think you just view this as a proxy war to stick your finger in the eye of the Western world and of Israel in general. So
Yeah.
as a result, it's not about the people, it's about sticking your finger in the eye.
Yeah, so I think what happens is like it's like a weird level of like patriotism, right? So if you take what happened in like Israel Palestine, right, and apply it to like America, for example, if we gave the indigenous people their own land and they claimed it as a state, and then that state started to expand, and then the Americans within that state were being like oppressed or whatever, and then those Americans committed the same act that Hamas committed, I don't think Americans would call them terrorists, right? And I think that's what ends up being like the weird
okay.
issue is that the way we view certain people is from the lens of like, okay, well, we're in America,
I
we
think
would
that's
never.
bullshit, Ollie, and I'll tell you
I
why.
know.
Yeah.
I think that if you had Americans, right, in any situation, in any context, going in and burning babies and killing and raping men, women, and children, we would denounce that as barbaric, savage, and gross. And no one would support, at least on the government level, right? There would probably be crazies, right? But at least on the government level, no one would endorse that. No one would back it. No one would support it.
I'm not so sure about that, but
I was about to say I don't think that's true, man. I think that's like that's the level of the people that you agree with and you see yourself with, right? So if you see Americans being oppressed, you feel like they're being ethnically cleansed, whatever it is, and then they do an attack like that. I'm not condoning the attack. What I'm saying is that you would have more empathy with those people because you relate to them.
I lose all my empathy as soon as you
put
kill
a-
a
I'm
baby.
just saying
Well, I mean,
most.
you know,
I'm just
okay,
saying
let
though,
us-
Ali.
like
Like,
the general
wait,
public.
Could
I
I
think
pose,
that's
okay,
could I
wait.
pose like
I
a
just-
hypothetical? I want to
that
pose
was
a
a
hypothetical.
yeah.
Okay. I think like to make this a little bit more analogous, let's say there's like an area like a city maybe that has a high immigrant population, and then there's like a couple of like there's like a small group of people who have opposition to those people coming in and becoming a majority there. And let's say that small group of people, commits an act of that kind. I think like across the board, yeah, we would all be very, very like
I'm
that wasn't a
I'm
good
right down
analogy
the
at
In
all.
the
middle.
United States, we have people
Yeah.
who go into fucking pizza parlors and make up bullshit like conspiracy theories, shoot bullets in the roof in order to stop oppression that's not even fucking happening, right? So the idea that somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who last week was saying that the Ukrainians are like harvesting baby organs in order to fund their war effort, that she wouldn't be in the American version of Hamas, like leading it forward if we were in a comparable situation to the Palestinians? No, I absolutely don't think that.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is cheating. Okay, she's an exception, right? That's
Lauren
cheating.
Boebert.
Okay, that's cheating.
Hold
You're right.
on.
Lauren
No,
Boebert
I
then.
think we hold up. So I think what we
wait.
need to realize I think what we need to realize is that we are, at least for me, like I'm not a religious literalist. I still find like a lot of value in religion, but I'm not a religious literalist. I think that the morality that you're talking about is actually pretty common in the 19th century and common in the 19th century United States of America. If you looked at the way that we treated indigenous people or whatever, it's like they're savages. The only good Indian is a dead Indian, all that kind of stuff. Like we effectively did genocides here. And then even if it wasn't like a physical genocide, it was a cultural genocide where we said the only way that we can, have these people as a part of our society is if we civilize them, is if we make them become Christian, adopt our names, adopt our religion, adopt our language, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think we're, that many generations removed from morally participating in this thing. That being said, I think what differentiates us from this now is that like in the past 50 years, I think through technology, through social media, through liberal values, through the internet, through globalism, all that kind of stuff, we realize that that shit is fucking evil. And so what happens when you have people explain the thought process of genocide or the thought process of mass slaughter, it sounds like excuses, it sounds like apologia, and it sounds like justification. And so that's where I think that the pushback is coming from, even from me, because if you show me Hamas, butchering like entire people in the kibbutz, and you're like, well, they were there, they were colonizers. Colonizers aren't civilians or whatever. What that does to me is it jettisons my capacity for empathy. And I hope the IDF goes into Gaza and kills every member of Hamas because that they supported and made it a policy to actively kill civilians. As a result, that's morally incompatible with the way I view the world. They have to be destroyed. Yeah.
Last question before we kind of wrap this up. I'm not sure if I want to take calls on this one, to be honest with
wait,
you.
as well. So wait, so with my analogy, would you agree or you disagree on how that would work out?
No, sorry, real quick. I'll be quick. No, I agree with you. I think that the vast majority of us, like including like Wick and all that kind of stuff, would be like, fuck that. They don't represent us. They're pieces of shit. I condemn them wholeheartedly. They're fucking assholes. And as a matter of fact, you have my wholehearted support to fuck them over. But I do think that the closer physical proximity you have to that area, you would find sympathizers and you would find people who logistically and financially supported them.
I'm just saying as well that
that was just the explanation to the empowered man. So there are people who obviously are never going to see it as like a two-way problem. There's always going to be one. Like they're always going to be pro one side. Obviously, I'm pro the Palestinian side, but I understand that the issues come from both, and then there's just more nuance than simply picking.
I'm just saying that for all the suffering that Palestinians have gone through for the last 75 years, like even it seems when you look at polling, most of the time, most of them don't support it either, right? So even during the Second Intifada, most Palestinians oppose the suicide bombings. The most popular leader in Palestine to this day is not Hamas. It's not a terrorist. It's Barghouti, right? And he's said in the 2000s that he opposed attacking civilians in Israel because no good will come from killing our future neighbors, right? That was his position. So same with apartheid, same with the majority of Black Americans in the civil rights movement opposed violence. So it's funny that they can go through all that and still have like more humane positions than all these fucking white leftist retards on Twitter.
I feel like the only reason typically that they're opposed to violence is because they know that the outcome isn't going to be good for them, right? So if like Palestinians endorse the violence, the outcome just isn't going to be good. Israel's way more militarized than they are. They have more money. They have more funding. So obviously the people are never going to support that. But what happens is you have people that want freedom, and then you have this group of people that's willing to do something about it. And although the acts are horrific, sure, from the outside world, we're seeing it as like, this is what's the alternative? The alternative is letting the other thing happen, right?
Okay.
Well, hold up. So
we do need to also acknowledge, though, to a certain extent, Hamas has made it so there is no alternative. They have suppressed dissent. They have gone after. I'm just reinforcing this. After gangs, stolen aid, hasn't held an election since 2006, and they could have held elections since 2006. They cracked down on any forming of a civil society in the Gaza Strip that could offer an alternative solution outside of what we just saw in southern Lebanon. And I do think that for Palestinians to move forward in the flourishing of making a state either after a peace deal is done or even better before a peace deal, Hamas going would be a positive thing for the development of Israeli-Palestinian relations and the creation of a two-state solution.
I mean, that's an assumption, but I don't know if that's how it works out necessarily.
Why not?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
before we wrap up, I
looking at
just
it.
want to. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, I still
would.
got one more question that's very important to ask, but before we wrap up, I want Stardust and counterpoints, and then I do want to ask my question. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at also some polling, as far as like Hamas. I know Hamas is like involved in a lot of government, and operations and political operations and security operations within Palestine. But like according to polling, like I'm seeing that even like a third of Palestinians consider Hamas one of the most like damaging developments for their people. So I think that's important too. Also,
You
kind of
can
keep in
even
mind.
when they won the election, I think most of them said that their reason for voting for Hamas was not to do with militancy. It was to do with it was to do with corruption, because the PA were notoriously corrupt, whereas Hamas had a good reputation from the charity with Mujama al Islamiyah, right? They've always got that veneer of being religious and noble, even though they are corrupt. But
Yeah.
Counterpoint
Okay, and
my question.
yeah, real quick point. So I'm happy when Lonerbox said like, oh well, we haven't seen anything from our side like this, in the past like whatever amount of years. Like, I'm happy that you later brought up Sabra and Shatila, which was basically like Christian phalanges militias that were in Lebanon that then massacred a couple of cities, allegedly with IDF support, and then also the United States got wrapped in because we were covering the retreat of IDF forces from Lebanon, and that was part of the justification for Bin Laden. So what I'm saying is like, it's easy for me to say like, oh yeah, the IDF is going to go fuck up Gaza. That doesn't mean that we're not starting the cycle of violence that's going to lead to another 9/11 and another global war on terror. So we have to be really serious about what's happening now, because it's going to start the next cycle of violence.
So, given that, to kind of fast forward everything, to recognize that we live in the now, in a very real sense. Now we are in a situation, regardless of fault, regardless of anything else, where an organization, Hamas, has came in and again massacred over 1,200 people, civilians, men, women, children. What should, not what will, right? Because I know you like to focus on the will, and we focus on the will. What should the Israeli response be? Because in my mind, any response short of the entire dismantling of Hamas just isn't going to cut it. I think Hamas at this point needs to go. Am I okay with what Netanyahu is doing in response? Absolutely not. But that does beg the question, what should they do? And I'm curious what everyone's answer here. So go ahead.
So, like, what should happen, probably will never happen, is that both parties, the IDF, the Israeli government, and the Hamas, should be able to look at the atrocities that have happened and be able to come to an agreement and have a conversation going forward. That's what should
Wait, does
happen.
Hamas get to be a part of that conversation after what they did?
I mean, does the IDF get to be part of that conversation? Yeah. You guys, you got to understand, I see the IDF and the Israeli government the same way you guys see Hamas. So yes, both parties need to come to mutual agreements. I mean, you can sigh all you want, but
Israel has a state. Hamas doesn't. It's also like, I don't know, like what?
Yeah, Israel having a state.
The Hamas charter is about like it's literally in the Hamas charter like that they want to free Palestine of all the Jews. It's not quite the same. When is Hamas ever? When is Hamas ever? Wait. I'm sorry. When has Hamas ever elected a leader or had the potential to elect a leader who believes in peace? Israel can do that, right? They've had Rabin. Like they can do that. Hamas can't.
Because
Hamas are directed by fucking Iran.
Comfortably able to do that.
So you think Hamas could appoint?
Don't really have a choice.
So you think Hamas could get a leader who is pro-peace?
The question was what should happen, not what will happen. What should happen is that they should be able to find a leader that is for peace.
So what should happen is that Hamas abolishes their charter and cuts ties with Iran and becomes a pro-peace party, right?
I don't know if you have to cut ties with Iran, but you can still be a pro-peace.
You think
party.
Iran would support Hamas if they were pro-peace?
I mean, once again, this is what should and what will. So these are two different. I'm getting two different questions.
Okay, you're leaning really hard on the should, as in idealistic world. Let's.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was the question. You said not what will happen.
Yeah.
What should happen?
That's literally what the question
You're
was.
right. You're right. Maybe I phrased the question poorly. I just didn't think we were going to go into fantasy land where what should happen is the aliens should come down and
So
turn
then,
us all
what
into
other way
good
could that
people.
question have been
The
framed?
dragons should come up and make peace with the fairy elves. Come
So
on.
then what
You
was
know
the
what I
answer?
mean when I say
Okay,
good.
okay,
What was
so
You know
the
what
if
I
we can,
answer was
mean.
if we
going to
can,
be?
No, you
Wick,
disagree with
Wick,
him because of the way he
Wick.
morally views them.
So Wick, if I can, maybe we can rephrase the question as in like within like
The
like
realm of
What
reason
possibility.
as
what is
it stands on
realistic?
the
What
ground now?
is
Let me ask you.
realistic
Let
and
me
what
ask
should
this. Let me try
happen?
this.
Okay.
Let me try this. As
Okay.
the facts on the ground stand now, okay, now today, what should Israel's response be?
I mean, I can go if you want me to go.
Yeah, someone,
So
please.
yeah, okay. So what should slash will be Israel's response? They should stop the airstrikes immediately unless it's against a like purely military target. They shouldn't do the like, oh, there's a residential area around this target. I know that eliminates 99% of their airstrikes, but it just is what it is. Then what I would say, you're nodding your head, you're not going to agree with the rest of what I say. Then I would say sending ground forces, anybody who shoots at you, you do counterinsurgency warfare. You take them all out. You disband Hamas. You go after their insurgency network. You go after anybody who's logistically supporting them, et cetera, et cetera. Kill or capture all of them. You militarily occupy Gaza. But then what you have to do, because what we're talking about cycles of violence, is you have to view Gaza as a nation building project on par with what you would do for Jewish citizens of Israel. So you have to have a desalinization plant. You have to have water. You have to have access to stable electricity. You have to have access to education. You have to have access to secondary education. You have to have the ability to travel and all that kind of stuff. And I know that the what would be the impetus or not the impetus, the impulse would be for violence and revenge. Let's keep these people as subservient slave animals living in rubble and let them all fester and die. And who gives a shit if they're educated and who gives a shit if they have clean water? Don't you remember these massacres? That's going to be the impulse. But I think that you can appeal to a utilitarian framework with Israel and say, what is going to end the bloodshed? And what's going to end the bloodshed is prosperous, healthy, ambitious Gazans who have a different priority than killing Jews. And if you're not down with that, then you're probably wrong.
Where would I disagree with you?
Probably with the military rolling in and killing everybody who shoots at them.
That's part of the war, man.
But I'm just saying,
I understand that that's a side that
are ground invasions not typically more deadly than airstrikes?
They probably are, but at the same time, what you're talking about is the morality of just dropping bombs kind of willy-nilly and then who it kills is who it kills versus individual soldiers making the choice. And I understand that like having individual soldiers making the choice opens it up to massacre because then, you know, one of your friends gets shot and then you're just like, fuck all these people. And then you just machine gun a crowd, but you're also capable of holding those people accountable. So then it becomes a moral calculus of actually separating the combatants from the non-combatants.
The one thing that really makes me hesitant about any ground invasion or the idea that this would be a long-term solution is I do not believe that the current government of Israel is at all interested in what you just laid out. Interested in developing a state in the Gaza Strip that would address the needs of Palestinians and make them think that the type of violence that Hamas engaged in, not only are they not in favor of it, they would never even have that type of thought pass their mind. I don't think that that's what the Israeli government wants. I don't think they're going to engage in that type of a ground campaign. And for that reason, I have to oppose that type of a ground campaign. And I can't be in favor of it. I'm in favor of the people who killed civilians in southern Israel, every single one of them being brought to justice, and the people who planned and operated it being brought to justice, either through special forces raids or finding out where they are and killing them with civilian casualties limited as much as possible. Because you got to make sure that the response to this isn't literally, well, it happened. I guess it is what it is. Not only would that be a terrible incentive for terrorist organizations, but it also would meet with immense backlash from Israeli society and make it so if they're like, well, if you won't deal with it, we'll put in somebody we know for sure will deal with it. And it'll probably be some crazy ass far-right radical. But I don't think a ground operation necessarily is going to lead to the eradication of Hamas. Everybody's viewing it like Hamas are a bunch of fish in the barrel. But if they get in the tunnel system and evacuate and go into exile like they have before,
And we have good reason to know that these types of organizations have ties all across the globe for places they go and hide in, that Hamas's leadership is in Lebanon. They have leadership in Qatar. They have leadership all over the world. How do we know that it's not just going to be Hamas goes into exile, Hezbollah fights with Israel for 20, 30 years, and now it's going to be a long-term counterinsurgency campaign that solves nothing but just adds a bunch of bodies, like the invasion of southern Lebanon?
Given that that's the reality on the ground, given that that's true, right? A lot of Hamas leadership isn't even in Gaza, right? Um, w- is this fixable? Is this solvable?
Not unless you kinda go with the solution that I was talking about.
Okay.
Also, the other thing about the West Bank too, I think you have to freeze. I don't expect Israel to withdraw settlements, I really don't. But I think you have to freeze building of settlements in the West Bank, and you basically have to tell them, "You're not getting IDF support, you're not getting your internet hooked up, you're not getting your water hooked up, you're not getting your electricity, and you're not getting the protection of the Israeli state. So if you go outside of our borders, you're on your own and you're fucked." So I think that's what it would take. I don't think Israel's have the spine for that either, but that's what it would take is a freezing to the borders if you want a two-state solution.
I wanna,
Then when it comes to what Dylan said with like, well, how do we know that Hezbollah is not going to go international and just, kind of stay on the
You mean
fringes? I'm
Hamas?
sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Hamas. How do we know Hamas isn't going to go international? I think Israel's probably going to ask the United States because I think it's a little bit less dicey for American special forces to be in Arab countries than it is for Israeli special forces to be in Arab countries. They're probably going to ask for us to conduct special forces raids on their behalf and just say that like, oh, we thought it's Al Qaeda or we thought it's ISIS or whatever, but actually it was Hamas. And then also, I think that if you've seen, I think the movie was called Munich. It's where like a series of Jewish assassins basically travel internationally in order to take out the leaderships who were behind the Olympic assassinations. I expect Israel to do something like that, which they have done recently. They did that with the Iranian nuclear physicists.
Do we think the Biden administration is going to possibly put American lives in risk to engage in these types of raids across the Middle East, as we're seeing the government largely pivot from its over a decade long Middle East strategy and have reeled back in deployments?
Well, as far as I know, we've been in CT plus for a while, which was like Obama's thing, which is like counterterrorism plus. It's viewing terrorism as like a law enforcement issue, and I think that it's entirely possible that I mean, board. I'm being really cold right now, but I'm just going to be cold. Board special forces they don't want to spend 4 years on a contract not deploying and not stacking bodies. So US SOCOM is probably begging the president of the United States to be taken off leash in reference to this.
What?
I want to
But
give start.
being active, I mean, there's a question about being active in certain regions like Syria, which is going to be a lot easier for American Special Operation Forces to engage in because everybody and their mom can intervene in Syria in the region. There is no government of Assad has butchered his own people endlessly and has made it so he doesn't
Yeah, I
have
don't think you're going to
special
be able to do
control.
this in
But when we
Oman or
talk about
Saudi
like places like
Arabia.
Qatar, yeah, that's my question is, we're not going
Yeah.
to put U.S. Special Forces in Qatar, are we?
No, but that's where I would expect a similar situation in Munich, where maybe a couple of people get car bombed and they weren't expecting it. And just to be like just to be ultra clear, like what I'm talking about. So I know it's a film, but it's allegedly based on real events where Israel did do reprisal assassinations for the Munich Olympic Games in which their Olympic team was killed. And also, we have information as recent as I want to say like 2008 or 2011 where a moped in Iran drove up alongside a nuclear physicist in Iran who was working on the nuclear program, and they basically strapped a magnetic explosive to his driver's side door and killed him. So
Remember that.
I don't think it's beyond Mossad or Israeli special forces capacity to conduct extrajudicial assassinations of organizations that they believe to be terrorists.
I'm sympathetic to the fact that the Mossad is an extremely effective organization, but also it was also the Mossad that failed to stop what just happened in southern Israel. And so while I do believe that Mossad has an immense capacity, it is up in the air
if after this policy of just like perpetuating the conflict that Netanyahu is engaged in, that their government could engage in these types of raids in countries that will be expecting these types of raids.
The historical parallel that I would cite to you is the CIA. So basically, pre 9/11, they went to a lot of like signals intelligence. A lot of human intelligence people were saying like, we need to be on the ground, we need to be talking to people, we need to have a better network, we need to do this, we need to do that. They were basically ignored by the administration, and as a result, 9/11 was viewed as an intelligence failure. I think people still call 9/11 an intelligence failure to this day, and yet since that date, CIA has been infinitely more kinetic. They've gone on the field. They have the Special Activities Division. They work with the drone program. They work with special forces all the time. So I get what you're saying, where maybe they failed in their capacity now. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Maybe this is like too unnuanced. I view this as Israel's version of 9/11. We are a population of 320 million. I think we've been 250 million plus since before 2001. We lost 3,000 people to 9/11. Israel just lost 1,000, and I'm pretty sure they're a country of only a few million. This is going to go really close. It's going to cut really deep to the bone, and they're going to kill a lot of fucking people because of it.
And on that note, gang, this has been a discussion. I apologize for the toss thing earlier. We dealt with that. It is what it is. Whoa, I want to check the temperature here. Are we going to take calls for this or are we not? What are we thinking? What do we want?
I got to take care of family, honestly.
Okay, we probably, yeah, that's kind of my thinking. I don't know if I want to bring people on to scream and yell about this. So that's what we're gonna do. Gang, if you like this content, if you've enjoyed this discussion, if you, like Flex Friedman, love Wick, then consider supporting the channel by liking and subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch or you're on Kick, follow. Give me some subs, give me some super chats. All that goes to help the channel, and I appreciate you and thank you for tuning in. And I want to say I appreciate all of you for being here, for weighing in, and for mostly being calm, rational, and reasonable.
I do have a
Oh,
question.
please go ahead.
Before like before we finish this up, do people on the panel think that that Israel should restore the power and utilities to the Gaza region, or do you think that's too risky for them?
I think they should restore it immediately.
I think they should restore it as well. Yeah. I just don't. I don't
Yeah.
know why they. I
Human
don't know why they did that
human
in the
beings
first
can.
place, yeah.
Sorry, this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Human beings can't survive without water for 3 days.
Yeah.
And we're talking
I don't know
about the
why they're
desert.
doing that. Yeah.
Well, I know why they're doing it.
Well,
They
yeah,
don't give a
listen, I know
fuck.
why.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the thing that gets me. They're saying they're doing it to, you're gonna go in, you're
Get
gonna
the
destroy
hostages
Hamas.
released.
But Hamas has years and years and years of bottled water in those tunnels. Hamas has generators, they have fuel stored up. The first people that are gonna be suffering from these utilities getting cut off are going to be working class Palestinians, and the Hamas leadership are gonna be eating duck and good fish, and they're going to be absolutely fine, and the majority of Hamas fighters are going to be able to sustain themselves because they are the priority for Hamas, which is solely right now interested in resisting Israel in every way. And the only way they can do that is if they have fighters with a full stomach, not necessarily a civilian population with a full stomach.
If
yeah,
you
and
want
if I could, like, I think that they should restore the power and the utilities, because I think that not only
water,
are
at
the
least.
average people, at least the water, and not only are the average civilians going to suffer from this. I think restoring those things would probably at least build some like goodwill between Israel. I think that for Israel to move forward, I don't know militarily what they should be doing, but I do know Israel moving forward will have to find a way to build a strong relationship with Palestinian civilians. Yeah.
I want to say something that I think is like
real quick, then we got to get to closing.
Yeah, critically important. I think Israel has a lot of momentum. I've said it before. I've said it again. I think that they have the ability to use international rage at this incident in order to militarily occupy Gaza and maybe even displace like most of Gaza to a different location. I think what will absolutely destroy that momentum is if in 2 or 3 days you have Palestinian families walking out with their dead children from dehydration, and they're holding them and they're live streaming it and recording it and uploading it. If you have like, obviously the kibbutz massacre was horrifying, but if you have tens of thousands of dead children in 3 days because of Israel's direct action, you're going to lose whatever political sympathy you had.
I think they've already lost a decent chunk of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity. Too early to tell, but it looks like they're squandering it. Okay. On that note, I want to give everyone here closing thoughts on this and tell people where they can find you if they want to find you. And we're going to start in the reverse order that we started. We're going to start with Stardust. We're going to work our way and let Ali close us out. Stardust, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, I will say that, it's a tragedy on both sides. At this point, 70 years on, I don't hold the citizens of Israel responsible for the original situation that led this all to happening. For people who live there, that's all they know. That's the land and the home that they know. Not to make what originally happened right. But if they're going to move forward, Israel and the IDF are going to have to build a pretty strong relationship with Palestinian citizens. If they want a two-state solution, it's not going to work unless they start building that goodwill, and they basically get Palestinian civilians to trust them more than Hamas or any other outside influence. So,
where can people find you?
I'm Stardust. You can find me twitch.tv/Stardust or youtube.com/Stardust streams.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Lunderbox, what you got?
For having me.
I think my take is the same on Dylan's regarding the ground invasion. I think it's probably more likely to cause more harm than good. Assuming it does happen and they occupy Gaza, I mean, I would at least hope that Netanyahu goes, that he gets replaced by someone who is actually pro-peace and is actually serious about peace, like Rabin. If any far-right Israeli wants to take the position that Palestinians can never be negotiated with and there's absolutely no point, well, maybe they should be deported along with them. I don't care. Like, they can fuck off with like Smotrich and all those other wankers. I think pretty doomer about the whole thing. Maybe like the slightest bit of hopium, even though people are saying that this sets everything back, it probably will. But there was a case in 93, just after 6 years of the first Intifada, where there was quite a lot of violence, a lot of civilian deaths on both sides. And out of that came a pro-peace leader in Palestine who was willing to recognize Israel and denounce terrorism. And on the Israeli side, there was a pro-peace prime minister who was willing to engage in the Oslo Accords. I don't think it's impossible.
Until they killed him, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that. I'm not saying it's people like underestimate how much will there is on both sides for the suffering to stop, even if it doesn't always show in their leadership or in their kind of like the way their opinions fluctuate based on events. But yeah, who knows?
Where can people find you?
Oh, lonerboxyoutube.com and Twitter.
Thank you for being here. Check them out. I really appreciate you, and I hope you're right with the hopium. Okay, I really do. Dylan, go ahead.
My name is Dylan Burns. I'm a war journalist and streamer on the ground in Ukraine. I just got back from covering the Zaporozhye counteroffensive with artillery teams. I'm going to be releasing that footage probably at somewhere near the end of the month. I got an interview with a Brazilian International Legion fighter. We're going to be releasing probably in the next few days over the weekend. As for this, first thing I want to say, and I didn't get a chance to shout it out, and I don't see a lot of people talking about it, so I'm going to talk about it. There's so much fake footage sharing around on Twitter. Twitter's been the absolutely worst platform in the world for covering this. Facebook's been pretty bad too. Instagram's been pretty bad. Basically, every social media platform's been bad. But Twitter has been the absolute worst. And the thing that really hurts is I have a lot of friends in the Syrian diaspora that fled after Assad started butchering his own people, bombing them with thermite, using chemical weapons against them, bombing them with barrel bombs, butchering all of his people. And I'm seeing so much footage from that war getting reposted and people pretending it's from this war. And I can't imagine being a Syrian person, seeing your suffering ignored for like almost a decade, a literal decade, and then the only time people actually acknowledge your suffering and look at your suffering is when they pretend it's somebody else's suffering, right? I can't even imagine the anger, and all of my Syrian friends are fuming about it, and so I wanted to just say that for a second. I also want to talk about, since I have more experience with this war than I do with the war that's going on right now. I want to talk about how why a lot of the world isn't supporting Ukraine and the international liberal world order is because a lot of it they think is hypocritical. That when Russia violates Ukraine's sovereignty, which obviously Ukraine should be supplied with what is necessary to push back against the Russian invasion, it's illegal, it's horrible, it's awful. But when they get their territory infringed upon, the West all comes together, locks arms, is ready to push back against the Russians. But for the last 80 years of occupation, the West has been largely silent about the Israeli occupation of the West Bank, has been largely silent about Netanyahu's continued perpetuation of the conflict and no interest in coming to a reasonable deal, or any of the horrific statements that have come from Knesset members, government officials, talking about, we need to level the place. We've got American politicians like Lindsey Graham saying we need to level the Gaza Strip. He has never... what connection does he have to this conflict to have that much of a murderous opinion about it? His family wasn't shot and killed. That's the thing that really gets me, is when people who don't even have direct ties to this conflict, or some of the most bloodthirsty people overseas because of either the religious zealotry or because they want to score political points. Those people are the worst. But the only people who I believe that are civilians that are legitimate targets are those who post armor footage on Twitter and pretend that it's real. That'll be my finishing statement.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, just double check your sources, gang. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of people trying to use this to get their dunks on. So just check your sources. Make sure that at least it's backed up by something, right? There's a fog of war going on, and yeah, we just gotta double check it. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you coming. Counterpoints.
Yep. So I'll try to be brief. Israel is responsible for the geopolitical pressure that's been put on the Palestinians, and as a result, but the Palestinians are responsible for what they do with that pressure. So, as an example, I think that I just saw some footage of Hamas like ripping up some water pipes in order to build rockets that they could then shoot into Israel and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, that's not going to fucking solve anything. And basically, I would go with my plan if I was Israel. So ground invasion is probably going to happen whether we like it or not. The eradication of Hamas is probably going to happen whether or not we like it. We're probably going to have a 10-year or 20-year military occupation with civilian casualties. And then the only way to break the cycle of violence is to treat your neighbor the way you would like to be treated. And that means not evicting them. That means providing for their water, providing for their security, providing for their education, providing for their future well-being, et cetera, et cetera. And if we don't have the willpower to do that, then we'll just launch a new cycle of violence. If you liked my takes, if you want to check me out, you can type in Counterpoints 40K into YouTube. You'll come across my Warhammer channel. We're breaking 55,000 subscribers, this month. We are also breaking 1 million views monthly for the third or fourth time, which is pretty cool. So if you're into Warhammer animations or Warhammer lore breakdowns, go ahead and check that out. If you want my politics takes, then we're resetting the politics under the channel Counterfire, where debates and conversations such as this are posted. So thank you for having me on, Wick. I appreciate it. Ollie, even if we disagreed or whatever, if we're on different sides of the fence, it was nice speaking with you. And of course, I parasocially love everybody else on this panel as well. So
thank you for being here, Counterpoints. Really appreciate you. Finally, Ollie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think during these times, it's really important that people stay aware, do your own research, do good research, stay informed, have conversations with people who disagree with you. You shouldn't live in an echo chamber. You should be able to see things from another perspective, another side. Stay hopeful. Free Palestine. And the other way you can find me, Ali the Sagir, TikTok normally, but I'm about to start streaming relatively soon. Counterpoints, it was a pleasure meeting you, Loner, Dylan, Stardust.
Thank you for being here. Everyone, gang,
Thank
like
you,
I
Wicked
said,
panel.
we're probably not going to have a stream tomorrow. I might do a solo stream, might do some solo content. I don't know. It depends on how I feel. I have been frustrated by the coverage of this, the response to this. A lot of people have gone mask off, and I think that a lot of people, it just shows that they are willing to overlook the suffering and inhumanity if it is done to the people they consider to be the bad guys. And that is a statement that applies across the board politically. But yeah. Okay, we're going to raid out. And we'll see you guys either tomorrow or we'll see you Monday. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye,
Good
bye.
night.
Well done, guys. We have another conversation coming up. I think we're going to talk to Erudite next. Erudite. Eurudite. That's what Carantos calls her, isn't it? All right, let's maybe get through some of this because I think she wants me to comment on this with her. So
that is entirely in the hands of the Israeli government to scale back, regardless of how Israeli people feel about the matter, whether they are understandably paranoid and understandably scared or not. I mean, remember the first Intifada was rocks. The second one was bombs, like suicide vests and suicide bombs in public transit. It has escalated throughout years as the Israeli occupation has gotten worse and worse. And this is a reality that even former Israeli...
The first Intifada wasn't just rocks, but I know what he's saying. Yeah, like the photos were a lot. It was like 5-year-olds throwing rocks at tanks. Yeah, but no, there were civilians killed in first Intifada. It just wasn't nearly as bad as the second.
The officials recognize and reckon with and ask for change on. You know what I mean?
100%. Dude, I understand everything you're saying.
But
like people forget, like in the 90s, there was at least some form of freedom of travel between Israel proper, West Bank, and Gaza. There were no the border walls and the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted. And look
90s,
where we're at now. What's up?
In the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like it didn't seem that impossible back then.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
Yeah. And then what happened? The one dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated. And the dudes that literally wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah, it's
and they have been voted for. They've been voted into office.
I wouldn't split hairs on that. I feel like if you lead a march with people taking coffins behind you and saying "Death to Rabin," yeah.
Office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like very.
What's this?
And I'm gonna go kill all the Jews.
I can't believe Dylan would say that.
They've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power, they don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak, genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary.
I feel like President Sunday is really... President Sunday is really putting his sword into the ground of like matching the numbers. And comparing Hamas's attacks to the airstrikes. I mean, still... It's not even to excuse what Israel's doing, but to say it's like the... whatever.
And demand more blood.
Let me just ask you this then.
Not going to fight on that hill.
And the analogy I gave you, okay? Just to get a direct answer.
Yeah.
where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling saying, my neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now. And there's people saying, go Palestine. Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill?
It's a strange time to say it, isn't it?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No,
is it?
it's not unreasonable.
And
for you to
I
assume
mean,
that.
listen, I think.
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that that Israelis feel towards Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that they have seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders. Like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I do have a problem, but let's say
What kind of shit though?
They attacked a military outpost. They attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is more acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is like I just don't think there's any room for exceptions there.
No,
like there's
I
a
agree.
big difference. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I understand and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself. Here.
Yes, civilian targets are never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
that is
so,
literally
and it was
the rule. That's the rule. Is that like civilian targets are not appropriate.
And again, Israel kills civilians, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that. I know they do. It's like it's not even debated. At least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, let's go Palestine, and not say, like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential, because the actions of the state
I hope it's
and the actions of
inconsequential,
our
yeah.
state, the
Because they're
actions
your
of all
friends.
Western states is significantly more important.
Right.
Because they're your friends.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
Motherfucker.
and I find it to be unproductive, and I also think it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous.
It's unproductive to
that,
call out people who celebrate terror attacks.
The indifference that people have to human casualties is gross, and it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that is like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo, right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is. Like, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who has like been associated with BLM has to apologize to random fucking Instagram
It's
account.
all team sports. He's basically like a guy. He's like one of those cuck bitches who defends his girlfriend even when she's being like horrible, or like a friend. It's like a really Scottish culture thing. Like no matter what your friend's doing, your friend can go up and fucking start a fight with like 3 people, but apparently in Scottish culture you have to take their side, right? He's doing that shit. It's so sad. Anyway,
that is politics.
Why'd that come to your mind? Because I'm a fucking streamer. I speak off the cuff. Stream of consciousness. Are you trying to say that there's something in my fucking psyche that's like...
People are using the deaths
think of a comparison, a relatable
Israelis
comparison.
And the deaths of Palestinians to do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't, that a part of I'm
trying to think of my ex, the Hamas fighter. Yeah.
Condemn the violence. Do you condemn the violence?
Damn.
Do you condemn the violence?
Don't
Rhetoric
even get me started. My ex, the Hamas fighter.
Thanks for all of the excellent and informative content. It's especially needed at times like this.
How many people did he murder?
Thanks for all of the excellent and informative content. It's especially needed at times like this.
is
Thanks for the $20, Toddley76. We appreciate that.
I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict, even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like Israeli security, where the Harvard Student Organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is squarely the consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard Students Organization. There's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that.
So the National Unity Government's been approved by the Parliament. What other updates do we have here? Gaza hospitals in critical condition. Morgue has run out of room. That's beautiful. Will Hezbollah war? That might be an interesting one. AP is taking a look at whether Lebanon's Hezbollah is likely to join the war. Hezbollah, which like Hamas is supported by Iran, has so far been on the fence about joining the fighting between Israel and the Gaza Strip's Islamic militant rulers. I'm just saying, you guys, that if fucking Hezbollah can't make up their mind over whether or not they're going to help you, like this whole idea that a joint coalition of Islamist radicals can free Palestine, like that, there's no fucking way. The fact that we don't know if Hezbollah are going to help, let alone all the other countries that Hamas were calling out for. Ugh. While Israel's political and military leaders weigh the next move, they are nervously watching Hezbollah on Israel's northern border and have sent troop enforcements to the area. Hezbollah, with an arsenal of tens of thousands of rockets and missiles capable of hitting virtually anywhere in Israel, is viewed as a far more formidable foe than Hamas. Israel is anxious that opening a new front in the country's north could change the tide of the war, with Hezbollah's military caliber far superior to that of Hamas. But the fighting could be equally devastating for Hezbollah and Lebanon. Israel is currently worried about Hezbollah's precision-guided missiles, which are believed to be aimed at strategic targets like natural gas rigs and power stations. Qasim Qasir, the Lebanese analyst close to the group, said, Hezbollah will not allow Hamas's destruction and won't leave Gaza alone to face a ground incursion. When the situation requires further escalation, then Hezbollah will do so. Damn. America's going to get involved if Hezbollah does, right? That's what they said. That's why the carriers are there, and the British Navy are sending shit as well. Yair Lapid refused to join the unity government and criticize Netanyahu. That's good. I think. But the possibility of a new front in Lebanon also brings back bitter memories of a vicious month-long war between Hezbollah and Israel in 2006 that ended in a stalemate and a tense detente between the two sides. Lebanon is in the fourth year of a crippling economic crisis and is bitterly divided between Hezbollah and its allies and opponents, paralyzing the political system. The $20 dono played twice, but it wasn't a problem with the 2 or 5. I don't know how it's working. I delete the alert box, I bring it back, it does the same thing. We'll figure it out one day, don't worry. Let's carry on.
What happened? Every single psychopathic VC hedge fund dipshit said, these people need to be punished. Give us their names. And they got their names. They did canary mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same thing that the Haaretz editorial board wrote. Word for word, bar for bar. The Israeli paper.
What was this fucking Giannis?
Those who...
This video is 3 minutes long. He probably says like 4 sentences.
Try very hard to extract from people like me, from DM25, a condemnation of the attack by the Hamas guerrillas. We'll never get it.
Jesus.
And they will never get it for a very simple reason. Those who care about humans without any discrimination, those who care equally about a Jew and an Arab, must ask themselves a very simple question. What exactly is their idea of the cessation of hostilities. That Palestinians are going to lay down their arms and go back into the largest open-air prison
Open air
in
prison.
the world.
He said open air prison.
Where they are constantly suffocated.
Again, like, why is it always this fucking insane binary between massacring civilians in a fucking kibbutz and laying down your arms? I would think you would know, you academic fucking penis head fuck.
By the apartheid state.
Oh, the apartheid state.
In other words,
don't forget the apartheid.
Back in South Africa, in the era of apartheid, what was the problem? Was it that some members of the black resistance, including the ANC, but not only the ANC, took up arms against the South African regime and sometimes
off. Why is he making that comparison?
The problem with apartheid?
No.
The problem was apartheid.
I have. Okay, what a fucking fraud. Absolute charlatan cunt. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I used to think he was smart. I don't trust anyone anymore. That guy writes books. He's an academic. Okay, we're going to talk to Erudite. Remember when everyone was big on him and Tsipras in Greece? Yeah. Actually. I need to go bathroom though, hang on. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna join them in a minute. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, we gotta go quick.
A record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America? They got doxxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
there are literally their photos are being
I
posted.
read the letter. It was not that bad. People are going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
But there's no timing placed on another a group of people's emancipation. There's no like
Bro,
my
Their timing matters.
No,
let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said, you know what I said, on the day of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference
Palestine
between what I said
while people are being murdered, like that's pro Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Harvard students said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well, versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective?
First of all, I don't have a problem with what they.
Okay, I'm sure it was good content.
Hello, is anyone
Hey.
here?
I'm here.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good. Our resident expert.
Oh, God. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Fuck. Our resident, what do I even call you? Snow Bunny Demon. That's what I hear you get called.
Psycho witch.
True.
All right. What are your thoughts on the leftovers? I'm like an hour and 50 minutes in so far.
I think like most of what Hasan's saying isn't exactly like wrong. It's just he just sounds like every pamphlet I was ever handed at any pro-Palestine protest or like any leaflet that was given by some like far left campaign group. Like it's just like and he's not really engaging in much of a conversation, right? He's just kind of rattling off, and yeah, most of it's mostly true. He kind of hyperbolizes a bit, but yeah, it's like he is a very I think the way he operates is like he really doesn't like calling out his own side, because I guess he considers it like feeding the right or whatever, right?
It's impure.
Yeah. And he's also
it seems like he carries a lot of water for people who are outright supporting Hamas's actions, which is really like he's not defending Hamas, he's defending people defending Hamas, which is weird.
Yeah, like he even said it's like it's inconsequential whether we do the like Hamas condemnation thing or whatever, or we go after people who are supporting Hamas. He said it was inconsequential. I was like, it's not really because they're your friends, right? Like second thought, like you went to these guys' podcasts. You said they were your friends, right?
Well, he's also the biggest. He's the biggest political commentator on Twitch, and Twitch is mostly going to be like young people, 16 to your early 20s watching that stuff. These are people who are first forming their political beliefs. Like you're basically shaping the future voter base in your country, and you're basically telling that voter base that they don't have to give a shit whatsoever about the fact that there is a literal terrorist organization who has explicitly said that their goal is to eradicate the Jewish race. Like that's very, very dangerous to me.
Okay, my understanding is that it sounds like Hamas has never been that explicit, and they were mostly like ambiguous, and they have somewhat walked it back. That was my understanding of Hamas's take around like jihad against Israelis.
They did a lot of positive PR over the last couple of decades that worked on a lot of people. Like they did this thing, I think it was wasn't too long ago, when they changed their charter from the original one, which was much more anti-Semitic and explicit. But they kind of did like a sleight of hand where they didn't really delete the first one, so they still kind of stick to the first one. And yeah, that was kind of that's why a lot of people, and they have kind of flip-flopped a little bit on various approaches, but I guess now we know for sure, right? Yeah,
I mean, it just those stated intentions are just directly in line with their present day actions, right? So I'm just kind of looking at that, right? They said that they said that they want to get rid of the Jewish race, and now they're actually trying to do it because they're just running amok in Israel with it doesn't seem like there's any real tactical plan but to just kill everybody in sight. I mean, didn't they literally say that they wanted even everybody in Israel who was not a ethnic Israeli to basically like take up arms? I'm pretty sure they said that recently.
That's like a general Hamas position anyway. They think Palestinians who live in Israel who don't rise up are like traitors. So
yeah. So there you go. Like, so yeah, I just find that super, super dangerous to tell the like very, very young people, like many of which are minors, right? Like a lot of people who watch Hasan are like 17-year-olds, which isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just, you don't want to tell them to like not care about a terrorist organization. I mean, understanding those people's ideology, like if you are a very, very critical person of Israel, you can't be in my opinion anyway, you can't be responsibly critical of Israel if you're not familiar with Hamas's like actual ideology and what their actual goals are and what they're trying to do, right? Because that is basically like it's a very important thing to know to understand why Israel is doing everything it's doing to Palestine. So
okay, I had a bunch of questions for you, local expert, but not legal expert.
Yeah.
Loaderbox. Okay, Hasan keeps talking about how all settlers are religious Orthodox extremists. I'm very dubious of that claim for a number of reasons. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that some of them are, and that as fighting has escalated, that there has been greater levels of movement towards religious orthodoxy. But it feels also like probably there's a lot of somewhat capitalist people taking advantage of probably cheaper land and incentivized land.
So usually when I've seen interviews with settlers, they might give like a top 5 list of reasons for going there. One is for starting families because there's a lot more space per person for like green space for going out for walks in the park and all that. It's like you can't really. Israel's it's like the Middle East, right? Densely packed and like skyscrapers and that kind of thing. So there's a lot more open space in settlements, and they go there for that like family suburban life is one of the reasons. The other is that it's cheap. It's very cheap. So there's a few reasons, and then somewhere underneath there will be like because they feel like they have a connection to the land, but that's for the settlements. There's 2 kinds of settlements though. There's the ones that are all settlements are illegal in the West Bank under international law, but there are the ones that are legally recognized by Israel, the settlements, and then there are the outposts, which even Israel doesn't consider illegal. This is people who go just independently, like independent actors, who will basically just set up like tents or these like makeshift kind of box houses. They might grab a bit of like the electricity line, or they might bring like a water tank, and they are usually just there because they are religious nutcases, and that's what he's talking about. I think in the West Bank, there are 150 odd settlements and about 100 outposts. Sometimes,
it's that close.
sometimes Israel will dismantle the outposts because they're a lot smaller. They are sometimes just tents and like box houses. Sometimes Israel will dismantle them and take a picture and show the United States that they're behaving, but other times the IDF will like help them and protect them. Yeah.
Okay. The IDF does protect. And when you say so legally recognized 140 settlements, are these the ones that are also? Okay, I have questions actually. Sorry, I'm going to back up. There's a difference between Gaza and West Bank, and the motivations for moving towards both of these is probably going to be sometimes the same, such as space and cheap. My understanding is that Gaza is going to have a lot less religious undertones, whereas the West Bank has got all of those historical religious locations like Jerusalem and all sorts of things. Am I correct in understanding that probably more, like, is there more outposts directly towards the West Bank or towards Gaza?
There are no settlements in Gaza. They all left in 2005.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And so any pushing into Gaza for settlements, was that probably almost exclusively somewhat capitalist, cheap?
I'm not
that sort of
actually
thing?
sure. There were only 8,000 of them. I don't know why. I don't know what the motivations for each of those people was for going there. But yeah,
Okay.
they're all gone now anyway.
Okay, so then the tension between Gaza and Israel, since the outposts were removed, what do you think drives it? Because the settlements were removed in 2005, correct?
Hmm.
And then Hamas won the election in 2006 or 7, one of those two.
6, yeah.
And then obviously they've not allowed another election since then.
Hmm.
What is the main thing? Like when you look at the tensions between specifically Gaza and Israel, is it because of Hamas extremism and like jihadism? Because I know Egypt and Israel have blockades on Gaza. Like what's the dynamic there that's unique versus like the West Bank?
The dynamic's different because Israel disengaged from Gaza. They pulled out the IDF, and then they kept control over the border, the airspace, and the maritime border, and goods going in and out, population registry, because they didn't want anything to do with a place that dense that they couldn't expand settlements into, that was just so overwhelmingly majority Palestinian, because there were like 2 million people living there. And their big fear was that if they gave voting rights to people in Gaza, that would like destroy the Jewish state, right? So they never wanted that to become the Palestinian campaign, so they disengaged instead and just said that we just left it to them. The tension now is because that Israel did that unilaterally after a decade of failed negotiations, and Hamas basically used that as a sign that they had won, because they had been very violent. That was another part of the reason for Israel leaving. And because so when the disengagement happened, people in Hamas basically went out and said that negotiations completely failed. Look what we did with only like 4 years of violence. And then that boosted their popularity like through the roof, because they took credit for Israel leaving Gaza.
Oh, okay. So that's what led to their success in the elections.
Yeah, there's a few reasons for it. Another reason is that Israel just kind of, before they were Hamas, when they were originally like an NGO, a charity, Israel kind of tolerated them when they were unarmed, and they were kind of okay with them being really anti-Semitic because they were radical Muslims. And because they were radical Muslims, they kind of counterweighted the secular nationalists in the West Bank. So they kind of, it was like a divide and conquer tactic, basically. But yeah, that's like, and also Iran helped them as well. So those are like the kind of three things I think that led to Hamas's rise.
Right. Okay, Iran. And then is Hezbollah involved in that as well? Because I've heard that there's like talks between Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. I'm not sure if those are confirmed, though. Obviously, I don't know what's propaganda and what's not.
So Hezbollah and Hamas are like, yeah, they're both linked to Iran. They're Sunni and Shia, I think, respectively. Hamas is Sunni and Hezbollah is Shia. But they do, yeah, they have different levels of cooperation. They are basically allies. So, and Hezbollah kind of came up in similar conditions because Israel occupied Lebanon in the south for about 15 years. And Hezbollah kind of rose on the back of that along with help from Iran. And it was the same idea that like it was the Hezbollah narrative was that it was their terror campaign that got Israel to leave. So it's like the same idea.
They're also helping them right now. Iran is funding the attack right now, and I think Hezbollah is actively like participating in the actual like attack right now. Is that correct?
Well, Hezbollah are currently at the border, and they're saying that if Israel, I think if Israel deliberately targets civilians, I think they said, or I don't know how they would figure that out with the way the strikes are going. But also, I think if Israel does a ground incursion into Gaza, then the IDF might be stretched too thin, and Hezbollah will try to fire from the north. Hezbollah is a lot stronger than Hamas. They are the biggest unofficial army. Like they're the biggest army in the world without a nation state, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and that's why I think America's position with moving those carriers over to the sea is that they're going to get involved if Hezbollah gets involved. But right now, I think it's just been like pot shots or someone gets shot at the border, right? Yeah.
Do you think that Iran will get involved?
No idea.
Do you think they're just going to hold back and? Okay.
I think it's probably not in people's interest to get involved because I don't think Hamas expected that level of success at all. I think they just wanted to cause some agitation, embarrass Netanyahu, take a few hostages, get a bunch of prisoners released, and that would be it. We had warnings of something like that happening in the months prior. Historically, Palestinian resistance has been like really bad, like really famously, notoriously bad. This is the first time ever with those settlements and those kibbutz in South Israel. This is the first time ever, even since 48, that Palestinian militant group has been able to take territory and hold it.
Yeah, just like fully go on in.
Yeah, those like border, that like little mile of stretch that they controlled over Gaza. It's the first time they've ever taken territory and hold it.
Despite like the blockades and everything.
Yeah. Despite that, like
crazy.
It's only ever been buildings that they've occupied maybe or stuff like that, or it's like very small patches, but never actually like territory. Yeah. So I don't think they
still hold. Do they still hold the land that they took in the Saturday raids?
I think Israel's kind of like closed off the border now and they're kind of surrounding it. I think there might still be fighters roaming around, but it's all back now. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think have you heard much about the Egyptian intelligence and the question of whether Netanyahu knew about the attack or anything like that?
They get warnings like that all the time. There have been public warnings as well.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, there have been public warnings. Like when it was very clear that the IDF were struggling to get people to stay on because of all the protests about the Israeli government. Hezbollah made public statements a few months ago saying like the time is now, like they're weak. They were literally saying that publicly. So I think he probably wrote it off as one of those. I don't, as far as I know,
and he got fucked by that. Like it doesn't seem, so there's nothing like that was basically the main question, because a lot of people were telling me that and I was like, well, that's really, really sus if that is just what it is. But I wonder how often he gets these warnings, because if it's constantly, then I can understand kind of dismissing it. And also what was the nature and severity of the warning, and does he have reason to believe in the severity being claimed?
Yeah, that's even the US guy who confirmed that the warning was real even said that we didn't really know what the severity was.
Okay.
And
it seems like there's very limited information on this current warning from Egypt right now.
So then do you think that Netanyahu also will claim?
You cut out at do you think Netanyahu for me?
Sorry, do you think that Netanyahu and his cabinet are actively genocidal against Palestinians?
Genocidal?
Like, are they doing it? Yeah, like is an ethnic cleansing being attempted?
Oh, ethnic. Yeah, some of them are. Smotrich, in the far right of the government, has literally said that he wanted Huara, that village in the West Bank, that town, to get wiped off the face of the earth. He walked it back later and said that it was a misspeak.
Yeah, the further right the party are,
Yeah.
I think the further right in the party are, but I don't think Netanyahu himself is. I don't think the broader goals of the government are. But I do think that there are some actors like that who have these like very, very resentful attitudes towards like the Palestinian population and would probably want to like negligently just say, well, you know what, maybe it would just be more effective to defeat Hamas if we just like blew it all to smithereens. Like there's probably I have no doubt that there are some people in the government who are like that. But I think generally speaking, as far as the goals of like the Netanyahu project, it's my view of it is his goal is about Hamas and not about the Palestinian population. But I do think that he has often engaged in very negligent actions that do harm the Palestinian population when he could have otherwise avoided harming the Palestinian population, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like it's just hard to infer what their long-term goal is. I don't think they have one. I think their idea is just that they keep on expanding settlements into the West Bank and they annex whatever they can, and then you just get similar to Gaza, just like a very fragmented Palestinian population that Israel just kind of cuts off from themselves and just leaves in a permanent state of limbo. We know that Netanyahu has never wanted peace. He opposed peace talks. He opposed the Oslo Accords in the 90s. And actually, Hasan did say one thing that was more or less right, was that when Rabin signed the Oslo Accords, one of the biggest moves towards peace in the history of Israel-Palestine, Netanyahu was leading protests against it, where people were carrying mock coffins of the Israeli prime minister who was behind it, and they were chanting "death to Rabin," and then Rabin got assassinated after that. So, yeah, but I think with the ethnic cleansing thing, I think if the Egyptian corridor opens and everyone leaves Gaza, they won't be let back in. If Israel occupies Gaza, they won't let them back in. And they'll claim security reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
And where would the Palestinians go? Because Egypt's not going to let them in.
Yeah, they would just have to live in refugee camps in the desert, right?
Yeah. Okay. And so I just want to understand Palestine's history and right to claim to the land specifically. This is my understanding so far. It's super rough, so I apologize. My understanding is that in 1917, basically Britain got the land from the Ottoman Empire after World War I, basically, and then carved out Palestine for Palestinians. And they kind of called this Palestine. But it wasn't, I don't know if it was a country or not at that point in time, because it was also a colony of Britain. So you might be able to answer that. Was it considered, because sometimes colonies were also considered countries with some level of like rights and independence and legal rights there, and some colonies didn't. Do you know where Palestine fell into with that?
I know it wasn't a state. I don't know if it was actually a country or a territory. I don't know. I don't exactly know that. No.
Okay, that's fine. Is that so? I know both groups are going to claim historical connection to Mecca and Jerusalem and all that shit, obviously. And both groups, to be honest, have some level of like, especially if we go back far enough, historical legitimacy claim to the area, because this area has been highly active and full of different groups of people, and there's probably lots of other groups of people that have right to claim based on that as well. I just want to understand like the last, basically in the 20th, 21st century. So after Palestine was carved out, why was, do you know why Palestine specifically was selected as the location to put the Jews after World War II, or was it just because Jerusalem was there?
I don't think originally, because I think originally the Zionist Congress were, they were very secular. I think they wanted Uganda was the first proposal. I think there was I don't know how prominent they were, but there was a Zionist faction that wanted to negotiate with Nazis as well, and then Madagascar was another option. But that was more of like a deportation kind of thing. So I'd imagine Palestine, they just resolved it because it came from the British, and the religious thing probably helped.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, it was just kind of what it fell to?
Yeah, because they had, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then what would be, like, how would you view basically Palestine's claim to the land that it was carved out? Because it's not this is something Nick brought up that I don't know the answer to, which is like, it's not really a state after we carved it up after the Second World War. So like, is there any like what was Palestine and what legal rights does it have, or is it none, right? Because it's easier to understand this argument about like Ukraine and Russia and sovereignty and stuff like that. It's a lot more complicated, it feels, with Palestine, about like the borders that they have, why they have them, what legal rights. They're not really a state. I know the UN later says that they're a state, I think in like 2008, but that's a little bit late. Do you know the answer to? I know this is a vague question. Do you know the answer to my vague question?
So there was first the UN mandate, which was like in 1947, where it was kind of a bit more of an even split for the Israel and Palestine. Then, so what happened was, the way I'll give you like the standard left wing argument, which I don't completely follow, but it makes sense. When Britain started promising land to the Jews in Israel, when they started saying that this could be the place for the Jewish state in 1917, I think the historic Palestine was 6% Jewish, 6.
Okay.
And then they start moving in a lot more under the British Empire. They buy up land. The way that they buy up land is pretty unethical by modern standards. They a lot of it was like they would buy up land, but the land was being lived on by tenant farmers. So they would buy land, but it still meant that people got evicted, right? So
right.
By the time you reach 1948, when that's happening, and there's quite a bit of fighting on both sides, there are like Israeli terror groups who feel like they're not being given enough. The British are kind of promising the land to both sides, kind of duplicitously. And kind of like raising expectations, and there are people trying to make deals with Jordan and neighboring countries. I think, but then by 1948, Israel, the British mandate is about to end. Israeli militias are a lot more well equipped than Palestinian ones, partially as a result of World War II, and they. Basically, the fight ends up in an ethnic cleansing where 750,000 Palestinians are booted out of what is now Israel. They're driven into Gaza, the West Bank, Jordan to an extent. Israel makes kind of a deal with Jordan, and Jordan goes and occupies the West Bank. And they also take East Jerusalem, and the Jewish population in East Jerusalem gets moved into Israel. So there's and then after that, all the
Was
Middle
this
Eastern.
during the Arab-Israeli war? Sorry, I'm just trying to
this is
make sure
1948.
check.
Yeah.
1948. Okay.
Yeah, and before that war starts, half of the 750,000 Palestinians are already out of Israel. They've already been sent to Gaza, West Bank, etc. And then what you have after that is the entire Arab world and North Africa goes up into a anti-Semitic storm. They already are very anti-Semitic, but then they get worse. And Israel organizes like airlifting operations to go and help Jewish people flee from Yemen, from Syria, from Lebanon, from Iraq, from all the way from Morocco, Libya. So you have this like Jewish exodus of the Middle East and North Africa, where 800,000 of them basically empty their populations from their countries and go to Israel. So there's like a population exchange, basically. As for the claim to the land, the argument that's made for Palestinians is that the Israeli refugee crisis of 48 was solved. They ended up in Israel. They have citizenship. They're good. For Palestinians, it was never solved. They ended up in Jordan. A lot of them got kicked out of Jordan and went to Lebanon. And to this day, there were 700,000 of them in 48. Now there are 7 million of them, and they're still refugees. They live in camps. Most of them are about 50 miles away from the villages that their grandparents were kicked out of. So the argument for claims to the land is that you would say that they have a human right to return to the land that their ancestors were kicked out of. And that gets contentious because mostly refugee rights are only one generation legally.
Yeah.
The UN has reified it for Palestinians across generations. And then there's also just the case of what is like practically actionable, right? About whether or not Israel could ever accept 5 or 6 or 7 million refugees, or whether or not there has to be like a reparations program, or they get to go to West Bank and Gaza instead. And then there are like different deals for that. But that's like, if I was going to sell the Palestinian right to the land, that's how I would say it, because it's a refugee crisis that started in 48. then 1967, and then it's never ended. They're still refugees. That's what I would.
Right.
Yeah.
So then why won't Jordan take them now? And why does Egypt hate Hamas so much?
Jordan won't take them now because the Palestinian militia groups organized into a group called the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and
Right,
they
yeah.
were there was a lot of, I think, Soviet support going around that region at that time. I don't know exactly who to and all that, but they kind of tried to treat themselves as a state within a state, right? And so they tried to be a state within a
Oh.
state. And then they even
And so
tried
they
to
aggressed on Jordan.
yeah, they tried to coup the monarchy. There was a lot of bitterness about the Jordanians because King Abdullah had basically more or less betrayed Palestinians by doing the secret deal with Israel. And a lot of Palestinians from 48 felt like they were sold out by the Jordanian king. So they have a big fight with Jordan, and then Jordan gets really mad and then sends them over to Lebanon. Then you have the PLO and a lot of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. Lebanon doesn't want them because Lebanon has the most dogshit constitution on earth that basically demands Christians, Sunnis, and Shias are a third of the population each. And any demographic shift out of that basically fucks their constitution. And the result is that they hate fucking outside. Yeah, it's really, they have the most brain dead fucking constitution ever. They have like 3 positions. You got president, prime minister, house speaker. The Christians always get the presidency. The Sunnis always get the prime minister, and the speaker is always a Shiite. Yeah. So they don't like, and also
Sounds like a grade 4 project of how to make a government that like a bunch of grade 4 kids were like, that'd be nice. And then Lebanon's like, let's do that.
yeah, there's
what the fuck?
There's literally a part of South Lebanon that was supposed to go to the British, who were going to give it to Israel, but the French were basically like, Lebanon's too small, and then Britain gives it to France, and now Israel and fucking Hezbollah have been fighting over that ever since. So yeah, there's that, and then there's also the PLO are launching attacks into Israel from Lebanon. Lebanese people suffer the consequences. There's a lot of internal conflict between the Palestinians and the Lebanese Christians. You had like one of the most brutal massacres of the 20th century, where Christians basically walked into a Lebanese refugee camp and slaughtered like 3,000 people, or yeah, between 1 and 3,000. We don't know the number. So yeah, that's why Lebanon hates them. Egypt, I know a bit less about, but Egypt normalized relations with Israel, made peace with Israel in the late 70s, early 80s. And the Muslim Brotherhood, who were the Islamic opposition to Israel, were connected to the charity that became Hamas. The charity that became Hamas originated from the Muslim Brotherhood. But throughout the 70s and early 80s, as the Muslim Brotherhood was going softer on Israel, the charity group got really angry with that, and then they kind of had a rift, and then Hamas came up. So Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, they don't get along for that reason, basically. That's like, I don't know that much about the Egypt situation, but it's more or less that. Also, the Egyptian leader who made peace with Israel got assassinated. So yeah, there's a bit of bitterness.
The Egyptian leader who made peace with Israel got assassinated by Palestine, by Hamas?
Actually, you know what? I don't even know who killed him. That's really embarrassing, but fuck.
What was his name?
Anwar Sadat.
Anwar, you said?
Sadat. Anwar Sadat, yeah. Sadat.
My initial gut reaction to that is that it's possible that they didn't know either, and they just kind of connected the dots, you know? Like that's possible.
Yeah. Target, perpetrators, Khalid and Muhammad. Okay, specific people. So this is an Egyptian radical Islamist.
Oh, is it? Yeah, Egyptian Islamic Jihad.
And
yeah, okay.
Egyptian military officer, yeah. So, yeah, Islamic extremists who are Egyptian. So then why would that create tensions with Gaza? Did Gaza basically celebrate it?
The tension with Gaza is more to do with the fact that the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas sees anyone who makes peace with Israel is a traitor, right? Any Arab who does that is like the worst. It's like the worst thing you can do apart from being a Jew, right? So when the Muslim Brotherhood were softening their position on Israel because Egypt as a whole was, that was when the Hamas charity that was originally connected to Muslim Brotherhood started to splinter off and become Hamas. So I think that's the main reason Hamas like hates Egypt. I think.
Okay.
I'm less confident
Interesting.
in that particular one because I don't know as much about it. But yeah.
Yeah, because like the main thing that I get a tough time with when it comes to like Israel and Palestine is it feels like a lot of the Israeli people were kind of thrust into a situation that was like bad from the beginning. Like I suppose you could argue that they never needed to go there and oust the Palestinian people in the first place. I don't know enough about the 1948, like all of that shit to understand why they needed to be there, or like who I know is like a Zionist group that was pushing for a specifically Israeli state. Essentially, like I think it was basically like we don't want to be around anyone but ourselves because everyone keeps trying to fucking kill us. That's my very, very redundant understanding. It just seems like Palestine is also like kicking a lot of hornets' nests and pissing everybody off too, which is probably the complexity of nobody's truly a good guy or a bad guy here. But there are like greater levels of responsibility.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's
Um,
like every leader and every organization has done awful, awful shit. The Palestinians were kind of led by this kind of like feudal. There was like a feudal representative in Palestine who was like supporting the Holocaust, right? And so and with Israel, they've had like terrorists operating even under British rule, and some of them became prime minister, right? Or some of them became like the founder of Netanyahu's party was a terrorist in Israel in the 30s. Like, so yeah, I guess for the reasons that Israelis ended up in Israel, yeah, like no one else in Europe would take them. That was a big problem. There's that scene from
Yeah.
fucking. Have you seen what's it? Schindler's List,
yeah.
when the camp gets liberated by the Soviet soldier, and then I think he says to the Jews, "Don't go that way," pointing west, because they all hate you there, and then don't go east because they
Yeah.
hate you there as well, right? Yeah,
Yep.
that's more or less the sentiment. And then the Jewish people in the Middle East didn't ask for pogroms and for systemic discrimination and for being second-class citizens. So as soon as the state of Israel comes and says we can fly you over to a Jewish state, of course all of them said yes. It wasn't just for a change of
Right.
scenery, right? So they didn't
Because
ask for that
they were
either.
an oppressed people in Islamic states
Yeah, yeah.
before they came to Israel.
Yeah, and the Zionist militias of the 40s did horrible stuff as well. They basically went around historic Palestine under British rule, cataloging all the villages and how many people lived there, and basically planned a lot of what they were doing in advance. Like the ethnic cleansing was like a lot of it was planned. I think Plan Dali is the main example. They put typhoid in the wells. They poisoned the wells with typhoid as part of it. There were like 30 massacres. Some of them are still being uncovered to this day.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of horrific shit that happened on that side. Their rationale is they would say that they thought the Arab states were never going to accept the state of Israel, which was true. And they felt that they basically convinced a lot of the soldiers, the 18, 19-year-old Holocaust survivor soldiers, that if they didn't do this, then they were going to get another Holocaust in Israel. Whether you agree with that or not, but yeah. So yeah, the history is quite messy. I guess the problem is that at the end of it all is the Palestinian people have been the ones who haven't really had their situation solved yet. They haven't. They're in ambiguous land when it comes to statehood, and there are 7 million refugees who are just living in limbo for like indefinitely.
Do you think the Gazan people could ever overthrow Hamas? Like, assuming that there was sentiment for it, which I'm assuming that there probably is or isn't. I don't know much about I understand a big issue with Gazan civilization population is it's largely children.
Yep.
Right, that are being educated by Hamas schools and receiving most of their aid from Hamas NGOs, essentially. Would there ever be a capacity for this, or has Hamas kind of locked down? Like, I don't know the Gaza civil relationship to Hamas itself.
I really don't know. I know from polling that Hamas have been struggling with popularity recently. I know that about the last poll I saw was 70%. 70% of people living in Gaza wanted the PA to come back and occupy like different posts in the governing of Gaza. Like, I know that half of them wanted Hamas to flip their position from obliterate Israel towards a two-state solution just a few months ago. I know that people in Gaza they've gone on strike occasionally against Hamas because Hamas would like raise taxes and shit like that, or there'd be corruption. And I think Hamas basically just shoots bullets into the air, beats the shit out of protesters, tortures people, kidnaps them. So it's really hard, especially since
Very
Hamas blends in so well with civilians that people wouldn't even know what to rise up against, right?
Yeah, they also because Hamas basically control other infrastructure and shit too. They've basically like deprived the Palestinian people of so many resources that they've basically just like actively made it harder for them, even under like the normal circumstances of like an authoritarian regime. So
yeah, I think it's also because Hamas are still popular depending on what time of the year you're looking at, right? So whenever like one of the reasons Hamas fires rockets is because rockets get fired back into Gaza, and then the ones providing the aid and all that and saying that we're standing up for you with our militants, and it's Hamas, right? So Hamas benefits very well from being the enemy of the enemy, I think. But
because it keeps their population scared.
Yeah. But I think it's worth remembering that like Hamas are, even when they are popular, when they are representative, it's not for the same reasons that people always assume. I think right now people assume that it's because people in Gaza want to kill all the Jews, and that's why they like Hamas, because they want the same. It's not even the first time, even the first election. Even the election that Hamas won. There have been polls that were done after that election, and it seemed to be the main reason people supported Hamas was because of corruption, because the PA in West Bank were notoriously corrupt, and because Hamas had the reputation of being Islamic, and they were also an ex-charity, was they had that like image of being more trustworthy.
That grassroots like populist image.
Yeah.
So then, do you think this is a question from chat? But do you think that say West Bank tried to like work with Israel to more or less like oust Hamas and erect a more unified Palestinian effort, which I know would be difficult since the two areas of Palestine are super far apart and surrounded by Israel? Do you think that would improve possibility of peace, or do you think because Netanyahu's in power, there's always going to be resistance on the Israeli side?
I think
if PA succeeded in doing that, then at least Israeli voters would see an opportunity for peace, and they would get rid of Netanyahu. Maybe, yeah. But they tried that. Like that's what they did in the 2000s. Was like people who are still leading Fatah today. Like they basically like arrested a lot of Hamas people, or even killed Hamas people. And the two groups actually had like a proper war in Gaza in 2007. Hamas won though.
Yes. Yeah. The Afrat, right? So then, but Fatah and Hamas, they don't get along at all, is my understanding.
Seems to be the case. They've had they've had ceasefires and or whatever you'd call it, like ceasing hostilities in the past. But I think now Abbas has come out against killing civilians, so I think he's maybe seeing an opportunity that Israel might help him consolidate control in Gaza. But that's a massive guess. I don't really know.
Okay, and then is the corruption with Fatah's, like, I don't want to call it regime. Was Fatah democratically elected?
In 1990, in the 2000s, in the mid 2000s.
Okay.
Hamas got rid of elections in Gaza in 2006, I believe, right? Yeah. So anything before 2006, you can assume was a free and fair election.
Yeah, Fatah by their
standards.
Fatah has popular members. The most popular politician in Palestine is Fatah, right? But
right now,
but Abbas is very unpopular. He's got like a 70-80%.
Why don't people like Abbas?
Because he's insanely corrupt. His net worth is higher than Netanyahu's. He is also got a reputation. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, was Abbas quote unquote elected?
Kind of, yeah. But he's also
since 2005.
Yeah.
Been disputed since 2005.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think he won the presidential, after Arafat died, I think, but he's never, like, he keeps dodging elections, so he's there. He's not popular because he is seen as depending on who you ask, he's seen as an Israeli collaborator. Like, he does a reasonable job of cooperating with Israeli security in the parts of the West Bank where they share security duty, which Palestinians see as him like selling out freedom fighters or selling out dissent and all that shit. And he's also just very authoritarian, doesn't want to have elections. More recently, he's really old, and his recent attempt before the attacks on Saturday to get popularity was just to go up to the UN and make a bunch of anti-Semitic statements about like comparing Israel to the Holocaust, or spreading some myth about how European Jews have no ancestral connection to Palestine, like just mad shit like that. Yeah, but it didn't seem to work. Yeah.
So there isn't really like a solid leadership option anywhere in Palestine.
No, the more popular leaders of Palestine get jailed. Typically, they're a lot of them are in jail. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't really apply our rules to that.
So how do you think you solve this then? Like, what would your theory be? Two-state, or is two-state possible?
I don't even think about it like that, because there's not even a negotiation happening right now. So
yeah,
if you like, even getting that started might lead, maybe that would lead to a path to one state or two. I just don't know. But I think, I'm assuming Israel's going to do a ground invasion of Gaza, and they're not going to stop until Hamas is gone, and they might bring the PA back into Gaza. I think the big mistake that the West has made for the last 20 years has been to just be so soft on Israel, especially America. It's so annoying how every time there's a UN vote on settlements, it's like 180 countries say that they're bad, and America and Israel are just like standing as the two like lone wolves, being like, no, we like settlement, or like they'll veto or something, and then that means that Democrats will wag their fingers at Israel and say settlements are an obstacle to peace, and then nothing happens, right? I think if the UN,
it's because of the intelligence that they offer us.
Right? Yeah, more or less.
It's also because of it's because we also have like a close trade relationship, and then there's the fact that like they're the only like liberal democracy in the Middle East, pretty much, and that creates these ideological ties that Western countries have to there. But I also think that if, for me, like there are two conditions that need to happen for peace. One is Hamas needs to go; that they need to be just like nay-nayed off the face of the earth. And
how
then,
do you do that? I mean, that's the big question.
That's the big question, right? But I'm just illustrating the goal, not how to get there right now. And then second, I think that Netanyahu needs to be voted out at some point, because I think if Netanyahu was not in power, I think that there would be a lot more openness on the part of the West to kind of push in the direction of reforming out of those settlements, for sure. I just don't think that's going to happen right now with Netanyahu in power, because he really does not want to. He's very much on the he's very much on like the might is right side right now. He's just trying to win against Hamas, rather than, and that's like his primary goal over making peace with Palestine. So yeah, like there needs to be like a different leadership in Israel, but there also needs to be like a coordinated goal to just destroy Hamas. Like, I don't know how you're going to do it without just like full on military might, honestly.
I don't know. Like, they've tried that in Lebanon in 2006, and it was with Hezbollah, and it was a massive failure. The problem with trying to do that is Gaza has been, I think the last time Israel went into Gaza was 2014, I think, the last time they put troops into Gaza properly. So that's a long time to booby trap the place, to prepare the tunnel networks, to cooperate with Iran.
I feel like urban ground warfare sounds like high IDF costs, which is going to be very, very unpopular for Israel.
And it's much higher Gazan civilian costs, and every person who loses a family member is going to become much more sympathetic to Hamas. That's what happened in Lebanon.
Exactly.
The Israelis did a lot of damage. They damaged the fuck out of Hezbollah, but then that also meant taking out a lot of civilians. And then the result is Israel just gets completely embarrassed, and then Lebanon becomes more pro-Hezbollah than ever. So but another way, like this is the kind of hopium I'm sticking to, is that like, although it's not really comparable in terms of scale of violence at all, like the first Intifada was like a more violent than had previously been known for quite a while period in Palestine. Like, it lasted about 6 years, from 87 to 93. A lot of civilians died on both sides, but out of that, there was Arafat on one side, who said that he would recognize Israel and denounce terrorism, and there was Rabin on the other side who was willing to offer the Oslo Accords and a path to peace, right? So it's not impossible that this can happen. It's just that I think with the Western world, I don't think, especially, I don't know if you've spoken to any Israelis after, I've spoken to a few, they've lost their fucking minds. They're all right wing now. Like all the Israeli left, they're all right wing now. They're all just like, they can't be negotiated with. This is a war. My side needs to win. Don't care
terrified.
how. Yeah.
They're terrified.
Yeah, it's very understandable, but it's also like, I don't think Israelis can actually, like, they've voted for this for the last 20 years, right? They voted for far right people who don't want to or right wing people who don't want to negotiate with Palestinians. They voted for expanding settlements. I don't think they can really have their hands held by the West for that much longer. I think the West needs to, like, at least turn their back on a few UN votes or just something that can maybe, or even actually, Abbas is probably going to die soon. He's very old. America will have some role in who replaces him, maybe. So I think the answer needs to come from outside. I'm getting radicalized. I'm becoming a Team America World Police now because
You're such a bad lefty. Oh my gosh.
I'm not trusting. I just can't trust. Right. I Hamas are fucking dreadful. I don't have any faith in Abbas. I don't trust Israeli leftists anymore. I don't trust them at all.
Yeah,
I think they're fucked.
I think what needs to happen, like, I do think there needs to be outside pressure, but I think maybe for different reasons than you do. Like, I do think that there needs to be more so coordinated aid on the part of Israel to get rid of Hamas. I think that because the military operations in Israel, I don't think are very, very competent at dealing with Hamas at all. That's probably my biggest criticism of Israel, is that they don't seem like they know what to do. And they're engaging in a lot of reckless actions in order to achieve the goals of getting rid of Hamas, a goal that I completely agree with. But I think that they need coordination from people who just kind of know better than them. And I think the West can help with that. They can help Israel with that. But Israel needs to be open to, like, allowing a lot of leeway for the West to take the lead. I would mostly expect the United States to do something like this. I don't think Biden is somebody who would. But I think that, and I don't think like a Trump would either, for definitely not. But I think, if the U.S. was still sane and they still had a sane center right who supported a sane center right foreign policy, I think that could actually be a benefit to Israel. There could be a cooperative relationship with there to oust Hamas, and what happens from there, I have no idea. But I don't see any other option. I don't think anything is going to move forward unless, like, Hamas is gone. I don't think we can really, like, talk about anything else until then. So as far as, like, getting rid of the settlements and all of that stuff, I think those are good conversations to have. But I don't think that we can have them right now. I don't think it's pragmatic to have those conversations right now.
Sure. I guess the issue is that, and this has been like my biggest criticism and my biggest question, which is, feels like a lot of people talking about military tactics know nothing about military tactics.
Well, I don't.
I'm at least.
I will admit completely that I know nothing.
I'm extremely clear that my theory of violence is pretty immature. But the issue is that I don't know how you get rid of Hamas without high levels of civilian deaths. I don't know how to do it because they hide amongst civilians. They look like civilians. It's such a highly densely populated area that in general, this is the question. Like when Netanyahu made the thing about, like, if they're not Palestinians not supporting Hamas, they need to, like, get out and, like, get away and leave the areas that Hamas is in. It's like, where the fuck are they going to go?
Well, the solution
what does that even mean?
The solution to that would be so Israel have a bunch of different blockades. Like, they blockade a lot of different things as a way to just keep Hamas the fuck out of Israel, which I understand. But one of the blockades is on air travel. And I think that I do think that lifting that blockade would probably not make Israel too vulnerable. And the civilians could have a route to just, like, leave Palestine, like, just fly out of there if they're so able to. I think that wouldn't solve the problem, of course, but that's, like, one thing that you could do to make Israel's warnings to get out of the area, like, a little bit more meaningful. People could escape on a plane. That would probably be helpful to the Palestinian civilians. But I also think that, like, there's two worries with this, right? Like, because when I say that I want, like, the West to get involved in military operations in Gaza, when I say that, I mean that I want people who are smarter than me to kind of like coordinate Israel on how they can maybe do better. Because I mean, the United States military has had, they haven't been without their issues with foreign intervention, but they're a lot better at it than Israel is when it comes to Gaza, like just historically, and probably presently. So I would trust like the United States to be able to like lead a charge on something like that more than anybody else. I don't know how they do it because I don't know shit about military coordination at all, but I feel like they do, and they could be of help there. There is a concern though, but I think this concern exists on both ends and it's unavoidable with a radicalization effect. I feel like the US getting involved in that could like further radicalize the not just Gaza, but like all of the people who have a vested interest in supporting Gaza, like Iran and the surrounding nations around that, Lebanon and shit like that, and that could lead to them trying to bring even more aid. Maybe even Iran gets their boots on the ground, and then we're in World War III, right? So there is that risk. But then on the other side, which is what Lonerbox, you said that you wanted to see like a lot more Western pushback against the settlements and stuff like that. That could also create a radicalization effect in Israel from the opposite direction, where you could facilitate the same outcome there. So I feel like that is just unavoidable if the conflict is to be resolved. Sorry if that was rambly, but
I think when there were like Hamas were around during the peace process in the 90s, the way to defang them back then was not to launch massive military operations on them. It was to show Palestinian people that there was a path towards peace with that there was an alternative. There was negotiations, right? So when they had that election, Arafat won by like 80+%, and Hamas boycotted it, but if you looked at the polls, they were going to lose anyway. They were only going to get like 15% at the most. Hamas were just not that popular. The Oslo Accords were insanely popular.
Sure, but that was the 90s, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying there are other ways to weaken Hamas.
Yeah, like
Hamas
soft power. This has been my biggest
was.
criticism of Israel specifically, is it feels like there's a whole bunch of soft power things that you could do to further divide the citizens of Palestine from Hamas specifically. Right? Like if you created like even incentivization structures for people to be like outing locations of Hamas and stuff like that, to further like wedge a divide between the civilians and Hamas, I think can only be good to try to like oust them, to possibly even like coordinate better with civilians to kill and eradicate Hamas without like killing as many civilians. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of soft power that could be utilized.
I think that
isn't
could
being
work.
Utilized.
I think that could have worked in the 90s when Hamas didn't have power in the 90s, really. Right now, Hamas is like absolutely just has like full totalitarian control over the Gaza Strip. That's the issue right now, right? So I would love for that to happen. Like, I think that would be awesome if that happened. I just don't see how you do that and get around Hamas. I just do not see how.
I'm not saying it's a now solution. I'm saying I'm frustrated that it feels like it wasn't attempted hard enough. Like when I look into soft power attempts for Israel to like wedge between Hamas and the citizens, maybe I don't know about it, but it feels like there's almost nothing. Which
in that case, okay, fair enough. I thought you were suggesting now, which is why I went so hard. My apologies.
What to do now? I have no idea. No shot. I mean, I shouldn't. I don't know enough about the situation.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because when I was suggesting like the military shit earlier, like I was specifically thinking about now. I don't think that should have ever have been like a first resort solution. I think that you're right. Like they should have gone the soft power route, like leading up to all this. The problem is Netanyahu just doesn't want to, right? Which is why, again, I wish someone would replace Netanyahu, but he keeps winning. So what can you do?
I think as well.
Is there evidence? Oh, sorry.
There's one thing that I've seen floated around. I have no idea how it would work, but people in the West Bank have so far, even though the call to arms has come from Hamas, people in the West Bank seem to. There's been clashes, but there hasn't really been that much. So it seems like even they're looking at Hamas and just being like, I don't know. So one of the things that people have maybe suggested is that if a pro-negotiation Israeli leader comes in, if they negotiate with the West Bank almost independently, as if like we just say that as if we say like the West Bank could be like on a path to statehood, and that might kind of like set the example for people in Gaza if they can be shown that negotiating with a party in the West Bank, maybe around settlements, might that it might be in their interest to get involved themselves and to not really be interested in Hamas anymore. The general rule is that like people like Hamas is what happens when you have no hope, right? So I think hope is like the big thing that kills groups like Hamas. As soy as that sounds, it's fucking true.
Yeah. I guess I keep hearing. I don't know if this is just like the like crazy posting. People keep saying that Hamas was like fueled or driven by Netanyahu in its nascence. Do you know if there's any
I
salt or
tried
evidence
to
to that claim?
find. So something that I've seen a lot of people say is that Netanyahu at one time funded and supported Israel, or not Israel. Well, obviously Israel, but I misspoke. I meant Hamas. And I tried to find evidence of that, and the most that I could find was that there was a different government in power in like 1970 or 80 or something like that that gave money to Hamas for some reason. I can't remember what the reason was, but that was the most evidence I could find. Seems like something that isn't really relevant to the modern Netanyahu government, but that's the most I could find. Loanerbox would probably. Loanerbox, have you found any?
No, that's the 70s is a completely separate thing where the group that became Hamas, the charity, was recognized by Israel as a charity, and they were given funding by the governor of Gaza, not by Netanyahu, but just by a governor, because the idea was that they tolerated all the anti-Semitism. They were a charity, so they were doing like they were actually doing like education and health and stuff like that they didn't have to handle, but also because Hamas were radical Islamists who were driving a wedge between. Who were weakening Arafat, who were weakening the PLO. And Netanyahu, it seems to be the case, he admitted in 2019 that he was willing to allow funds to go through Qatar towards Gaza, even though he knew those funds would go to Hamas, because he said that the way to stop a Palestinian state is to support Hamas and drive the wedge between Hamas and the PA. So Netanyahu this is what Israelis talk about this like all the time now, apparently, that Netanyahu was okay with funding, with allowing funds to reach Hamas because he wanted to keep the divide between Gaza and the West Bank.
And that happened when?
He was doing that between 2013 and 2018.
And this is because Netanyahu is just resisting peace consistently and regularly. And is he only resisting peace because he just doesn't want Palestinians to have a vote? Why is Netanyahu so opposed to peace?
There'd be a few things, like they're like very radical right wing, so they don't believe Palestinians can be negotiated with. Maybe it's fear. Maybe they think that if Palestinians ever get equal rights or if they get statehood, then they will just kill all the Israelis.
Hamas has said that they want to do that, right?
Yeah,
that's why they think that it makes sense.
But even before Hamas, like the original statement from I think Begin, who was the first prime minister of Netanyahu's party, he in his first meeting with Jimmy Carter, he said, we're never giving up the West Bank to Palestinians for a state because, one, it's our land. That's one reason. They believe it's rightfully theirs. And also because of security, right? They'll say those two reasons. That's kind of the two reasons they resist peace. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I think it's foundationally the genocide thing, personally, but...
If you look up the logo for a group called Ergun, which is the founder of Netanyahu's party, was a fighter for this group. The logo is a map of all of historic Palestine, but also Jordan, because they originally thought they were going to get all that. So the territorial ambition goes back pretty deep. Like I don't think it's completely gone away.
So there's a pretty strong land.
That was back in like you said that was. When was that, Loanerbox? Back in like you said. Well, I'll let you clarify.
Well, then the funding or the Ergun?
When the party was founded.
The party Likud was founded, I think, in the 70s, but the person who founded it was a fighter from Ergun who were doing that in the 30s and 40s.
The 30s and 40s, okay.
That is crazy. So Netanyahu basically, like, in large part contributed to the creation of this monster that is now a terroristic regime at its border.
More that he kind of like bolstered it when they were around. Yeah. because
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
funding that allowing funding to go through in 2013. Yeah.
And obviously the question is, if he had or hadn't, would Hamas still have like been able to usurp power? I guess, would you say his intervention was directly related to Hamas getting to militarize and weaponize and get
No,
power?
Hamas were already militarized and they had power. No, I don't think that at
Yeah.
all. I think Israel
Okay.
made the mistake of tolerating them, despite the fact that they were insanely anti-Semitic, because they liked the divide and conquer. But no, they were getting help from Iran. They would have been fine. Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh, okay.
So when people say Israel created Hamas, they're either being like editorial or they just don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
for their military capabilities in the 2013, 2018 thing, there's a really dark quote that I heard from an article about it in 2019 from Jerusalem Post, talking about Netanyahu's decision to do this. He said, right at the end of the article, it says, "We Gaza border residents are paying the price for the lack of policy and the arrogance in facing terror." That's the last line of the article talking about that story in 2019.
Say that again.
They said, "We Gaza border residents are paying the price for the lack of policy and the arrogance in facing terror."
Mm.
So people in 2019 at the Gaza border felt that Netanyahu had compromised their security by allowing finances to go to Hamas.
Yeah. Okay. That is my end of questions so far. What have I not asked you that I should have?
I don't know. That's a lot of questions.
Yeah, it was a lot of questions. But sometimes when I ask that, people are like, yeah, there's this massive glaring hole that I don't think you even realize you don't know. So that's like the main thing I'm looking for is like, what's the I don't know that I don't know it stuff?
Yeah, I don't know about glaring hole. I don't think there are. I
Oh, don't stand me too hard, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to say I have your seal of approval.
You haven't asked me
Just
if I
kidding.
denounce Hamas. Obviously, that's maybe a big hole.
Yeah.
I seen your Twitter. I'm good.
Nice one.
The audience hasn't.
Oh, well. I
Ooh.
guess I'll just have to find out, you know. I'm tired of being
It's
tone
a
policed
total
as a
mystery what
Middle
he
Eastern
thinks of.
man. Anyway,
Okay, people want me to ask you about Black September.
that was when that was when the PLO tried to coup the Jordanian monarchy, basically.
Okay.
It failed. They got kicked out and sent to Lebanon, more or less.
Okay, yeah. So you did tell me about that.
Yeah.
You just didn't name it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Nice.
Thanks to both of you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I don't feel like I contributed too much, but
Well,
you're welcome.
it was nice meeting you. Yeah. All right. Take care, you guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Good night.
Bye bye. What a pleasant phone call. Ooh. Who was the person who wasn't erudite? Joseph. That was horrible. Why did you watch it then, dipshit? Oh, that was so horrible. Lunar box. Time to finish H3. Oh yeah, shit.
They said.
Okay, you don't.
What?
You're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw.
Here?
So just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like they've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power.
What's your sleep schedule? It's bad. That's what it is. Okay, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you. Yeah.
They don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into.
Bro, I still have 1,000 viewers. Like, this is actually a consistent pattern in the stream now. We were up to 1,700 at one point. Holy shit. We could have brigaded so hard. We could have caused a suicide, and we didn't. because we're good people at the end of the day. Thank DGG. Oh, I do. I appreciate you guys, you know? I like it that talking to Dustin has brought you guys over, you know?
Some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support.
How do I link a clip to you? Stream chat. People are saying I'm in Bad Empanada's new video. Oh. That's amazing. That's wild, chat. It's called Some People Push Back in Palestine. Okay. Is he watching my content? That's so cute.
Support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th.
Yeah, I don't know. The only purpose I would have for watching this video is to leave a comment to ask him how the court case is going. That's the only interesting thing about this person is the fact that he wants to sue me for defamation. And he'll never answer what happened to the court case. I just want to know. I just want we need an inquiry.
Came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to...
Chud really is the third arrow. What, the 3 arrows against authoritarianism? Oh no, it's gone. Fuck. Shout out from Destiny earlier today. Oh. Huh. I love that white noise.
Lonerbox is always great. Lonerbox is one of the few like political people that I think I would sign off on for almost anything that he does, even when we disagree. I think Lonerbox is a super reasonable person.
Glazing.
To make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Sky Lounge, thanks for $20. Noise.
Let me just ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay?
Now
just to get a direct answer.
No.
Where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling, saying,
You know, I love it when chat goes mental. That's like the funniest thing about streaming to a large audience. I'll get bored of it one day, but it's just so funny when chat just goes blah, 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 blah. It just adds so much hype, you know? It's like in a debate when people raise their voices and chat just goes blah. It's just really funny.
neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now. And there's people saying, go Palestine. Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable for you.
And
to
I mean,
assume that.
listen, I think.
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that that Israelis feel towards
it's a rabble,
Palestinians or
so incoherent.
Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that
apparently Demon Mama is raging at the online left about Palestine. What's she saying? Is she calling the cucks? Is she calling out the fucks? What's she saying?
I had issues with folks who allowed Trump to be elected because the U.S. left wasn't left enough. So the result, the fucking right dominates. The folks that some in the left claim to be
anti-accelerationist,
when the right was empowered more than the relatively certain degree. But that is not true for people who are advocating on a platform like mine. And I do engage all the time with people outside of my political view. For example, the debate I had with a trans med who doesn't consider themselves
They have seen that they have seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I mean I do have a problem, but let's say
what kind of shit though?
They attacked a military outpost. They attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like This is
You're saying it's
more
understandable.
acceptable, but like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is like I just don't think
I
there's
agree.
any room for
No,
for exceptions there.
No,
like there's a
agree.
big difference. You know what I mean?
I
like
agree.
I understand
You know what's so insane? Legally, settlers are civilians. As much as I don't like settlers, like especially outposters. God, those people are fucking psychos. But yeah, to instigate an attack on a settler, it's illegal under international law. Settlers are civilians. So the fact that Ethan's saying that puts him to the left of like fucking 99.9% of people when it comes to that topic, right? But I guess all the chat are so fucking like brain damaged on radicalization that they think he's being they think he's like a Zionist or a lib or a right winger. No bog standard lib would say it's okay to kill a settler if they like unprovoked, right? Fuck.
And I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself. Here.
Yes, civilian.
I don't even know. Would I say it's okay to like attack a settler on like to launch an attack to first strike a settler? I don't know. I don't think so. Outposters, probably not. But if they were, I think self-defense, I have a very low threshold because those outposters, they love like throwing rocks at Palestinians and shit. They're really insane. I think it'd probably be okay. Here's what I think. Actually, I think as a kind of self-defense, as an upholding of international law and even Israeli law, I wonder if it'd be okay if you're a Palestinian militia and you see an outposter coming to set up a tent. Would it be okay to like point a gun at him and just say, turn around or else? And if he keeps setting up his tent after a warning, you stop him. Yes, they're intruders. Now, my problem with that argument is if there's a lot of illegal border crossings, say in the United States, would it also be okay for a right-wing redneck militia to stand at the border and say, here, turn around, go back to Mexico or else? And if the migrant keeps walking, see, I don't know how to uphold that because it's the same principle, right? It's upholding the laws of the land. It's uploading the laws of recognized property. Yeah, I don't know. You have to be consistent, right? That might be legal in the US. It's legal for a fucking vigilante to shoot a someone who's crossing the border? What? What?
Targets are never.
Yeah, make my day, immigrant. No, it's not fucking legal, you morons. Jesus Christ. There's no way. If it's their personal... I'm talking about a border crossing. I'm talking about enforcing your country's border laws because that's analogous to the West Bank fucking outposters. Ugh.
Seen as appropriate.
Did you go over the second thought portion of this? No, I didn't. Did they actually pull up the clip?
100%.
And it was just
that is
so,
literally
and it was
the rule. That's the rule. Is that like civilian targets are not appropriate?
And again, Israel kills
This is the moment we've all
civilians,
been waiting
right?
for.
Yeah.
Not saying that.
Yes.
I know they do. It's like it's not even debated. At least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, let's go Palestine, and not say, like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that.
Oh, wait, we've seen this already. Fuck.
People saying this, okay? That's an important distinction. Like, your take about, like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided, and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
Yogmoth with a tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wow, I forgot that people can contribute to this channel. That's amazing, Jazz. That's absolutely insane.
And frankly, I think people are in the
distinction.
Thank you. And I think
people are not being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, Oh, okay. This person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying. Like what? Like I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No, Ethan,
Israeli death tolls up to 1,300 now. I don't think it's going to go much higher for Israeli civilians, unless there's stuff in the West Bank. But 1,500 Palestinians, 420,000 displaced. Not good. I want to see if there's the this. I'm going to show you guys this video. Like, it's so insane now that you can actually just like people are just documenting what it's like now to be wandering around Gaza as all this is happening. Because it's like Connor said, it's like even within the rules of law, the IDF are probably going like, there's a Hamas target. Wait, like 95% of what we hit will be civilian infrastructure. And they're like, okay, there's a Hamas target. That's completely legal, you know? It's so fucking gross. Ugh. This is when people say, by the way, when people say ground invasion, just keep it in mind that ground invasions are more deadly than what we're about to see, right? Ground invasions are fucking insane, right? So this is like the easier part, okay? Fuck. Anyway. Thanks for the fucking subs, Rick. Really appreciate
So
it.
it's around 12 p.m. right now. Still no electricity, no internet. My battery is at 2%. My parents are still asleep. So yeah, that's the update for now. I found really close to my house. That's my window right now. That's the view. People in the street are calling for ambulance, but there is no ambulance. Here is the window. يعني literally the whole window is down. We can hear the sound of airplanes. We're all gathering at our neighbor's house. No internet, no electricity until now. It's around 7 p.m. We literally don't know what's happening in the world. Here we're just listening to bombs. No one knows anything, literally. We're evacuating right now. هاي عمارتنا. احنا بالشارع. مش عارفة وين رايحين. حرفيا الصحراء، مش شايفين اشي، مش عارفين اشي. يلا. احنا بس ماشيين. We're just walking. Our house is basically burning behind my back. Okay, during war times, all the neighbors, they just leave their doors open, so you can just enter your neighbor's house. It's okay. For my neighbors, they didn't evacuate as well. They have their windows down. Here are their windows. And here is the family. They're gathering all together, also in a place far away from the window. I was trying to explain things, but I think you can hear them now. I'll go check on my parents. Now, we're inside the house right now, and literally we can't breathe. That's the view from the window, and I can't keep it open. That's the view from the balcony. There is literally no view. You can't see anything.
I don't even know what to
From
say.
Gaza
Like,
now.
it's just. And yeah, they can't leave. They can't go anywhere. Difficult days await. Okay, BB. As Israel's unity government was sworn in, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a speech in which he promised, referring to hostages taken by Hamas, we will not slacken in the effort to bring them back home. At the same time, we are united in the same great determination against the abhorrent and murderous enemy, he said. Referring to Hamas, he called for countries that maintain their presence to face sanctions. As he ended the speech, he said, difficult days await us. Here's some of his speech. Strength of will and endurance are synonymous for the Jewish people. We will also meet this current test, even though it is almost too difficult to bear. The Shabbat of the 7th of October will be etched as a cursed and dark day in the annals of nations. For us, the Jewish people, it is the most harrowing day since the Holocaust. We will find these accursed murderers with full force and we will defeat them. We will wipe them off the face of the earth. The time will come when we will rebuild destroyed communities. We will rebuild the area around the Gaza Strip. The area around the Gaza. Oh my God. And we will continue to restore it as a flourishing and prosperous area. What a fucking unbelievable piece of shit. Jesus Christ.
How many people did he murder?
Did that lady condemn Hamas or not? Nice one. Nice. Did I say that did I just say that oh yeah, sorry, fuck. I might have misspoken earlier. If I say anything about what's legal or illegal when it comes to the war stuff, I don't know. We read the thing about water and how there was that article saying that like technically you can stretch it to make like any fucking supply, even food itself, like a legitimate target, but I don't know. I don't know about like I don't know if there's any way to show like or if there's any opinions out there on whether or not like the way that the IDF for doing what they're doing is legal or not. Just so you know. Apparently, it's not legal what they're doing, but or at least oh fuck, what did I say? Was it what counterpoints? It was about it's like if they're doing an airstrike and they're like, there's a Hamas target, but it's surrounded by civilians. Yeah. It's against the Geneva Convention. Yeah, but I know there's all kinds of weird fucking arguments about proportionality as well and like acceptable levels of collateral damage. But again, I'm just like, it's also just I'm more wondering like what the fuck is the like. I actually don't. I think I'm maybe on. I don't actually think there's a good argument for the ground invasion. I don't know. Like, is it not just going to be so fucking brutal that they just radicalize more Hamas sympathizers than they get rid of? I know Gaza's not the same as Lebanon, but
How many people did he murder?
like I don't think I trust them to. I don't trust the IDF to act rationally. I think they just want to fucking kill people. I don't know. I know they have this reputation, like the world watches them, so they avoid war crime charges or whatever. But I don't know if I trust that anymore. I think they just want to fucking kill people. Israel's a small country. Like they all know someone. It's the amount of IDF people right now who are doing this who know someone who just died.
How many people did he murder?
Yeah, fuck. Apparently, oh, that it was the 95%. Okay, apparently 95% civilian damage is not proportional. So it's about proportionality, I guess. Yeah, even if you get military advantage. Yeah, I gotcha. An attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. That's from Geneva Convention. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually trust the IDF to act like rationally, and I don't trust America to care. Fuck. Um, what does that mean then? Do they secure the border and then just business as usual? And I think I'd actually prefer that, to be honest. Like, I actually think a lot of people are going to die. Sorry, I need a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay. So I don't know. It's like I was just watching because I watched that video before coming on stream. I've been watching a lot of things and like scrolling and reading things. Most of it didn't really bother me. Like, I was a fucking 4chan kid at like 14. I watched a lot of insane shit. Don't really get that massively phased. It's just like just watching that video of her face as the fucking bomb went off and like you could see her hair blowing because of how close it was. And it's like I remember being like 13 when that Israeli plane flew past our building and the building shook. But the sound that it made breaking the sound barrier, it was so loud. And you're in a fucking building that's not very well, but and it's like shaking and shit. Like, I just thought about how much that took me, like threw me off. And then that was a plane just flying past once. There was one plane flying past to just let you know that they're there. And I'm trying to think about, I think when I was like 1 year old, I was in Lebanon. I was like a baby in Lebanon, and there was still civil war shit going on. Like the civil war was basically at the end, but there was still some scraps going on, and I don't know what exactly happened, but there was an explosion, and the window like shattered next to where my aunt was sitting, just having her coffee, and she got like a big scar across her face. I don't remember. I've been told this story. And I just think like that's actually nothing. That's nothing compared to what's going on over there. And I think I'm like trying to balance that feeling with also just like it's really fucking kind of it's like because I'm also like I don't know if you guys notice like a fucking
How many
this is
people
probably
did he
like the
murder?
most success I've had like as a creator just like in
Thank
my
you
entire
for these
life as
streams
well,
in
and
our
I'm trying to
time of
balance
need.
like the
Loner box
positive
less
feeling
than
of that with
3.
like this, and I feel like half the time I'm like wait, am I just actually just like a fucking war entertainer? Like, but then I'm also like thinking fuck, if it wasn't me it would be like people left to the fucking dogs that are like giving these horrible fucking takes and shit. So it's like fuck man, it would be Hasan. Yeah, well, but it's not about me. It's not like it's about the fucking Jewish families that just saw more of their people die in 24 hours since World War II. It's about all the fucking 500,000 Palestinians just like displaced and I don't know. Anyway, sorry, fuck. Okay. I think we've done a lot of informative stuff today. I think we've done that. I think we'll just do memes, okay? Okay. Don't worry, I'm only here because Destiny is away. Okay. Skip to the second thought part. If someone timestamps it, just tell me where it is. Oh, there I am.
Expanding on Free Palestine in that moment to I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there
Bro.
is, no, let me explain.
Go
The
ahead.
jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hasan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback and 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over
I don't know what
over
other people
others.
thought about what you said. Okay,
I
I know
know,
that
but-
I
but-
thought it was a much more respectful, um, empathic take. And I doubt. And when did you do that
Empathic.
as bodies were hitting the floor, son? How? When did you tweet out your statement about
I
it?
think, I mean, well, for the next 2 days, Palestinian forces were still deep embedded inside of Israeli proper positions in southern towns. So there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation?
What?
When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors and children being murdered.
Thanks for the $10, Tim. I really appreciate that. Crabs go pinch for the 10 Canadian. W stream very poggers. Thank you very much.
In front of them is not the time.
Okay. Except,
I mean, it should be kind of obvious. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, you fucking. Wait. I think Ethan is telling him that saying free Palestine in the first 2 days is in bad taste. That's actually. It's not. I don't think that's a completely settled thing because you can say free Palestine 99% of the time does not mean go Hamas, kill the Jew. Like, it doesn't. And I feel like Hasan could make an argument here. I feel like he could make an argument here, but is he really that much of a fucking noodle?
You just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's gross.
I get what you're saying, except
And this is when a bunch of his orbiters are not. They're not saying free Palestine. They're saying river to the sea. His chat's fucking spamming it every day and shit. And that is a harder one to defend after Hamas have been doing their shit, right?
You know, you as someone who recognizes the violence of the occupation, know that this, by the very same metrics, saying I stand with Israel implies that you stand with Israel's genocidal conduct, right?
Well,
and therefore,
it does kind of
stand with Israel.
It does kind of seem like that. I mean, that is what it says.
Okay.
I disagree with people saying that.
So
if he didn't say free Palestine for an entire year, then saying a bunch now is sus. There's no even if it's not masking anything, it's just like you'd have to consider how you sound to other people, right? Yeah. But I don't know. Like, when is it acceptable? I don't think the Israeli body count's going up anymore. The Gazan one is now okay to say it. It's just like it's probably just like the most unique fucking tone optics question. Yeah. What should it be? Pray for Gaza. Jesus. Oh, but Gaza's where Hamas is. Wall.
If Israel's bombing Gaza, and people are saying, I stand.
Not just bombing Gaza. Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined, it might be silent, it might be the constant, but that is still violent.
If Israel is bombing Gaza, okay.
Non-Israel is just bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me.
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over. I'm holding it.
If Israel IDF is bombing Gaza, and and you're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw, because that civilians are getting injured or killed, and you say I support Israel in that moment, then I do think you are supporting the IDF and the Israeli regime's fucking apartheid violence.
Okay. Do you think that there is the same energy and same condemnation, even remotely the same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with Israel, all the way from Justin Bieber using a photo of destroyed Gaza?
Wait, hold on, let me pull that
to
up.
be like, pray.
He's not a debate, bro. He's a That's true. That's true, chat. It's the hip. Oh god, I could think of such a fucking. I could think of such a slimy hustlers fucking dono game right now. Oh god, I could think of the most Jewish. I'm joking. Dono technique right now. It's the hypocrisy of being someone who claimed saying Blue Lives Matter or All Lives Matter in the wake of George Floyd BLM had implicit connotations with saying I stand Palestine doesn't. Yeah, but a lot of these yeah, whatever. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Okay. Chatters. I know some of you have like your real names as chat, but so you can change it for the purpose of this. You can just tell me what to say. Highest what's it, 328 right now? Okay. Highest dono by 340. I will tweet this about you. Okay. To 20,000 people. 20,000 people. All right.
Praying for Israel.
Where's
like,
that?
What are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on? What are you praying for?
That was one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being leveled by Israeli bombs.
so crazy. Yeah.
With the and it says, "I'm praying for Israel."
Yeah, he was praying for Israel to stop. Jamie Lee Curtis
That was
posting
crazy.
photos. Jamie Lee Curtis posting a photo of children in Gaza looking up at the sky as Israel is bombing them and going,
matter in the wake of George Floyd / BLM had implicit connotations and saying I stand with Palestine doesn't. It's the hypocrisy of being someone who claimed saying Blue Lives Matter or All Lives Matter in the wake of George Floyd / BLM had implicit connotations and saying I stand with Palestine doesn't.
So far, Doska Boom is not only a great advocate. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. I don't even know what the statement is. Yeah, so far, Doska Boom is going to go down in history for his coverage of politics. I'm so appreciative that the left has somebody that is so eloquent and articulate in getting their point across while making the information digestible. Very thankful for him.
I stand with Israel, Israeli flag, like...
Oh, you guys have to put pronouns as well.
And so many other examples. Charlie Kirk showing photos of the Israeli occupying force entering West Bank homes and posting that video and going, look at what the Hamas terrorists are doing. Or so many other examples
There's
of
so much dumb,
so many examples of
stupid propaganda.
Palestinian children, babies in cages that the Israeli occupying force put them in, that people are posting and going, look what the Hamas is doing. Look at this cruelty.
Yeah,
how cruel, how unusual.
I've seen
the
it all.
constant.
It's all crazy. It's all psychotic propaganda.
Ethan Klein looking outside the front lines at the Gaza Strip. Yeah, you got this, honey. Believe in you all my heart, sweet pies. It's like people don't know what they're critiquing, right? It's just a caricature. Because I think... Do you still want the second thought timestamp? No, it's fine. This is the type of shit we deal with daily. I'm sorry, but I'm out. Oh, no, poor Ethan. Yeah.
I don't even blame
super
them.
cynical, fucked up things.
No, it's not. It's not even cynical. Ethan,
Well, no, the people who create the propaganda are cynical. Not
It's not even cynical though. I don't even fucking blame them because yes, there is an asymmetry to this violence, and you have been willingly or you have completely been shut out from one side of that of the recipients of said violence, and therefore you simply do not know. You don't know what the reality is, and by God, there is a lot more examples pre-October 7. There's a lot more examples of like Israeli brutality and Israeli cruelty upon Palestinians. So you're inevitably going to accidentally post shit like that.
The thing is, like, with all this nuance and background and history, you still, if we're being serious about peace, you still, you can't look at an Israeli, you know, who is traumatized by what happened in context of everything you've said, which I all agree with, and say, yes, but, you know, it's horrible, or like, yes, but, it's like you just, I'm just saying on a human level in the real world, You can't do that. You can't like.
This is like the Trihex Destiny moment, but instead of principles, Hasan won't denounce terrorists. It's the damn. It's really choose your hero, isn't it? This guy says the N-word. This guy doesn't denounce.
You have to just give them their grief. You have to give them the fucking the. You have to grant them. I mean, they made them victims on that day. Those people, anyway.
Yeah.
And so, like,
do you feel like
when you're having a conversation with Israelis and Israelis are looking to the outside world, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying. But if you're trying to communicate your condolences for grief or something like that, you don't say, yes, but.
I think people should be more careful.
I understand why
I think
you
people
do.
should be more careful, and I think people should be more open-minded. I agree.
I understand why you do it, Hasan. I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're going to hate Israel 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas and maybe Palestinians. I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure. Okay. And so it doesn't even, like, the human experience is constant. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're born on. You're going to believe, you're going to fucking identify with whatever world experience you're going under.
I don't
That's it.
disagree with you. We've already established this. So now I ask you this.
No. Oh no. It's gonna backfire. Ben Shapiro with the $20. I appreciate how you love my political takes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I genuinely, the major point of contention that you and I have in this process is I think it is frivolous and I think it is unproductive to find numerous people that may or may not have even openly condemned Hamas time and time again and be like, you're bad, you're wrong for saying this. Like, sure, they're wrong. But that doesn't change the reality on the ground.
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as like a few rogue tweets. I mean,
because ultimately,
this was a lot of people.
No, I get it, but
Yeah.
people tweeting whatever the fuck, right, does not stop bombs from falling. People tweeting
Israeli
did not stop
perspective,
more.
bro. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but the Israeli perspective
is
if
a
tomorrow
colonizer
The Israeli
perspective.
perspective shifted and was like, I mean, 85% of the fucking Israeli population currently thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why 2,000 Israelis died. 85% of the Israeli population right now, according to the Jerusalem Post, in the latest
And let's all
polling that
fucking
was done.
remember that when talking
Okay?
about Israelis.
Yes. So some of them, though, obviously think they should be more brutal. Some of them think that Benjamin Netanyahu's occupation, or a much smaller percentage, think that the occupation is responsible for this violence.
Appreciate
Now,
how you love
having
my
said
political
that,
takes.
do they have a say? Can they unseat Benjamin Netanyahu? Is he going to jail? No, of course not.
He's being tried, actually.
And well, exactly, which is why he built a coalition with fucking Ben Gvir and all the other far right freaks.
He was actually being tried for fraud or some crazy shit.
Yeah, even more far right freaks. And many people are calling for his resignation. He is not going to do that. It's not going to happen. And even if he
86%,
resigns, think about it this way.
Hold on, 86% said that the attack from Gaza is a failure of leadership.
Yeah, 86. Yeah, that's what I said.
And by the way,
you did.
This is just
That's like
specifically-
everybody.
This is Jewish citizens, so this isn't even
Right.
including obviously the Arab Israelis
And
that
people
live-
who
Ooh, you call them Abbas. Hamas Abbey with the 25 Canadian. Really appreciate that.
watch this show know when we do polls and it's 86%, that's basically everybody.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like, who the fuck is dick riding Netanyahu in that point? Because like, from either angle, even if you think like Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed, or you think Palestinians should the occupation should end for the security purposes of Israeli citizens, it doesn't matter. You're still going to arrive at that conclusion that it is Benjamin Netanyahu's fault, because the power player in this situation is what matters. The power player in this situation is entirely responsible. The situation, for example, in Afghanistan, with the Taliban's numbers not withering away, but instead growing in popularity during the American occupation, is a perfect example of what happened, and is a perfect example of what's constant with occupying forces and with their violent means of subjugating, humiliating, and murdering the population. You fucking kill. Fuck, who was it? Even that. I forget who this was, but I remember someone saying like, "Look, in 2014 or in 2004, time and time again, whenever bombing campaigns occur and people die and children die, you know, their relatives are still alive. The ones that are still alive are going to go, well, I know who fucking bombed me. I know who fucking killed my family. I know who fucking dropped bombs on my house. I'm not going to forget that." That is at the heart of the matter. And a real reconciliation with that means completely going back on 75 years of brutal occupation and policies that were deemed necessary at the time for Israeli security, that absolutely was just a cynical way to justify taking more and more land from Palestinians who had no say, who have never had a say in the conversation, and still to this day have no say. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, of 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think
Iran just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think
They
Iran
care.
gives a shit
Yeah, they
about like
don't.
Palestinians being free. I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. There is no equivalence here.
No, I was moving my chair, dipshit. And Jinsaric, thanks for the $25.01. I swear, honey, I'm not giving money to OnlyFans creators. It's just, yeah, this guy named Lorderbox. Thank you very much.
Between the well-oiled military machine of the Israeli army that has gotten $264 billion in American
Billions of
taxpayer
dollars.
to continue its operations. It's just not. There's an asymmetry to the violence,
swear,
and there's
honey,
also an
I'm not
asymmetry
giving money
to
to
the
of creators.
conversation
It's,
where
yes,
Palestinians
this guy
like living in
named
fucking
Loaderbox.
Gaza are being called by the BBC, and while bombs are being dropped on their fucking heads, the BBC anchor is like callously being like, "Do you condemn the Hamas violence?" It's
And
like,
by the way, that's fucking stupid.
it's like fucking insane, and they never.
And I don't want people to conflate what I'm saying
I've
with
never-
BBC asking someone in Gaza taking bombs if they support
Yeah.
Hamas.
Is that the
So here's
BBC
the thing.
voice?
I've never, ever in my entire life, ever seen a couple things. I've never seen the American government.
Looks like Jinsaric won the bidding war, guys. Get fucked. All right. I kind of regret this now because it's going to look so stupid. no one's going to understand. I'm just going to look like a crazy person. Well, the White House is blue and white today. I don't know. You reap what you sow. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Dylan did it on his smaller account. Okay. There you go, guys. There you go. There's your $25.01 well spent, my friend. Is it all spelled properly? Jen Sarah. What a stupid name. Okay. I think I need you guys to amp the numbers, okay? Because I think people are going to be confused. You need to go away. We need the follow up. We need the Mike from PA follow up. We need it. We need it now more than ever. Wait, hang on. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? All right, here you go. Here's the follow up, guys. Okay.
State Department ever say this was a provoked act
You
of
have
violence
permission
from
to brigade me.
Palestinians. I've never seen that. They always say it's unprovoked because it is supposed to be that violence is like they act like that violence was in a vacuum. And I know you agree with me on this. I don't think you disagree with me on this at all. They never say this was a provoked act of violence. Okay, that is by design. And I've never seen somebody bring up an Israeli official, okay, to television when Gaza is being bombed and being reduced to rubble, or even when Gaza is not being bombed and the brutal occupation still remains, and been forced to condemn the violent actions of the Israeli government.
Why are people retweeting this? What the fuck is the purpose? Why are people reposting this shit? It's just so...
I've never seen that. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. And I don't think that that will ever happen because at the end of the day, America wants a military base in the Middle East. America wants a destabilizing force that they see in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons. America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict, and they use Israel to that end, and they will continue doing this. In 30,
I'm actually going to say I'm trying to be like a bear faith to just people. Like I think I mean, I feel like I'm already quite good faith, but I feel like Hasan, he does seem to just be doing a reasonable job at just doing like the standard left-wing takes on Palestine. Like I don't think he's like massively off yet. He said a few things that are just like clearly hyperbolic or inaccurate, but like not too much that I would say it like ruins the fucking story and shit. Yeah, I think he's actually just doing fine.
5 different states.
He's doing like what an advocate would do, right? Not what a fucking academic or whatever, but apart from the fact that he keeps dodging the fucking, he keeps whatabouting the Hamas stuff, but yeah, he's doing reasonable. Yeah, he's doing he's a human pamphlet. He's a good human pamphlet so far.
States in the United States of America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states, it is illegal to ask to boycott and ask to make divestments and to ask to sanction the state of Israel. It is illegal. It is, you cannot hold a position as a school teacher without signing a fucking thing that says, I will never participate in the peaceful demand that you want to boycott, divest, or put sanctions on the state of Israel. What?
What countries is that in?
In the United States of America.
I think there are different states where there are different imagine not knowing. What an absolute loser. What unbelievable cuck. All right.
35 states.
Oh, 35 states.
37 as of now, I believe,
That's
but
crazy.
35 as of 2021.
That's
Think about
fucking
that.
nuts. Yeah,
and
nuts.
the APAC wrote that legislation. They helped push it. They wrote the legislation. There is no comparison.
And by the way, conservative support for Israel is about as cynical as it gets. Because
Absolutely.
Their whole worldview is that the Jews are guarding Israel until Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes, it is a suicide cult. It is a suicide cult. The assumption that like from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come down and defeat Shaitan and Megiddo is a...
What the fuck is that? I don't know. Oh my god. His fucking face. 92 million views. Oh shit! Too soon. Nah, fuck off. That's funny. You have to. It's just
psychotic
okay.
suicidal cult, yet that is the reason why not American Jews, but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants are the #1 defenders of the Israeli occupation. They are the ones who push
They're
for
crazy.
it. They're the ones who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
What did he say about River to the Sea?
Maintain Israel and their
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes, it is a suicide cult. It is a suicide cult.
they're talking about
The
Hamas.
assumption that like from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come
Oh,
down
he's talking
and
about
defeat
Israel. Okay, yeah.
Shaitan
Sorry,
and
he's not talking
Megiddo.
about- yeah.
Is a psychotic suicidal cult. Yet
Oh.
that is the reason
American
why
concern-
not
okay,
American
American-
Jews,
yeah.
but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants
all the talk
are
about-
the
yeah, yeah.
#1 defenders of the Israeli
Oh, because of the rapture. Yeah.
occupation.
I mean,
They are
fucking
the
Armageddon.
ones who push for it.
Second coming.
They're the ones
yeah.
who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
Yeah.
That they are the ones who open up 501c3s
So
so
it's
that
all
they can
Christians'
get
fault.
tax
Thanks for
deductible
finally saying
donations. Yeah, no, I think yes, of course, Christians play a gigantic role in this. I mean, it was the fucking British that propped up Zionist brigades. Yes,
I mean,
this still
in a
goes back
way,
to England.
I mean, in a way, though, it is like, you know,
It all comes back to the Brits,
It's like,
doesn't it?
you know, if you're coming out of World War II at the Holocaust and you're being offered land by Britain and you're
Hold on, your camera's out.
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee while you're gone. Oh no, now I'm censored.
I'm fucking winning this argument.
I'm not taking a pause to pee.
What the fuck's
Well,
going on?
they can hear me,
Okay.
right? So I was. So anyway, I'll continue my point as you guys work it out.
Yeah.
I was saying that, you know, coming out of the Holocaust, you can hardly blame people who are offered land in their historic religious, most important religious spot by the British are hardly going to say no to that.
Fuck the
Like,
Brits, man. Fuck
you know,
the Brits.
It's just, again, the human experience. What group of people would have said, nah, that's not cool?
Right. And then important to note that those same British simultaneously also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They were literally offering conflicting offers to two different groups of people.
So
good work,
like,
guys.
again, when people, I do think when people try to reduce this conflict as something that's not simple.
No, an actual agreement. No, I know it wasn't, but it was like there were talks. Okay, there were talks. That's why the Ergun had their stupid map, right? Yeah.
Something that's so easy to understand, I don't think is entirely fair. I really don't. Like the war.
I think
crime,
even the wording of the Balfour Declaration kind of suggests that they're going to have preferential treatment to the Jews. Like, yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, because the wording is a lot more solid on the Israeli side.
the murder, all the shit that's happening is obvious and easy and easy to point to Israel. But if you're talking about like the establishment of Israel, the long feuds over the land going back 75 years, where, again, as Dan was saying, the British went to the Jews after the Holocaust and said, you guys want to live in Jerusalem? And they're like, fuck yeah. And then
To be
went
fair,
to the
they were
Palestinians.
lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But they
they got the green light.
Right, they got the green light. But yeah,
And by all the United Nations, or whatever, the League of Nations, whatever the fuck or I don't know, it was UN.
it was yeah, and in fact,
yeah, it was
had
League
been
of
a long time.
Nations.
Originally, it was the League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
you want to know who
the United
else?
States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big time supporter too? China. China is a major ally and a major trade
Really?
partner to Israel. Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
that's what RFK was Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
I don't. I
Yeah.
always get. I need to read the fucking Pape book. I've read Khalidi talking about it, but I just don't. Yeah. I know some bits and pieces from that kind of like 30s, 40s period, but no, not enough to properly like give the TLDR.
Yeah, the COVID
I
was.
actually tuned out when Dan was speaking. I was just like, "What the fuck?" Yeah.
It was doesn't affect the Jews
Well,
and
no,
the Chinese.
but yeah, no, it's not. So you know, remember that when people in the chat will say like, "Oh, you fucking major defender of China." No, I think that China is also
No, he's
not
critical
exactly
support.
a fucking equal party
Critical
here, or
support.
one that is advocating for
Critical
reasonable
support
solutions.
for the
I think
CCP,
that
Hasan.
there is a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
But just to finish my point when you were in the
Go ahead.
bathroom is that I think it's unfairly reductive to say it's not complicated. You know, going back to the establishment of Israel, the duplicity of the English, going back to the
Yeah, say
skirmishes
English,
and
not
all
Scottish.
there's been atrocities on both sides from the beginning.
Both sides.
Obviously, Israel has continued to take more and more as they've enjoyed the benefit of funding and support from the international community. But to write it off as like the Israelis are just genocidal is unfairly reductive.
I don't think that Israelis are genocidal, even though there are certainly Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
See,
Just saying, there's people who are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure, but
there are. Everybody has genocidal
Yes,
mania.
I think that like
Am I not?
Hamas
Is that bother
Hamas
you?
is 1988.
Hold on.
No,
Does that bother you that I
no,
said?
of course there are. But the reason why I think it's like
Oh.
laughable is because like, which direction is the genocide happening?
Bro,
You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Like it's usually I don't think I think that you have moral clarity overall, which is why this is a much more charitable conversation. But I think plenty of people do not have that moral clarity, and when they
Do you think the Israeli government is genocidal? You know me. I actually use the word genocide like I try to use it properly. I don't think the government is genocidal. No. I think they're settler colonial. You can just say that. You know, settler colonialism is really bad. I think they're committing the crime of apartheid. I don't even like saying this because it makes me sound like a chest puffer. But if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they would do it, right? They leave that water off for like another. Fucking, yeah.
are using the condemn Hamas line, it's not necessarily to get your perspective. It's to deflect away from you talking about Palestinian emancipation and all of the the wrongs that they.
Even though everything you're saying is right.
Yeah.
But do you condemn Hamas?
Diminish this idea that there are Palestinians.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
terrorists, mostly.
You know?
I'm not saying all Palestinians. I don't think most Palestinians
I'm
even
in that mood
support Hamas.
right now.
That saying that Palestinians who want genocide of Jews isn't relevant because, again, it affects the Israeli paranoia. It affects the Jewish paranoia, the paranoia psyche, the Israeli psyche. So, like, even though it's absurd, you say that's silly because
How much do you know about what international law says about genocide? Oh, I read a lot about it last year. So I know that. Let me give you my breakdown. UN. Let me see the definition. So I think intent here refers to I read case law mostly about Bosnia. Yeah. So I think intent means dollar specialis, which means special intent. It's got to be premeditated. It's got to have that like the goal in mind of at least destroying in whole or in part one of these groups. So the premeditation and the like calculate that has to be like part of it. Destroy refers to I think biological and physical destruction. I think in terms of precedent, I don't think there's ever been a conviction of genocide that didn't involve killing, like actually slaying people. Killing, I think causing serious bodily or mental harm, the case law for that mostly refers to rape or torture, I think. Yeah. I think in the Bosnian War, there was like, or it was one of the Yugoslav wars where people were raping with the intent of like fucking the gene pool up, right? This, I think, was to do with deliberate cessation of like subsistence food and medicine, like the camps in Bosnia, I think, were like that. Imposing measures intended, this will be like sterilizations. This is actually why people who get fussy about, this is why there's the contention about what's happening with the Uyghurs was a genocide, right? Because the cultural aspect doesn't fall under any of this. But the sterilizations kind of do, but the precedent, there's never been a conviction of genocide that didn't also involve killing, right? Yeah. Forcibly this one's a really ambiguous one because I think it has to be done in tandem with something like this. This is the one I know the least about because because biological and physical destruction isn't really encompassed by this on its own. So yeah, I don't know. Don't mean to quiz you, I'm just asking. This is just how autistic people answer questions, you know.
The Israelis are doing
it's a good refresher, you know. God, reading about the fucking Bosnian torture camps. Ugh.
Genocide. Still fucking feeds into the pathology.
Would Plan Dale be considered a genocide? I don't remember it that well, but I don't think so because the goal was to clear space, not to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinians. I think a better case for a genocide accusation would be Sabra Shatila. But then I don't know if the crime of genocide would be placed on the Phalangists or on Sharon. Sharon allowed it to happen. He gave them free reign. He was negligent, but I don't know if it was... I don't think there's any communication that would show that it was with genocidal intent on his part. But the Phalangists, yeah. The UN actually did that. There was a UN commission that called Sabra Shatila a genocide. Yeah. Intent can be inferred by circumstantial evidence. Well, that's true. That's why we say Hitler was genocidal, even though the ordering the Holocaust was circumstantial evidence. Yeah. I think you can infer intent, but I don't know enough about the Beirut case to show that Sharon had it. The Phalangists definitely did. Anyway.
Of
what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah, I
mean?
understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, getting swept away in demanding condemnations over and over again is entirely unproductive and also not reflective of the reality of the American population's attitudes towards the defense of Israel and
I don't think that's a fair.
I could be wrong though. Has any I know the Holodomor is like the big one, the big rift, because there are like a couple of historians who call it a genocide, but most historians don't. What is the case with academics on Israel-Palestine? Has anyone actually accused either side of genocide ever? Or is this just something pundits say? I don't actually know. When Pape says incremental genocide, when people ask him about it, he says it's that they have all the means to do it very quickly, right? When he talks about Gaza. But that's not him being academic, that's him being an advocate. It's very different. But I don't know if there's been any like scholarly stuff on Israel-Palestine and using the word genocide. I don't know. I'd have to look into that.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what I'm asking.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're saying.
But like there is
the expectation of constant condemnation of Palestinians against Hamas is not what I'm advocating for.
If you want,
just to be totally clear, because I know people think that about me.
If you want to talk about if right now you want to talk about Palestinian emancipation, whether you are Jewish or whether you are Arab, whether you are Muslim, it does not matter. If you talk about Palestinian emancipation at any point during this endless occupation and senseless brutality, you are immediately met with condemn Hamas. Why do you love Hamas? Why do you want to
Not
believe?
support that. That's a different
No,
thing.
I know,
feel.
but that
okay, I
is-
just want to make that
but
clear.
You and I having this back and forth.
I just want to make it clear because people think that's what I think, and I want to make it clear.
There's
that-
a bit of a victim complex in there. I feel like a lot of people get away with condemn Israel quite easily. I know that the ADL are dog shit on it. I know that the American laws are bad, but again, I guess it's the advocacy language again. Anyway, imagination scene with the £2. Have you read Gilbert Achar? No, clearly not.
that
I don't
what
know how to
I'm
pronounce their fucking
saying
name.
is different entirely to expecting everyone to constantly condemn Hamas. That's not what I think people need to do.
What you
Oh, he's just
have,
being evasive. Yeah.
You have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world, and that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper of records perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard
And the
Students
sad
Association.
part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right. But a lot of Israelis do. And that's fucked up that people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what
Oh
people.
God, Vosh is getting mad. Vosh is going up. Their death toll. You don't understand. Those deaths weren't caused by some savage method like beheading. They were caused by indiscriminate airstrikes. The gentleman's war cry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Vosh mad.
People see.
Okay.
Even though
now that we've
government-
established that,
Yeah.
though, now that we've established that, do you understand that what I mean when I say there's a double standard with the callous indifference that people demonstrate to the death toll over and over again? I mean, we're talking about dudes that literally Benjamin Netanyahu in
Benji.
2008,
BB.
people living under brutal occupation in the world's largest open air prison in Gaza, where
Open air
2 million
prison.
people live, and 47% of that population is under the age of 14 and under, okay? Where their water, electricity, like you also pointed out, is controlled by Israel. They did a peaceful march, a demonstration for a right to return.
Oh God, this was so
Thousands
depressing.
of children.
Was that 2008? That was 2018, wasn't it? Not 2008. March of Return kind of in 2008 because I remember it ish. Yeah. It wasn't 2008. Yeah.
Children, babies, and adults alike were ruthlessly shot at by Israeli snipers in that right to return as they walked and demonstrated and walked towards that fence.
Don't worry.
Okay? Walk towards that border fence that traps them inside of Gaza. Thousands. While that was happening, if you had seen, or maybe you weren't paying attention, maybe you didn't.
That was a big one. Like 200 people died in that march. It lasted a few months, didn't it? Was it over a year? The border protests? Yeah.
Didn't see this. The media coverage of the matter was some of the most disgusting I have ever seen. While that was happening, the Trump administration was pushing to further annex Jerusalem and offer it in its entirety and recognize it as Israeli, which is, of course, a major point of contention and has never been allowed by the international authority. Completely unjustifiable, inhumane, immoral. Okay?
She's getting mobbed. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they post their L's on Twitter, then you win. She doesn't know. She
So
didn't
on the
even
one
know.
hand, the Trump administration alongside the Israeli government were celebrating this
What a
action. On
fucking
the other hand, on
airhead.
the other side
She
of
doesn't know.
on the other side of Israel proper, you had babies being fucking slaughtered, medics, press, journalists, and
there's a double standard.
yes,
Absolutely.
Now hold on. This is really important. This is really important to understand. Okay, if you demonstrate peacefully and get slaughtered. And then Benjamin Netanyahu goes on television and says callously, these are telegenically dead children. Palestinians have telegenically dead children. If former Israeli ambassadors are going on TV and saying Hamas is using these babies as meat shields, that somehow Israel is like RoboCop, or this like force that simply cannot stop itself from butchering, slaughtering fucking Gazans, and it's always in the hands of Hamas, and that is the constant position in both American media, and it is reflected in polling over and over again, where more than 50% of Americans side with Israel on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and only 9% of Americans actually side with Palestinians on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, constantly going back and forth about like what the DSA-affiliated organization doing like a Free Palestine demonstration or whatever in the aftermath of October 7.
Well, some DSA chapters are pretty fucking horrible. Yeah, we saw that scandal with the DSA chapter that said that it was okay to kill civilians even before this happened. Yeah. I don't know what the other ones have been doing. There are probably quite a few of them. I would imagine it's a coin flip.
And saying that feels like you're in defense of Hamas, Sweaty, is unproductive, and it also doesn't even reflect anything. It doesn't reflect the reality. We know that in the Western world,
bro, it's
Palestinians
emotion.
have no...
you know, it's like, it's emotional. You just you
I
can't
understand-
blame people for seeing that and
it's
getting upset.
emotional. But if you
just
recognize that, then you recognize when you see a sea of I
do
stand with
recognize
Israel.
that,
I
dude.
stand with Israel. Israel must ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I do
Varying
recognize
degrees
that.
of people saying that.
I always have.
Then how are Muslims in America that have lived in a massive surveillance state post 9/11?
Holy shit, the Palestine demo got hosed by the French. Oh, they're charging. Holy shit. Fucking French. That's sewer water. I don't know.
How are Muslims in the Western world who are constantly treated like fucking dogs, who literally are used as a political pawn, even though their homes have been destabilized by America's unjustifiable post 9/11 actions in the form of the war on terror? How are they supposed to think, oh, well, I guess everybody wants us
It's all
fucking
sewer
dead.
water
I
in
guess
France.
everybody wants the
Yeah,
Palestinians
true.
to die. Everyone thinks that this is the normal position. Everyone thinks this is the constant position. Like, of course, they are going to look at that and think the exact same things that you're saying Israelis are feeling, the exact paranoia that Israelis are feeling. And quite frankly, if we look at the asymmetry of violence, if we look at the displacements, if we look at the subjugation, the brutal colonial occupation of not only Palestinians, but many other Muslim countries that have also been ruthlessly occupied and slaughtered by Western coalition forces, it is perfectly understandable and well within the right of Muslims to look at that and be understandably paranoid, and not necessarily paranoid thinking that, you know, you are going to have Hamas forces do a second Holocaust in Israel, when the exact opposite is happening to Palestinians right now.
Whoa.
Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. All right.
Sigma.
That's why I think it's unproductive that a lot of, not you, but like especially so many liberals in America are like, oh man,
Israel tells the UN to evacuate the Gaza Strip within 24 hours. Is that true? Oh dear.
optics of this look really bad, and also, you know, Palestinians really fucked up their chances of emancipation. It's like you have to be oblivious to the reality, and I know you're not, but others have to be oblivious to the reality of the Palestinian existence to make such callous takes, to be like, oh, well, optics, Sweaty. No, the optics in that situation just
I mean,
imply
it does
that
matter.
you-
Optics do matter.
I know optics matter, but optics don't matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter when we talk about the plight of Palestinians, because there's not a single person that is out there defending them in the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media. And those who choose to do that, those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, okay, they get immediately cast as a terrorism defender. And I saw the spiritual consequences of that in a post 9/11 America. We are still living in the rubbles of post 9/11 America, and its attitude towards Muslims and its attitude towards Islam in general. And oh man, it does seem like this is somehow even worse than that, because I guess it didn't impact Americans directly, so they can be even more bloodthirsty without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
I think like 30 Americans died, but okay.
Right. I think we both have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk
Ben
about.
Shapiro got mad at me.
I haven't actually watched that yet.
Are we going to get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there's stuff.
Bubiro. Oh my
yeah,
God.
we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy, though. Just reading about this. Fucking
22
insane.
dead, 14 missing.
Are you talking about 2018 March, the
Yeah.
freedom, the right to return?
I'm just reading about it. 40 kids, 190 Palestinians were killed.
You know what the
At the
IDF,
protests,
you know what the
thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted? Shouts out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted it, because this shows the indifference.
What did they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
Says 190 Palestinians were killed, 40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating that his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrating.
That's fucking, I mean, yeah, that's
So
demonic.
when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in American media refuse to reckon with that violence and instead turn around and have former Israeli officials say these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother that was shot. These are Hamas operatives that deserve to be fucking killed for peacefully demonstrating. What do you do? What can you do? No one hears you, and you're constantly backed into a corner. You are going to retaliate. That is, of course, going to happen.
And Israel needs to understand that.
The energy switch is crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I said. Like, even if he's been saying like the right stuff here and generally doing like a decent job of just giving the kind of like the rundown of all the main points, like, yeah, he's a partisan. Yeah, he's a complete partisan. Yeah.
The Israelis,
And I think some
and the
Israelis do.
government, they need to understand that. And that's,
Okay.
It's
So
like,
then-
it's that mutual empathy. Like, Israelis need to understand why Hamas is attacking them. If they can't understand that, then nobody can be helped. I mean, it's just, it's insane to not
What
see
happened to the
their
soldier who did that?
perspective.
I don't know.
The major thing here is that I think I mean, there's a reason why Israel did not have local media go to the kibbutzes that you were talking about that were slaughtered. They originally went immediately. They said, we're having foreign press come here, right? There was a reason for that, because they know that internally the opinion of the Israeli population currently doesn't matter. The Western opinion
I think
matters.
the Israeli opinion on the massacre was pretty unified, dude.
Well, what they say about that is that
Whoa.
they don't.
What
Everybody's
the hell?
already.
Hold on one sec, Hila. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
They're saying everybody is already in such grief and broken that they don't need to show this terrible footage. But
I mean,
they're saying it's important for the world to see what happens, so that's why.
yeah, they're doing propaganda. It's like, it's
Yeah.
not surprising, is it?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not.
quite normal, isn't it?
But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
I mean,
there
it
is-
did happen.
I think that there is more.
They're not
It
like
isn't-
putting the bodies there and like putting them in fucked up
no,
ways.
of course
I'm
not.
just saying,
That's not
you
what
know,
I'm saying at all.
it's
Come
not
on.
that cynical to send in the
No,
press.
I think that
It's not cynical at all. In that case,
I think that the coverage.
I feel like this happened in the Holocaust as well, didn't they? Didn't they like make sure that the other people from other countries were there so that they could like everyone could, so that no one would think there was a lie being told? Yeah.
From certain Israeli outlets on the matter is more critical on the Netanyahu administration, and showing that, I think, and like the interviews that I've seen as well of the parents fucking demanding, basically kicking out Israeli Knesset members that are visiting the hospitals, yelling at them, telling them to fuck off, telling them that this is their fault. I think that like there's two different reasons for obviously that level of anger. Some of which say you did this to us by being more brutal, and that this violence, of course, is going to be a constant, and it's going to be a violent retaliation. And then there's also the people that are saying you are not violent enough, right? But ultimately, everyone is critical of the Israeli government at this point from different angles, and I think that's the reason why they care more about the Western media's opinion than anything else, because they don't want to repeat the mistakes that happened last time in both 2018 and also the Shireen Abu Akleh murder. Again, in the hands of an Israeli sniper that the Israeli government said was actually Palestinians, and Western media immediately disproved that. And then what did the IDF do? What did the IDF do?
I don't know.
When a wonderful voice for good, a Christian woman, a Christian Palestinian, and an American citizen, Shireen Abu Akleh, was murdered as she was on her way to one of these refugee camps. She had a press vest on. She had a press helmet on. She was shot in the neck so that she could be assassinated. Okay? This was a major issue. They wanted to do. Sorry, this is really fucked up. They went to her funeral and beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her. Palestinians can't have a moment of peace in this fucking world. They can't even mourn the dead.
How many people
Sorry.
did he murder?
The IDF went in and beat.
Does anyone have another source for the Axios article? Israel tells you, oh yeah, fucking Twitter. Maybe I shouldn't have believed that. I thought that Twitter account was actually reliable, but yeah.
The shit out of the Palestinians that were mourning her at her funeral, that were holding her casket, and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her casket. How is that allowed? How can that continue? How do you not see that? That's in the West Bank. This is a Christian woman. This is not a Muslim. This is not Hamas. This is a journalist that was beloved in the Muslim world.
So I'm sorry to spoil the fucking. I don't know. Like I never looked into this story, but I think the official story, is that she was accidentally hit by IDF gunfire. That's what CNN said. I don't know if that's actually true though. Oh, the IDF said in a statement. Did anyone come to any conclusion about this? Because the only time I've ever heard this is from like people like Hasan that it was an assassination. The funeral procession was fucking insane. I can't believe they did that. Like that's just like them trying to hold the fucking coffin up and shit. But I don't actually know about the killing. Oh, well, actually, Wikipedia calls it a murder. This has a bunch of details. Autopsy. Investigations? What did Haaretz say? 190 meters. Said he didn't see her. Wall Street Journal. Can't be ruled out. A bullet was. She was wearing a bulletproof helmet and neck. How is that an accident? John, I'm not gonna like. I know you want to believe it definitely was a targeted assassination because you're like a partisan fuck, right? But like, I just have to. Just let me read through this. Jeez, I'm just trying to find out what happened. CNN published this report quoting eyewitnesses who confirmed that it was Israeli soldiers who shot. I think it's not. Yeah, I think it's like 100% that it was soldiers who did it. How do you know though? Do you just say like? Do you just go by their word? The Israeli army confirmed its forces had mistakenly targeted her. Other people said that they fired indiscriminately. See, I mean, more inclined to believe this, but I don't know. Let's see. There were no gunmen or armed confrontations during the moment before her killing.
How many people did he murder?
Targeted by Israeli forces. The same investigation confirmed that she was targeted. Concluded. Between 177 and 197 meters. New York Times, I feel like I trust them the most. No investigation for 3 weeks. World knows little about who is responsible. Israel rejects the decisive role of brave journalists. Yeah, okay. Then it demanded again the necessity of conducting an investigation with American, Israeli, Palestinian participation.
How many people did he murder?
Independent investigator agreed upon by the PA, Israel, and the United States. Where the investigation concluded the bullet killed her was fired from a location where the military convoy was located. Confirmed the bullet was most likely fired from a soldier. So yeah, this is like, okay. Investigation also confirmed the evidence it collected confirms there were no gunmen near the place where she was killed. Fired 16 bullets at the site where she and some journalists were present, which contradicts the Israeli narrative. Oh. It's a bit sussy, not gonna lie. She was shot for no reason. Yeah, we know she was shot for no reason. Like, she's, yeah, but I'm just wondering, like, it's when people say assassination, right? That sounds like an assassination is they were like, this journalist who writes bad things about Israel is going to be here, like, kill her, make it look like an accident. That's very different from like negligent fire or or like mistaken aiming or just like or just being reckless. It was targeted. Is that why? Like, I'm not gonna. Sorry, I'm not. Why am I reading chat? Why the fuck would I ask chat for this? Okay. The official Palestinian investigation. What did they say? On the 26th of May, Palestinian public prosecutor announced the results of the official investigations, confirming that the occupation forces fired at the journalists, including Shireen, without any prior warning. So there were other journalists next to her. The investigation revealed that the bullet killed the Palestinian journalist contained an armor-piercing iron part that lacerated her brain. She died promptly. Context of the findings, the official Palestinian investigation, that the bullet bore features and characteristics indicating that it was fired from a sniper weapon and that the source of the fire was south of her whereabouts, the place where Israeli forces were stationed. So it's definitely came from Israeli forces. I think that's pretty clear, right? Concluded the targeting was deliberate. So the investigation concluded it was deliberate. And the Israeli forces continued to shoot at everyone who tried to help her. Whoa. Did she have much? What was her reputation? Did they like? Was she like a really unpopular person in Israel? Was she like a really? If she was Al Jazeera, probably she was. Was she like especially well known for her critiques? Confirmed the prosecution's decision not to show the image of the bullet that killed Shireen to prevent the Israeli from manipulating and changing its story, according to the statement, adding that the investigation into the Al Jazeera journalist was purely Palestinian without any external participation, except for the American side, which was briefed on aspects. Did not sure. Okay. Ruled out the Israeli version. Where the network formed an international legal alliance that included its legal team and other international experts to prepare a complete file for submission to the court's prosecutor and the legal file of the International Criminal Court, according to Al Jazeera. Will include the Israeli bombing that targeted the network's office in Gaza. Okay, and then international organizations, what do they say? So the international one found that she was killed by a bullet fired from the direction of the Israeli forces. The UN office urged Israel to conduct a criminal investigation into Shireen's death, even though Tel Aviv had previously flatly refused to do so. The Israeli army responded to the UN commissioner's report as biased. Whoa. It renewed their demand that the Palestinians to hand over the bullet that killed Shireen and confirmed that their preliminary investigation determined that the shooting of the Palestinian journalist was not intentional, but it does not confirm that she was killed by an occupied soldier. Let me read that bit again. So the international one confirmed that it was not intentional. Amnesty responded by calling for an independent and impartial investigation as a war crime. So are there mixed opinions on this? But like, do we actually just not? Is this just like is this like an unsolved case then? Oh no, this is the Israeli army who said this. Okay. So they just okay, I got you. Yeah. Whoops, I thought that was the international org. Okay. Yeah, Israelis concluded it was unintentional. Palestinians said it was intentional, even though they were critiqued for being for not having external participation apart from aspects from the American side. And I mean, how do you unintentionally snipe? I'm sorry, like I'm not. Stop. Fuck me. I don't know. I don't know how common like there's a video of it. Because when people say that, like, I know that you guys don't know what it's like to be sniping people, to be sniping in like a high intensity situation, right? So you just give me the vibes of someone who's like, why didn't the cop just shoot him in the leg? All right, the guy who was swinging a knife at them. Yeah, that's just the vibe you're giving me right now. I don't know. That's how I'm gonna say my position. I don't know. Where's the video? Is there a fucking video? I don't want to watch it on stream. What's this? Okay. Okay. Okay, neither do you. That's why I said I don't know, you fucking asshole. That's why I'm having a go at people who are acting as if they do know. Getting one guy again. He's always rubbing me the wrong way. It's okay though. Yeah, why were they firing at journalists? I don't know. Yeah. So apparently there were other journalists there that they were firing at. How can this is the thing though, is like Israel does kind of like people they have this reputation, but I think they actually do just operate with impunity a lot of the time. The fact that IDF just fired at some fucking journalists and no one investigated it. Like the fact that why wouldn't you investigate that? Why wouldn't you they investigated the fucking Beirut massacre. Why wouldn't they investigate one of your soldiers firing at journalists? Anyway.
She was assassinated for speaking out and trying to shine a light on the atrocities. It's hard to look, it's very hard to hold my composure on this. This is something I've talked about for years and years. But when that kind of ruthlessness, I sound like fucking Jordan Peterson when he talks about men. Jesus Christ. When that kind of brutality is...
I will say, okay. Given the way Hasan reacted to Rittenhouse crying, fuck you. I'm sorry. It's just wasn't Hasan saying that like Rittenhouse deserves to get like butt raped in jail or some shit? Was it him or was that Mike or one? Oh fuck, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't. I'm sorry.
So normal, so normalized when that's the everyday existence of Palestinians in the supposed collaborative project with the Israeli government. How can you expect them to do anything but violently retaliate? There's no.
I don't think Hasan. What did he say though? He said some pretty. Did he? Or did he just say this is white supremacy and I'm like misfiring? Maybe. Oh no. Maybe I'm doing a targeted assassination, by accident. Okay. Fuck it, let's just watch this. I don't care.
No end in sight for this. And now you have cynical pieces of shit on social media. If you want to talk about social media and people saying stuff on social media,
that's you
have
guys.
Cynical liberal commentators that supposedly adorn the politics of radical emancipation, saying, "Oh, how wonderful that Joe Biden is trying to create an exit corridor, a humanitarian corridor for those who are being bombed in Gaza right now to escape through Egypt." That's still ethnic displacement. That is not humanitarian. It is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There is no equivalent. There is no moral equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever. And there is no symmetry in the way that this is covered in the Western media. And that is by design.
I mean, that would be humanitarian, right? It would be.
They refuse to show Palestinians as humans. And they have very successfully...
What's he going to do? Stand in front of the fucking Gaza wall like this and say, "Stop, Jack"? Is that what he's going to do?
They've been able to dehumanize them. There are voices out there. There are voices in Israel. There are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing. They have no allies. They have nothing in the world. And people celebrate their destruction. It's happening right in front of our eyes. There's nothing. There's no equivalent. It is so horrifying that this can happen in the supposed only democracy in the Middle East, the supposed beacon of prosperity in a sea of barbaric Arabs, right? Who do mass rapes and love to behead people. All of these, some of which are true, by the way, I know. All of these are racist canards specifically to heighten the tensions and to justify what Israel is doing in broad daylight in moments that the world even chooses to care about paying attention to what's going on in Gaza. That's why I wanted to make the distinction that what goes on in the West Bank, this is constant. This is every day for Palestinians. Every day. It's crazy. Like, I know it's, you can say like, oh, land back movements are supposed to be violent or whatever, but there's nothing more violent than this. This is the violence. It's just that it's legalized. It is state-backed. So we are not trained to see it as a violent act. That's the difference. It's only violent or it's only terrorism when it's a non-state actor or a foreign adversary that engages in it. And that's why if you look at the United Nations, if you look at British or European authorities that have spoken...
I just feel like I would be so much... Like, if I just flew in and didn't know who the fuck Hasan was, I'd feel very empathetic right now. It's just I can't stop thinking about him going, yeah, Hong Kong, what happened there? Didn't they say it was going to get, like, nuked or some shit? And they're like, they can't fucking talk, man. They're arresting political opponents. They're clamping down. They got no free speech, bro. Yeah, they did indeed clamp down on some civil liberties. Or the shit that he said about Crimea with fucking Tatars washing up in rivers, being their bodies fucking mutilated and mangled and found in the fucking forest 5 days later. Oh god. How many people do you think are getting fucking tortured by the Russians in Crimea right now for their opposition to the annexation? Fucking Hamas, Hasan, not Hamas. Hasan just being like fucking Crimea Russian River.
Out correctly condemned Russian atrocities in Ukraine, you will hear silence when it comes to Israel and what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do to Palestinians. Disgusting. Sorry.
I think I can say I don't know. Seeing this.
It's fine. I'm good.
Seeing this and hearing you talk about it, I do probably feel like I haven't been as empathetic with the Palestinian experience as you know what I mean? Like, I can fully acknowledge that I haven't been 100% empathetic with that. And that, my perspective is different. Or I mean, not right, but I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is like, even though I disagree, is probably not empathetic enough towards this perspective.
Thanks for the $20, my friend Evan. I appreciate that. Long day, homie. Yeah, I suppose so.
This is really sad.
This is just a very, it's just one example of many. It's every life is important. Like, the Israeli lives are important too. I recognize that. Just that there's no one out there that will speak out, and those who do are immediately branded as supporters of terrorism. I'm not saying you're doing that, Ethan, but the reality is, when you have the audacity as like a journalist in British media or a journalist in American media to sit across the desk from someone whose family has been murdered and to say, do you condemn the violence of Hamas when you have never asked an Israeli official if they condemn the ongoing occupation, when you turn a blind eye to it?
Bro, are we ever going to get into the meat of this? It's because your fucking friends and orbiters are egging on Hamas. That's probably why it's more reasonable to ask if you condemn Hamas, Hasan. Anyway, Israeli army warns Gazans to relocate south within 24 hours. This is real. This is from Haaretz. I think it's happening. Relocate to the enclave south. What's south? I guess towards Egypt, no? The United Nations considers it impossible for such a movement to take place without devastating humanitarian consequences. Yeah. The United Nations, appeals for any such order, if confirmed, to be rescinded, avoiding what could transform what is already a tragedy into a calamitous situation. What is he expecting? Like, just push them all into a corner? Workers and officials of international organizations in the Gaza Strip say Israel also appealed to them and called on the groups to leave the northern Gaza Strip and evacuate to the Rafah crossing area. I guess the hope is just that enough people are there that Egypt opens it. The fuck? I don't even know what the crossing looks like. Skip to the second thought stuff. I mean, it just seems like he's so defensive against it, but I know why, because he's partisan, right?
I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what like some random person said about land back movements being violent on Twitter. Because one is the entire state.
Friends, Hasan.
One is the entire media
promote
apparatus.
their content all the time. This is the Rafah crossing. Are they just going to put like a fucking million people at this gate? I'm sorry.
The other is some fucking person on Twitter. And I don't know what the full scope of their perspective is, but I can tell you, I know the full scope of the perspective of mainstream media and the fucking dogs in America and the fucking violent dogs in all of the European nations, with the exception of Ireland, that have regularly supplied weapons, turned a blind eye to the atrocities, and still to this day, cynically and in the most disgusting way, declare that any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, no matter who speaks it, could be Jews, could be Arabs, could be Palestinians, could be Muslims.
You know what else is interesting about the way he's talking? I feel like every talking point he's given and everything he's said is just identical to what it would have been if nothing had happened. He's just giving the standard lefty pamphlet Palestinian take. Like, he's just going on another, yeah, he's not actually engaging with the recent events at all. Because I guess the fact that it's like an unprecedented thing, you can't factor that in yet, you know? Yeah. D'Angelo Alston with a $5. I don't think Hasan is fake crying, but he mocks Rittenhouse for crying, and that dude who cried over the Queen, it's just dumb. I mean, crying over the Queen is pretty cringe, I will say.
Is anti-Semitism. It's so unimaginable. You have people in England. A woman or a man who had a Palestinian flag was seized by the authorities and was arrested. Now they're talking about possibly declaring the Palestinian flag to be a terrorist flag. That conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians is the policy. That is the policy that is cynically built up, propped up, and defended over and over again so that when babies are dying in Gaza, when children are being slaughtered in Gaza, when settlers spit on West Bank Palestinians and kill them and don't get punished, and as a matter of fact, the families of said victims get punished, when they're ruthlessly thrown out of their homes, you can still always turn around and justify it by either turning a blind eye to the atrocities or only covering the atrocities when there is any sort of retaliation from Hamas or from the Palestinian side in general.
Retaliation. Oh God. I don't think he actually knows what happened. I don't think does he really. I don't think he understands the conflict well enough to know how unprecedented Saturday was. I don't think he knows. It feels like he's not acknowledging it. I feel like he's doing the same default. There's like the default script that you would give even after just after like a few Hamas rockets get fired off. Yeah. This is like post-it note on fucking steroids. He's got multiple post-it notes this time though. He came prepared.
And then sorry. And then we just say, why won't you condemn the violence? Why won't you condemn the violence? You are supporting Hamas.
This is so bad. Fucking hell. Tequila Sunset. The fact that you chose this guy. Hasan reacting to Russian war crimes versus reacting to Israeli war crimes. It's fucking Nasrallah. The fucking racist Santa Claus. The genocidal Santa Claus. His name's Hasan. This guy's name is Hasan. Fucking hell. It's just... Oh, God. Something about this guy just makes me laugh. I don't know. He's just... I'm sorry. Oh, God. How the fuck did you find that? I'm sorry. Okay. Joshua Griffin, nice to $20. Love your work, Lonerbox. Biggest problem with Hasan is his infinite empathy for his side, but no empathy for people he opposes. Okay. I agree. Good coverage, man. Thanks. 1980 rules with the $20. Good coverage, man. I thought Ethan was insanely fair throughout, went very hard on both sides to deserve it. Hasan can't even understand how a Jew might feel, or he just doesn't want to. Zach with the $5. I know this ain't going to be the highest, but I'm donating out of respect for the hustle. Thanks very much.
Let's
ever donate shame yourself.
Okay, I win the argument then.
Love your work, Lonerbox.
I'm gonna button out that whole fucking
empathy for his side,
the whole last part.
Yeah, the whole last part.
Okay. For people he opposes.
How many people did he murder?
No, I feel like
man. I thought Ethan was insanely fair throughout. Went
I
very
definitely
hard on both sides
understand where you're coming
it.
from. Like, I mean, I
Hasan
1000% understand where you're coming from. And
And
I do think I can acknowledge, like I touched on before.
Biggest problem with Hasan is his infinite empathy for his side, but no empathy or charitability for people he opposes.
Again, this is just the Twitter account that I don't trust anymore, but apparently they're going here. They have to go here. Otherwise, they're placing themselves in extreme danger.
I thought
Oh
Ethan
my
was
God.
insanely fair throughout.
Holy
Went very
fuck.
hard on both sides who deserve it. Hasan can't even understand how a Jew might feel, or he just doesn't want to.
How many people did he murder?
Anyway.
For that, I am capable of being more empathetic with their experience.
And I think you are more empathetic by an incredibly wide margin in comparison to the average American even though they're, of course, and this does not reflect American Jewish people in general. American Jews are at the forefront of demanding the end to the occupation. The Jewish Voice for Peace, If Not Now, is another organization. There are wonderful friends of mine that are regularly writing about this in very thoughtful ways, and have never ceased their coverage. It's you know it's so shitty. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say about it. Look, there was another point I wanted to make, but now I'm forgetting it.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's enjoy this video, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Okay.
Here, we never got to watch this. This is the mashup of us having a fake conversation with each other. Yeah.
5% of their targets were civilians, okay?
Did you not just see that they killed 700 people?
But it doesn't matter because they're not a fucking real military. They're disorganized. And of course, there were people who did some fucked up ass shit, and civilians died as a consequence of that too.
It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out, Iraqi terrorist groups to your neighborhood, and see if you care. People murder everyone you love.
Of course they did that. And that is completely
Whoever edited it, that Hasan starts talking before Ethan's finished, is really, really clever. It's just a really good move because it looks so much more real.
There's like a cut while you're talking.
They do a really well. I think they do a decent job of like at least interlacing your audio, so it actually does seem like I'm responding.
I don't know. It seems so far-fetched, but people are believing in it. Pretty
Think about
interesting.
what This is wild.
They're saying, yeah, it's wild.
When immediately after,
But like, how fucking cynical is this, man? To create this,
people are saying, "I support Palestine," and what they don't mean
the
Palestine,
people,
they mean
the
Hamas.
targets that they fucking killed, they're military. That's according to the Israeli
Or
numbers.
even more than Israelis, perhaps, deserve
Their military target. Oh God.
to be burned alive by terrorists.
Like, bro,
and
do
your
you
own
know what
family
life
murdered
is
in
like?
front of
Have you read a book? Have you like watched anything that isn't like pure Zionist copium
In fact,
propaganda?
why don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, you know, just serve yourself on a platter?
Why
for
is
them.
Israel so violent? Why do they not actually scale it back a little bit?
Freaks. Bloodthirsty,
I'm not
savage,
sitting here and being like,
fucking
oh,
freaks,
that's
yeah.
totally justifiable. That's
They come to your neighborhood
happens.
and they just start burning people alive, killing people, kidnapping kids,
absolutely insane.
desecrating bodies.
I am
And the first
much more
take is,
interested in
you know,
how that happened.
It's pretty fucking. I mean,
That's a really good clip. I don't know. There's just the way it flows is really, really clever. I don't know if it beats my my Kharkiv Kid Finder edit. I saw that resurfaced in the Discord a couple of days ago. That was good. That was good parasocial fan edit.
Props, I guess.
Did he murder?
Hylona box. Thanks for this. You've been a sobering voice throughout this. I really appreciate your take and coverage. As a Palestinian, can I just say screw tankies? There's no reason to justify what horrific shit Hamas did.
Stay safe, everyone. They said, why did it cut out? Okay. Thanks, the True Ravenholm, for the 50 Canadian. I really, really, really appreciate that. Wow. Wait, what? You mean you're Palestinian? You don't like tankies? What? You mean Arab communism is actually like no one gives a fuck about it? Wait, what? What?
Like,
It's
if they
unheard
done it
of,
as a
chat.
joke,
It's
it'd be
absolutely
wild, but
outrageous.
to try and trick people is
I remember
nuts.
what I was gonna say. Okay, this is not about anything here, but it's neither here nor there. But like you didn't know about the 2018 numbers, right? The march the march to return.
I think your text to speech might be broken. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
So you didn't know about that. You didn't know about Shireen Abu Akleh, and you are, despite not knowing any of that, and these are just some of the hundreds of examples. There's a reason why you don't know, even though you are empathetic and to the Palestinian plight.
Oh, he's so condescending. Oh my
There's a reason
God.
why you don't know, though, and I think that deserves examination. Why have you never heard of this? Do you want to know why? Because it will never get the same level of coverage that you know the Israeli retaliation and the justification for it gets.
To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to the news until like very recently, but
Well, there's a lot of Americans.
but I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to defend my own ignorance.
No, I know. I know. It's just, it's. I hope that people that are faced with this reality have a more empathetic approach, rather than turn around and say they deserved it and you deserve it too because you're a supporter of terrorism. You're not doing that, of course.
Again, I feel like he's only. I feel like the only people he feels like he can argue with are like far right Israeli psychos. Like, oh god. Even admittedly, as much as I'm fucking so fed up with talking to fucking Israelis, as much as like, I'm sorry, as much as I lose my patience with that shit, like at least like they tend to say shit like after just espousing crazy tribal nonsense. They're like, I know I'm being irrational. I know I'm scared. I know I'm being irrational. I'm like, okay. And I feel like Hasan can only imagine people who are like fucking just like the furthest right psychos of the government or like Netanyahu and shit. Like that, yeah. I don't know. I don't think he realizes that like most of the people getting him shit right now are like some other socialists, social democrats, like left-leaning liberals, you know? But that's too nuanced, you know? He has to be like, oh, what? You're saying all Palestinian liberation is Hamas? Oh, what? You want them all to die? Yeah, fuck it.
There are those who know about it and yet still push this line, though. But I am a firm believer that if the media was a little bit less interested in manufacturing consent and creating a justification in the minds of Americans for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that more people would most likely say this is unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want to do all of this, so it might take a while if you're okay with that.
It's fine.
But I think
I wonder why leaders aren't representative in a parliamentary system. I said it's the only people he seems to be able to argue with. Like, if you're arguing with him from a perspective like anywhere that he considers to the right of him, and he just has to shoehorn all criticism into that right wing camp, and it's I mean, I know why he does it because it's partisanship, but it's lazy as fuck. Yeah.
I mean, I
What
think
is
that
this?
we're
What
having
is
a good
this?
thing happening here, so
Yeah, we're solving it.
I want to keep it going.
Misinformation around my involvement with the anti-cop city movement. I want to clarify a few things. RICO charges. These charges are not serious. We've read these indictments, right? Some of them involve fucking Molotov cocktails and shit. Does he have a link to the thing? Wait, does anyone have the link to the charges? RICO. This is about Stop Cop City, that group that FD Signifier was raising money for, that got themselves into a bit of a pickle legally. And the indictments list was quite long, if I recall. There was like racketeering charges, militant anarchists, money laundering accusations. Where are the indictments, though? I had a file for them. I don't know where the fuck they are. Pop City indictment PDF. The PDF? I think it's this. Is this the doc? I think this is the doc. Yeah. I don't know why it's laid out like that. It's really weird. Okay. Am I going to be able to do Control F here? Are they not going to list these ones? Why wouldn't he screenshot this? Does that mean he read through? Is he actually just I don't want to. These charges are not 99. What? This is number 1, right? On or about 5th of July 2020, Andrew Carlisle and Sonali Gupta threw objects and a Molotov cocktail at the Georgia State Patrol headquarters. These are overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. Yeah, so this will be an act in furtherance of conspiracy. That's the claim that they're making. So if I even go to 99, where he's got that glue one, 99. What were they doing with the glue? So this conspiracy is 99 long or shit. Materials for climb training. What's the overall conspiracy? So I guess I'll find out here. I'm just going to see what else they were transferring money for. Are these even charges though, or are these evidence? Are this counts of evidence? These are points of evidence, right? I don't think this is like each one of these is a charge. This is just building the case. Because they were planning something and now they're just listing all the things that they purchased for it. Like it seems like a standard legal thing. The defendants committed overt acts to effect the object of conspiracy, which include acts of racketeering activity as described below. Yeah, throwing a Molotov cocktail is part of this. Where will it tell me what the conspiracy is? Oh, God. I don't know. This is why I didn't want to bother with this. Fuck's sake. I need Maruzzi here. We need Maruzzi to fucking soy out. This is a really long list of indictments. It's to prevent the training center from being built. So yeah, so it'd be conspiracy to what? To like trespassing? And also part of that conspiracy involved using Molotov cocktails. I feel like that's reasonable should that not be a crime? Why wouldn't you just say you're committing crimes? You're an anarchist. It's okay to commit crimes if you're an anarchist. You just have to depend on the crime. Why would... The lies are mostly being spread because a certain liberal streamer thought it was funny to donate 10K to the Atlanta police to spite me. And his fans are fabricating an explanation to justify it. I don't want to get involved. I just think this is a bit dishonest when this is on a long list of things, one of which involves Molotov cocktails at police. If you think that should be legal, if you think that should not carry legal implications, I mean, I guess you'd... But this just seems kind of slimy? I don't know. Just seems a bit... But I don't know how RICO works. Like, yeah, fuck. Fuck it. I'm not getting involved. That's why I didn't do the panel on this, because there was just so much research to do to keep up with all that.
I mean, yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Hasan, turn off his mic, please.
Yeah. I apologize for being emotional. I
definitely don't need to apologize.
I'm sorry you live so close to England. Thanks for the 569, Gordbert.
This has been a long past 3-4 days.
Absolutely.
And There
I
are
barely
certain
slept.
there are certain stories that everyone holds on to. You know, there's always a moment that is a radicalizing moment for many others. Like I said, Gabor Mate.
I've seen some noise that the Georgia DA is reaching too hard with the RICO charges. It's likely, right? Because it'll be like a right wing, like American police will try to set an example of protesters, especially protesters who break laws. Yeah, that's quite likely. But I don't know why he's making it act as if they were some kind of like peaceful movement or something. It seems to be that they were that they were okay with violence, and I don't really know if he's said that in his video when he was promoting Stop Cop City, because I feel like some protesters, even anarchist protesters, aren't always okay with taking part in violence or donating to further violence. I don't know. It's just a bit Weasley. I don't know.
Talked about his Palestinian friends who could not return to their homes when any Jewish person can just go and live in that house, whereas those in the West Bank that have left are, by state policy, not allowed to return. I think that was his radicalizing moment. I don't know. It's really sad. And
there are bad apples in every movement. How is this different? Well, it seems to be the case that Stop Cop City was actually like that was what their organizers were doing. Not like it was bad apples. It seems to be that that's what it was like they were coordinating that together. That's the charge anyway. I don't know if it's like reasonable, but
we didn't even talk about the Canary mission. I want Ethan's perspective on that, especially because there are so many organizations that operate within American boundaries inside of the United States of America that do not have the fucking smoke for Nazis and fascists and anti-Semites that only have that smoke.
We're organizing. Well, that seems to be the part of the charge. I haven't read the 120-page document. That's why I stayed out of it. I just think it's funny that he's saying these charges are like silly, and he posts a screenshot of someone spending $11 on glue when it's part of a list of 99 things, one of which is a Molotov cocktail being thrown. It's just like he's just downplaying like what they were doing, and I guess, which is stupid because you can just say like, yeah, we're a movement that does like agitation, we do violence, yeah, we break laws, yeah, fucking yeah, give us money, yeah. Like, but I would imagine most of the people donating to that movement don't actually know what they were doing or don't know what they were about. The True Ravenall, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Thanks for your work, Learnerbox. I know a couple of tankies. I was curious on what you think is the best way to get through to them. I actually don't know. Ask. I always think it's worth asking tankies what their goals are. Like, what do they want to achieve? Because every act that they do, it makes sense in their own internal logic, but I don't think they actually know generally what that is. Because if you're a tanky, I told you, like, class struggle is the primary thing. It's about, and you do it through the state, it's about getting the means of production into the hands of the state at any cost. The end justifies the means. And in foreign policy, it means undermining the big capitalist countries and propping up the countries that oppose the big capitalist countries. That's not what tankies believe, not even close. Nah, it is. I think it actually is what they believe. Or if not, they act like people who believe like that. I don't think most of them actually are, like most people, I don't think any of them actually know exactly where they're, like, the foundations of their ethical positions. But that's what they do. That's the only way to explain their behavior. They don't act like consequentialists. There's nothing consequentialist about the Hamas attack that they were all celebrating, right? Because it's not about that.
For random Palestinian nurses, teachers, and students. These are organizations that work to dox and threaten those who have been in support of Palestinians, and we just turn a blind eye to that completely. Most people don't know about it though. And I think that's the reason why they turn a blind eye to it. I think it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely ridiculous. Same with the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, which was incredibly important in demanding the end of the apartheid in South Africa.
Do you know where tanky comes from? No, I have no idea. I'm only a political commentator. I have no idea. I just don't know that it's to do with rolling tanks into Hungary in 1956, and that the British Communist Party got split up over it because half of them supported it and half of them opposed it, and the ones who opposed it called the ones who supported it tankies. I didn't know. That's just my guess.
I think that the American government has learned its lesson from that former example and has moved very swiftly and very efficiently to make it virtually impossible to coexist or have a job and keep a job while simultaneously holding the position that you can defend Palestinians and demand a boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the state of Israel.
Do you know why it is that that like I have to imagine that those laws that are on the books in 35 states about making it illegal to support BDS have been challenged by some groups on First Amendment grounds? Like how has that not gone to the Supreme Court?
They are targeted. They're challenged by Pal Legal. Yeah.
Yeah, or has it? Has there been a ruling on that? It just seems so blatantly not.
It's been challenged in one. I think Abby Martin was one of the people that challenged it in one, but ultimately it still exists in, like I said, in a lot of states.
35 is most, yeah. It just, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know what the status of any fights over that is, but it just seems so on its face unconstitutional. I'm shocked that so many states have been able to pass that.
Jerusalem Post posted this today over this stupid fucking debate, but they said the Jerusalem Post can now confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz, are correct. And
that was such a God.
There was a lot of fucking people.
I know they were burnt. Wait, is the beheaded thing? Like, I don't know if I don't trust like IDF sources, but I think Jerusalem Post I probably would. Would you, or would it still be? Damn. There's conflicting reports. I know there was earlier today, but this I wasn't checking up on this because I'm not massively invested in whether or not the babies had their heads cut off when they died. I know the babies died. I saw the pictures of those. Yeah.
Being like, for some reason, they're like, Hamas would never do that. They would only slaughter 1,500 people. They would only shoot a baby with an AK-47 as if that's not more as brutal.
I said this yesterday. I talked about this quite a bit. I think that
atrocity.
I think that the coverage of this has been ridiculous. Like the fact that, first of all, the fact that it was not verified until now is insane to me, and the fact that it got all the way to the president, who said I saw the photos when he had not seen it and just repeated it, is wild.
Oh, God.
And ultimately, it doesn't matter what method of execution occurred when children were slaughtered, when babies were slaughtered. It literally doesn't matter.
Well, that's why I always thought it was so silly when I would see leftists being like, they didn't rape anyone or decapitate any babies. It's
Hasan wasn't sure about the raping.
I guess they're cool then. I guess they're cool.
Shot them.
Yeah, they're cool.
It does.
But they did
actually. Seem kind of moot.
No,
but Hamas.
This is why this conversation is frivolous, and I mentioned it time and time again yesterday. That like, okay, the babies were not decapitated,
they were killed,
or they were, but they're still killed.
Yeah.
So it is silly.
Stupid,
it's silly to have a back and forth on this. However, the only reason as to why the assessment should be made later down the line on how quickly information that is not verified yet can spread all the way to the highest levels of government and what that serves, what purpose that serves, that part needs a close examination, especially considering prior instances where, not that it matters. Again,
I mean, it was true.
It is true.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless and it was brutal.
It is fucking ruthless.
And this is something that needs to be. This is something that of course needs to be considered.
That is. I mean,
reason why people were the reason why a lot of people, at least I follow, who have been covering this on the ground inside of Israel, and some inside of Gaza as well, was because of the Kuwait baby incubator situation that occurred in the past, where Amnesty International and the American authorities in the lead up to Operation Desert Storm.
Is Ben's name blocked here? Wait, whose name? I haven't blocked anything. It's just the YouTube chat has its like filters, right? Yeah.
Said that the Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of their incubators and like
Let me check
tossing
the
them
moderation
and like killing them, which is like incredibly brutal, right?
Whoa.
In that circumstance, that was completely not real. That had not happened at all. And Amnesty International went in and looked at it, and there was even an eyewitness testimony that was offered in Congress that was just a complete falsehood, a complete fabrication, and that played a role in justifying it to Americans that like we have to invade. And I think that's the reason why, because the American government has done this before. I think that's the reason why people thought that this was the exact same situation. However, it wasn't the exact same situation because the baby incubator story was false, whereas babies were still killed in this circumstance. So
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But the truth is, though, that this is not going to help anything. This is going to fuel a lot of bad feelings. This being true.
And here's the thing, right? Like even if those babies weren't beheaded, let's say, right, or they weren't decapitated, whether by gunfire or directly with knives or whatever, which is, I can't believe we're having this conversation. It's so fucking ridiculous. Okay, they still died. It's not like the Israeli government was going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, or it's not like the people that are receiving this information were going to feel differently. Like the goal there is to absolutely demand verification because you have.
I'm sorry, I just thought about the napkin map again. It's like a conservative is trying to. It's like a conservative drawing a fetus and then showing it to you and be like, "Is this a real person?" Fucking Teletubby. I like how they moved Gaza up here. Does this mean that the rave party goes to Gaza? I don't even. What the fuck is this? It's just incredible. Well.
Have to do that because in the fog of war there is so much misinformation that gets presented.
Bam.
And the media should do their fucking jobs 100%. And I do have criticisms on that front, but it's ridiculous to have a constant back and forth on this when nothing will change and nothing's going to bring those children back.
All right, here's what I want to do. I'm going to move on in the interest of fairness, because part of what I want to do today is call out some really fucking nasty shit I've seen. But and because I want to be consistent and do it all around, and these people are just as deserving, if not more.
Oh, I see the Israelis.
Called out.
I have a
compilation
American Jews
of all the really fucked up shit
I don't think they're Israeli
that
there.
Western politicians, mostly politicians, some here like this guy.
Okay.
I mean, this is a rally, you know. This is a pro-Israel protest in New York.
Yeah, these guys are
I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
To my dick!
What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Now,
So, like, that's crazy, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
The confidence
barbaric.
to just say that on camera.
Yeah.
is
I mean, why would
crazy.
he? Why would
There
he
is
feel?
there is a level of comfort in saying that.
Yeah.
more so than saying
kill all Israelis,
yeah,
kill all Jews. Yeah, of course.
There's definitely way more
He's like
acceptable
no
thing to say.
hesitation there, right into the
somehow.
camera.
Yeah.
No mask.
His face is there. He's
the
probably
thing
got a
is, why
job.
would he say that? Is that might be a Kahanis flag? I think too, the one that he's putting
is
up.
One left from the river to the sea.
I can't see.
Palestine will be deceased. And Israel need to do like this.
Oh, and then
You
this
see?
whole
Now,
shit. Yeah, I've heard this a million times. But
the-
anyway, so that was one.
you
I just
know,
want to blast through these.
The flag that I think he's waving is a Kahanis flag, which is of course the psychopathic terrorist cult,
super far right,
led by the insane Meir Kahan, the rabbi, which Itamar Ben Gvir is a part of his cult and is a defender of.
No one cares.
Here is
Hasan. Holy shit.
Lindsey Graham, the fucking demon.
By the way, that's
himself.
a terrorist organization by American standards. Literally, America has declared that to be a terror organization, as a terrorist organization by Israeli standards as well, and that is the reason why Itamar Ben Gvir was not allowed to serve in the IDF. So remember that, like, no matter how conservative or no matter how ultra Zionist you might be, even Israeli conservatives are like, that's too far, that's too fucked up. Now that guy runs the police force, and Benjamin Netanyahu gave him a Praetorian Guard, or said it offered him concessions on building out a Praetorian Guard specifically for him.
Netanyahu's going to be remembered like the man. He wanted this legacy of being Israel's protector so bad. He served for what, like 13 years? People are going to spit on his fucking grave, dude. Anyway, here's Lindsey Graham on Fox News, international news, the most popular news show in America, I think.
Oh, Lindsey
We're in a
Graham.
religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. We're in a religious war.
Psychotic.
Religious war.
But the first guy that we showed, and what he's saying is also exactly what's going on in Gaza. So that is why I always say there is no equivalence here. Like, there is no
just as much. And
there is no power or no like serious no genuine and voice that is
There's the second
channeling
thought.
this kind
Well,
of.
I'll just go to second thought. Okay, I found it. Oh. Okay, wait. We have waited for this moment, chat. Are you here? Shut the fuck up. Let's go. What was my prediction? I think someone posted my prediction on Reddit. Believe it or not. You said he would gaslight his soul to hell. I more or less said that, yeah. Oh, it's here. Can you imagine, like, if
That's
Ethan
me.
brought this up and he was like, who's this fucking piece of shit? He's saying, was that woman who got raped and defiled and her corpse defiled in public? Is she she's a military target? Isn't this piece of shit your guy? And Hasan's like, yeah, it's the colonial project, state of apartheid. Yeah, fuck. I can't. Okay. Come on. What are our odds? What are the odds? Let's go.
This has happened for far too long. You can't attack the press. You can't attack.
So they've been
medics.
shitting on the defense minister.
They killed.
Okay.
There was the
primed.
Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because
he's
he
animated.
could not.
Okay.
He had seen far too
Good.
much death and
Those are bad
destruction.
statements.
And a couple hours later,
Really fucking bad
he got
statements.
bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of the rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him. Like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
Okay.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then, you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just
I'm not gonna be able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it.
By
But go
time.
ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it
video.
on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be
oh.
easier for you. He basically
Oh.
says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on. I think is this Deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from
Yeah.
So here's his take on this, and let's
It's
listen.
from Erudite.
And Faisal, thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers
I don't-
are
I do
not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
The person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his.
This.
About who? About what forces? Yeah, he comes from a school of thought that can't tell the difference between an Israeli civilian and an American soldier. What the fuck are you talking about, Hasan? You seem to he comes from a persuasion that he's a fucking psycho. What? Okay.
This I'm pretty sure is all Second Thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know.
Is he just letting it slide? That's the fucking crazy thing to say. What the fuck?
Here.
And Faisal, thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so Second Thought's the one who says, "I don't care," and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second Thought is an American.
So Second Thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a
Thank you
super
very much. He says,
chat.
did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him. So let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers
I don't-
are
I do
not
not.
civilians. That is what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like imagine
French-
like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. In the
So-
So according to Second Thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there in response to decapitating babies, which I can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here. So
come on,
the first is
and the take in the comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
Of course, bro. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, of course. We're fucking tanky lunatics. Yeah, of course. They're saying.
Believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is West Bank is.
Well, there's not. What's the other perspective? Ethan's. no, there are three perspectives. The third one is the Hamas perspective, is that they're Jewish, right? But okay. But those are the guys who did the killing that they're saying is like based. But okay.
A settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say. What he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
Okay.
Calling. Just to be clear,
So
calling.
do you see how fucking animated he is about the Israeli statements? Okay.
Babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course,
and they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're babies.
So I just want to say,
I have a question for you.
that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish the video.
Okay, we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what? Cincinnati, Ohio, is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Why? I feel like they just throw out words. Illegal. It's not fucking illegal. Israel existing is not illegal, but they were referring to people within Israel's borders. That's not illegal. I was just throwing things. Yeah, I guess it's to essentialize the entire group, but just whatever.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hamas isn't even that nice to their own fucking political opponents, like within Gaza. Ugh.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the
no,
excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? Being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. Let's not try to do that.
Okay. So,
but anyway, and that combined with just the laughter.
Listen.
Hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
Let me pose a question for you.
There we go.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation.
This is absolutely not true. I can just find one. All right, wait. I'm 99.9% sure this is not true. Okay. Let's Google one simple question. It's from Amnesty. settlers, like any other civilians, cannot be targeted and only lose their protection from attack if and for such time as they take a direct part in hostilities. It's funny that Hasan's saying this because I think even Anna, who calls Russians orcs and is fucking frothing at the mouth with hatred of fucking Russians, wouldn't even wish, she even said she wouldn't wish this treatment on the Russian settlers in like Crimea. So you just completely made that up. There was that tweet that was going around saying that people under occupation have a right to use like a level of violence or some shit. But it's like, again, just reading the one-liner and not looking into any of the case law or any.
Occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we established that.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other
Now that we established, oh fucking what a gaslighting piece of shit. It's not even gaslighting. He's just a. I don't even know. It's not even dishonest. It's not manipulative because he believes it. He's actually just really, really fucking stupid. I was about to say a bad word, but I held back.
school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a two-state solution. I'm a one-stater, which
was there a question? I thought you said I have a question for you at the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these
who
guys.
he's talking
No, these guys, or at least I assume Second Thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated. I can say that now. Let me read his further
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true. He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
What, solidarity and victory to the which part are you?
I don't like making this argument because I think people take it the wrong way. Like, I think proportionately, obviously, Palestinians have suffered like orders of magnitude worse than the Israelis. Obviously, more deaths, less human rights, more pain, more suffering, more all that. Okay, I don't need to tell you guys. Sorry. That event from Saturday, Sunday. I don't think in the entire Israeli-Palestinian history, like there has been another event more visceral than that. Sabra Shatila, but then that wasn't done by the IDF. That was done by the Christians. even reading about some of the massacres, I haven't read about that many of them, but Deir Yassin, it made me think, like, in Deir Yassin, they didn't kill the babies or the kids. I think they dropped them off at fucking Jerusalem and they lived in an orphanage. Like the parading the woman with the broken legs in the back of the car and spitting on her corpse with a fucking rope around her neck like she's a fucking dog and shit. Like, people are acting as if that's like a normal thing that happens in Israel Palestine, but it's not. That was like a really fucking unique event in terms of like, just in terms of the sheer brutality of the killings. I could be wrong though. But I feel like with just like the number of deaths in a short in that space of time, plus the nature of the killings, I don't really know what else matched. Maybe I need to read about Tantura. I'm almost certain because there were like 30 massacres in the Nakba. There probably were events at that point that were worse or on par. Sabra Shatila was on par. It's just that the killing wasn't actually done by the IDF. They just helped, you know. But this was legit worse than 9/11. I know in terms of like as a proportion of your population, yeah. Because again, it's like a very small country. But yeah, I don't know. Like it just gets a bit irritating because I don't like making that argument because like it shouldn't really matter, but I don't like it when people are talking about how fucking what do you call it? What the fuck was I saying? I've forgotten. It's just when people say like they see what Hamas did in on the 7th and the 8th, and they're just like, yeah, this happens to Palestinians every day. It's like, no, it doesn't. The crimes against Palestinians are atrocious, right? But they're not. It's not that. It's a slightly different kind of thing that happens to them. To defend what Israel is doing is to defend a Holocaust. Okay.
Referring to
wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and this is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking
Lornerbox call into Voss stream right now. Okay. Right on it.
Still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive.
Why is he talking to me? Is he talking about me? Or did you just say that? Like, you thought I could just hop in?
Ben Gvir is giving guns to settlers. Yeah, that tracks.
Yep. We saw that.
The Israeli Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben Gvir, this is one of the people complicit in the assassination of the Israeli leader who was less genocidal towards Palestinians.
I think Voss is actually just doing like news coverage. He's not being as... He's probably more solid news coverage than me right now. Yeah.
Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
Yeah.
I think his position is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but you can if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful or productive as far as this conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
again,
that's what I'm saying. Like a
timing matters.
A YouTuber with
he said this is what a liberation struggle looks like. Oh god, he's such a weaselly fuck.
This guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media
I
operation.
just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro Hamas. That's what solid. Hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to interpret that. And it's evil. He continues, imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No. They're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. At least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay? Kids also, children, families.
The nervous fucking Jew.
peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's positive. That's what you think that none of the people killed were.
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does
they
matter.
Still died. They shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil. I just want to say that.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But.
Bro, now I guarantee the tanky fucking morons at deprogram are just sitting there coping their fucking nuts off, being like, "Oh yeah, no, this is just what he does to win over the libs." You know, you gotta give them the based pill, like one bit at a time. Yeah, fucking. What a bunch of useless cunts, man. What a fucking politically useless mess. Facetious with the $5. I am donating $5 in order to help start a fund, a spine for Hasan Fund. I keep almost saying Hamas. Stop doing that, Lorna. Fund a spine for Hasan. It's really quite sad to see someone literally without a spine. Yeah, it's like a noodle. Because the way Hasan looks, I expect a lot more fortitude, you know? He looks like the kind of guy who will plant his sword in the ground and stick by it, come hell or high water. He looks like that. But the way he talks, I imagine this guy. I feel like Hasan's soul is trapped in the wrong body. And it should be transferred to its rightful host. This guy. No, am I wrong? Every time if I didn't know what Hasan looked like, and just heard him talk and listened to his demeanor, I would expect the curtain to go back and I see this guy. What an absolute coward. Fuck.
I just call.
Yeah, True Ravenel with the $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I too shall join this charity and fund a spine for Hasan. Yeah, we are Dono Drive. How much is serious spinal surgery? Apparently spinal surgery costs like 5 to 6 grand, you guys. For lumbar decompression surgery. Is that even what he needs? How much for a spine? How much for a new spine? Has that ever happened before? Probably not.
Calling it out.
Okay,
this guy's a fucking. He's a
Have,
scumbag.
if you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him if you want on this particular issue.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing this show, want to call out the people that disgusted me, because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
well, here's one.
No, there are. Of course, there are examples of this. it's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're expressing these kinds of...
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, oh...
One of the costs is that there are a whole bunch of pro-Palestine fucking protests right now, and if there are people being sent out to those fucking ranks who think that Israelis are all settlers and shit, and you just know the average cunt is, like, there are Israelis who live in the United States, there are Israelis who live in Canada and fucking Europe. This, like, Hasan, it is a problem. It's a problem with Free Palestine movements that, like, I didn't experience it that much. I don't think it's, I don't know, I don't actually know the scale of it, but it's kind of difficult being a Jewish person in those movements. Like, fuck. Dos Kaboom with a $4.99. Thank you very much. Let's get this spine. Jeff Morris with the $10. Joining in this noble cause to get Hasan a spine. Thank you very much. And Tomato Brew, thanks for the sub. Scoliosis surgery is like $140,000. Okay.
Oh, I should go to.
Should I not care about it?
Yeah, just like the no consequence shit. It's so cringe.
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues.
Isn't anti-Semitic hate crimes the most common in America? Yeah, I think so. In the UK, it's Islamophobic. Anti-Semitic is second in the UK. We are extra Islamophobic in the UK. Oh yeah, we love Islamophobia in the UK. Ugh.
Continues is going to inevitably lead to more violence that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
He has no capacity to do so.
And
is that really how because they have no capacity to? Couldn't you say this to like to all the fucking right-wing channels and all the right-wing people that Hasan shits on, who are like smaller ones? Like his fucking Hogwatch and shit. Second Thought's bigger than Fuentes, right? Like, I don't know if he has the same audience activity, but the fuck? What the fuck? Observette, thanks for the $2.99 Australian. Thank you, Warnerbox, for your based aura. W's chat, thanks very much. Mebut Fair with a $5. Spinal installment is a painful feat. I don't wish it on my worst enemy, but in this case, I forgo my principles. Jesus Christ. Animals.
The result of that...
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that,
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would
But
be...
my point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be this Palestinian advocate, he is encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc., in an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No, he says, hold on.
He said glory, victory to the... What if that's what taking like what? A couple of square miles of territory looks like. What would victory look like? Second Thought. Hasan.
How many people did he murder?
Pussy Shish, thanks for the $5. I think we can afford one of the screws for Hasan's new spine now. Jesus Christ.
No, he says this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murdering families? But I wanted to say this. This guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza now, which is that Israel, which is, again, genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power are, it's like the result of this is Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community that was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that.
No,
there was a lot of look. I know you're going to debate me. There was a lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, "Yo, we need to." We need to look at this.
Would Hasan himself say he's not influential? In aid of this argument, yes. If you quizzed him on whether or not he is doing anything for the socialist cause, maybe by using his money, he'll say, no, not with my money, but I do advocate for socialism, and that's very influential. And it's like, oh, okay. You'll probably not see this box, but thanks for helping me leave the tanky bubble. Oh, wow. I really appreciate that. I was starting to think tankies were unreachable, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess that they've, I don't know. I feel like they're doing it to themselves. Same here. What, have I actually let... I get DMs from people saying I've helped them out of the right. I haven't actually held that many people. Maybe last year. I got a couple of tanky ones, but yeah. I always just thought they were harder to reach because I guess I don't really understand them as well as I understand like the right-wingers, but I don't know.
The entire planet has regularly condemned the illegal occupation time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter what the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians...
Let me finish my
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is... that the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is A, Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it. The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so like
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their
It's, you know what else? I'm sorry, I just thought of it. The insistence that a YouTuber with 1.6 million subscribers doesn't really have enough influence to care about him advocating for like the deaths of millions of civilians. Apparently that's not too consequential. Have you seen how hard Hasan fucking melts down over a Reddit thread that has like double-digit upvotes? That is the real guy with 1 million+ subscribers advocating for fucking mass slaughter. Big deal. Whoa. Someone called me Hamas Abby on Reddit and they have 100 likes. We gotta... And he'll just fucking scream. He'll melt the fuck down. I don't know.
Celebrations that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign currently?
He asked Vosh to take down a post about him on Vosh's Reddit. He did do that. And then he said it was like hurting the left or some shit. He said apparently we have no impact. The Second Thought, no impact, advocating for fucking mass death. But Vosh said something mean about me on... Oh, God.
If you think that, like, legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
That was a really good...
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
yes, I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying...
Because the question
hold on.
Answer my question,
Go ahead.
please. Let's say JT, and Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties in this situation. Not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not. But listen to
So
what
why
I'm
are we having
saying,
this
bro.
conversation then?
Yeah, that is a good point. Apparently, it's not a big deal for them to say that. But if you, what was it? If you tell a black person that you sometimes say the N-word in private in aid of making jokes, you undo, what was it? We watched this not long ago because it was like a internet historian thing. You undo all your progressive efforts ever. Like, I'm sorry, can I just like say the N-word now? Because, you know, I'm way smaller than second thought. The fucking sliminess.
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
But these opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics is going to contribute to fucking more violence. He is.
In what regard?
Because people
like,
who
do you think
sympathize
Palestinians
with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically.
Do you think Palestinians are going to see JT's
no, the
tweets?
acceptance of people, and that's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, "Let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers."
I don't agree with that take. That he's making.
I'm being
here.
hyperbolic, but it's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli an accomplice in genocide and
like,
an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever and be like, they hate us. They're gonna come for us. They're gonna kill all of us. Like there is no conversation to be had here that is like serious because.
Bro, I just disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have. Why does it not matter that people use this?
The
kind of
influence
fucking
you
language?
have is upon
This
your
man has
fan
influence.
base. The influence you have
And
upon
that
your
doesn't matter?
The influence you have upon your fan base.
I don't know if Hasan knows, but like Israelis or even just Jews, because people are fucking stupid in America, get harassed over Palestine shit. Like,
was specifically in regards to over. Okay, let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the.
Haven't second thought and Hakeem advocate for Palestine getting all of the land? I mean, that's like a different argument. Like they're obviously they do believe that, but they're saying that all Israelis are occupiers and criminals and accomplices in genocide. Like military targets, like it's okay to kill them.
Material realities on the ground that our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people
no consequences
laugh
for it. There's just no consequences for
hashtag
anything you
activism
do.
and whatnot. But I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe
Trash95 with the $2. Keep streaming, man. I'm glad you're in this space. Thank you very much.
that if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments,
which is what he's
and
doing,
to do this.
right?
So, if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying force. Only then.
I just find it odd
And
that you
even
have
then,
to do the
and
whole what
even
about
then,
thing about this.
But Ethan, even then, there is no comparison because
He's just
guess what?
filibustering, isn't it?
What he is saying as a singular YouTuber is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground, in the way that Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over.
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
Thanks for the $5, Yeet Master. Good stuff, DGGL. I think there's just something really.
How many people did he murder?
I just really love this podcast. You know that, like, I need it in these trying times. Like it's just so good. Their dynamic is actually amazing. It's like, I know it's Hasan's like really cringe and everything, but it's just it's just really, it's like they're just two really good characters to have these discussions with. It's just so, I don't know. I'm very entertained.
Important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree with that premise.
I think you should have.
Maybe I'm just tired.
How many people did he murder?
It's 6 a.m. here. Did I actually just unwittingly?
But clearly you disagree with
I think you should
his
have him
premise.
on to ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment.
Yeah.
And I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Yeah, okay.
But
we agree. But I think he's evil.
But I also will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is.
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent, and it's not even remotely.
I don't think people should
have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him for saying that?
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to be?
God, he's so
punitive?
quick.
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be.
I'm criticizing.
Critical.
I'm criticizing. I'm not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, though, I will reaffirm my position that if he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
Israelis and the Western world are monsters, then we shouldn't care when the opposite people are monsters, because it doesn't matter.
Not necessarily.
Well,
I think because
seems like what you're arguing.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because I don't agree with what he's saying regardless.
But
however,
why does it matter then?
However,
if we're just taking this comment and I just want to point it out for the evil it is, like, why does it? I just don't understand.
I love it that also the fact that Ethan isn't letting it go is so good. Like he's just dragging it out. Yeah.
I told you this already. Any
because the sound is so uncomfortable.
Any issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said, if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that's another conversation to have.
I think it matters. Man, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment. Yes.
And so let's see. Moving on to, I mean, we've talked about.
But I think you would agree with his assessment if he was talking about settlers in the West Bank, though, right?
That's a really. I don't know how I feel about that one. I feel like you could have a moral standard that would result in a lot of settlers getting fucking clapped because they're violent themselves. And I think people who live in the West Bank have a right to defend themselves against settlers attacking them. But I think if someone just moves into a settlement, I don't know if you have the right to go and fucking gun them down. I don't know if I buy that one. That's a hard one. Same with outposters, like, it's their aggression that would get them in trouble, not just the fact that they're there. Like, Vouch is streaming, check his title. Is it Lonerbox bad? Yes, we've seen this. Yeah, they've said go fucking halfway, go to the bottom half of Gaza. You got 24 hours. It's going to be rough, basically. That's what the IDF have said. Yeah. And the UN are basically saying this is an insane fucking thing to ask for. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. Yeah. We saw it. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't
And what
go
do you want me to do? Do you want me to watch as the fucking tanks just like get an inch closer to the wall? Like,
so far as to say that, you know,
Kill babies in the West Bank. Of course, you wouldn't say that.
but like theoretically, I don't think settlers are civilians.
They're not.
But
They
he's
are not
talking about
recognized
all
as
Israeli-
civilians by international
Again,
law.
he's
They
talking
are
about all
technically
Israeli.
considered terrorists.
That's an important
I agree.
distinction that he's not making.
The distinction that he is making is that he's.
why is it controversial to say settling in another ethnic group's land is wrong and genociding the settlers is wrong? Because I'm glad you admit it would be a genocide, but like, I think for property, it's a lot more clear cut. But when it comes to land, I think determining which land belongs to which ethnic group is a very difficult moral question to make. And I don't really know if it's the kind of law that I would want to enforce through vigilantism. Because if you believe that, you would have to believe that illegal immigrants are fair game to get shot by vigilante border patrol officers. I don't know if I buy that one. That just seems weird to me, you know? Even if the illegal immigrant is immigrating in bad faith, like to fuck the tax system or whatever, right?
He's going by. He's talking like it's 1952. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And it's not 1952. You can't make this assessment.
Again, like the 3-year thing, does that mean Hasan's okay with Ukraine reoccupying Crimea and slaying all the Russians? I wouldn't be for that. There are a lot of Russian settlers who moved in after 2014. Would you be okay with killing them? Are they military targets? I don't think no. No, I don't buy that actually. Fuck.
Thank you. You know, we were talking about.
Would it be justified if they were on clear notice and still moved in and the state was the one enforcing? Like, I feel like the state would have a right to remove them. Yeah. And then that could obviously, if they don't want to move, then it might be a fucking shootout. But it's just, I don't think that's the kind of thing I would put on. I don't think that's the kind of thing I would put on the shoulders of like civilians, especially in the West. Because can you imagine? Can you imagine if like, I don't even know if the results of that, like pure consequence, if the civilians in the West Bank just started murdering a bunch of Israeli settlers. I don't really know if that's the path to peace, boss. We need more people like you on the left. You are honest and well educated, unlike Hasan. It disappoints me greatly that people like him dominate the left on the web. Sorry, I can't say your last name. Thanks for the $9.99. Really appreciate that. Thanks.
Let's see.
How many people did he
Man, this
murder?
video's sick, dude. Again,
sick.
I know you're gonna say this is just like a small rally that happened, but there is a certain level of comfort. I mean, this doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here, and they're just out there. And here's the speech that one of the organizers has to say about the
What is
Hamas.
this?
Oh, you haven't seen this?
I can't see. Well, first of all, I can't see anything because I don't have my fucking goddamn glasses. I
Here,
forgot.
I full screen it.
But also, secondly, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is gonna be.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazed. And
the guy laughing
listen to
about
what this guy
hipsters
has to say.
Broke through the fence. They put the F-35 on.
What is he saying?
You'll hear it. It's a little fuzzy right now. Here.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says.
To be fair, the first time I saw in the very breaking moments of me learning about what was happening, watching that video of the paraglider, I just thought it was funny. I was just like, bro, this is actually like, okay. And then I saw what was happening on the ground. I was like, whoa, okay, wait, whoa. That novelty wore off really fucking quick. They used paragliders. They paraglided over the wall. Vosh assumed it was fake. You would, wouldn't you? Or it's just like, oh, there it is. Yeah, Palestinian militancy. Yeah. Once again.
But nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine.
No, they don't!
They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see or what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago on the land, from the sea, and from the air...
I think Destiny almost banned people first talking about the paragliders. It's kind of unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah.
People from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid.
Oh yeah, this guy was also apparently protesting for Ukrainian ceasefire and peace with Russia, with like the Russian invasion. Ironic.
Our farmers, the farmers of Gaza, you know they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment.
Works for RT,
well,
yeah.
unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farm.
Jesus Christ. I think, like, okay, I'm just going to assume, in good faith, that 90% of this crowd has no fucking idea what this protest is about. They have no idea what the news is. I think... I'm just hoping they don't actually know what they're cheering for. Like...
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... yeah, okay. Like...
Okay.
I don't...
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay, I mean, I have no...
I mean, he was just like, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
It bothers me.
I understand why... I understand
he
why
goes,
you don't like
the
it.
electrified hang gliding...
They're adults. Excuse me, I don't expect... Where was that from? America? I don't expect American adults to know where the fucking UK is, let alone what the implications are or anything about Palestine. What are you talking about?
Heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the kibbutz, aka beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestine...
Point to Kansas on a map. It's right in the middle. No, wait, Missouri. No, Missouri is in the middle. Kansas is around the middle, though. Fuck you.
Palestinian people are treated. Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on, or do you think that this is once again the violent sentiment?
Well, yeah, if there's one Nazi at a 10-person table, there's a 10 Nazi table. That's a huge problem. But also, this public speaker addressing a crowd and bragging about fucking dead babies in a kibbutz. Big deal, you know. So it's not going to affect the policy, is it? Joshua Dalton, thanks for the 5 memberships. Holy shit, really appreciate that. We're still going strong. Juan, thanks for the $4.99. Hasan again with his bot talking points. Yeah, well, he's like a fucking pull string doll. You know, it's like it's not post-it note politics, right? It's pull string politics, where you get a topic, you got a shelf full of pull string dolls, and you're like, okay, Palestine, and then you take the pull string doll, and it's like, open air prison, apartheid regime. It's like, yeah, fucking.
Of those who are siding with the oppressed, that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential.
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does.
I know that.
There's
all
a
this
snake in
does
my
And I have no problem to
is
say it.
to all this does is to serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with. But that purpose is cynical. When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent. That is by design what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
That's not what I've done
specifically
here
about like
today.
these guys.
He's just
I
like,
know.
so, he just has to try and steer the conversation into what he. Oh, it's so annoying. Whatever. Okay, I'm bored. This goes on for a while. I don't know. I can't. I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. Let's keep watching.
Oh, you're not
I've
doing
just
that.
spent 2.5 hours talking about.
Even I know.
So I just want to listen. I
know
just
you're
want to
not
say
doing
this
that.
guy's evil. He is. He's a evil dude. There's just, you know what I mean? Like, fuck this guy and fuck all these people. That's just not it, man. Once again, this is right after. This is right after it all happened.
Yes.
And we're talking about the hang gliding heroes. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's sick, and I think it needs to be called out. I don't think it's good to normalize this kind of shit.
We should keep calling it out. We should only call this out, which is what many are doing. Whenever there's any mention
not.
of, I
But
know
we're
you're
talking
not.
about us.
I know
Why
you're
do
not.
you? Why is?
But
why
this
is it-
is
why is
why
it-
I'm like, there's not
I'm calling
a single.
both out.
There's not a single outlet that ever legitimately shows
I don't belong to those
the
networks.
ongoing and never-ending plight of
Bro, I'm calling
Palestinians.
out- I'm just
and
trying to
only
call
talk
out
about
both
Palestinian activists
sides.
like
It's just so
this to
desperate
show
to
these.
steer the. It's so. Oh fuck. Okay, I don't like. Yeah, I get what he's. I get the whole thing. It's just. It's so. It's like predictable now. You know. It's just. Fucking chat GBT over here. So selfish, Ethan. We only talk about the things that Hasan wants to talk about. I almost called him Hamas again. Hamas Abbey. Well, okay. Yeah, maybe we'll come back to it tomorrow. Let me think. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, guys. I probably should, but I also have to do some filming. That's still a thing that actually needs to happen quite soon. We have to do the Ben Shapiro video. That's true. Hi, Learnerbox. Thoughts on Destiny saying that referencing 75 years as the start point of the Palestinian cause, for lack of a better term, implies you want the elimination of Israel. No, I don't think that. No. Did he say that? I feel like that might be a paraphrase, but thanks for the $10. I really appreciate it. No. Do people who start at 48 usually imply that? Maybe like 40. Usually if you're pro-Palestinian, 48 it's kind of like the big, or Balfour would be, but no, people tend to start with 48 because it was like the big event, right? I feel like you'd have to ask a couple more questions than just starting at 48. Because I often start at 48. If it depends on what I'm explaining to people, you know. He's been doing research. Oh, that's good. It's a Hasan clip at the end of it. You could also be referencing the Nakba. Well, yeah, that's what I mean by 48. Yeah, of course. 48 means the Nakba, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting fucking I'm getting cranky. All right. Dwab Winkle with the $10. I've been looking for good info sources on Israel-Palestine conflict for months. I wanted to thank you for helping me understand it at least a little bit better. It's hard to sort out propaganda. Well, I really appreciate that. I hope you I'm glad to have helped. Okay. I don't think I can redirect to Vouch because he doesn't follow me on this channel. I might just have to send you guys in there organically. You think? I might just have to spam link you. Hang on. Oh, I can. I can host him. Okay, gotcha. Because he hosted me. It works. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
How many people did he murder?
Hi Loberbox, thoughts on Destiny saying that referencing 75 years as the start point of the Palestinian cause, for lack of a better term, implies you want the elimination of Israel?
Like I said, I think you would need a bit more information before making that judgment. That's how I would go. Okay. Wow. Chat. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Okay. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? Stay safe. Look after yourselves. Your mom. Okay. Okay, bye.